Second discourse. On the question which doth give the more content in love, whether touching, seeing, or speaking. Introduction. This is a question as concerning love that might well deserve a more profound and deeper writer to solve than I, to wit, which doth afford the more contentment in the fruition of love, whether contact or attachment, speech or sight. Mr. Pasquier, a great authority of a surety in jurisprudence, the which is his especial profession, as well as in the polite and humane sciences, doth give a disquisition thereon in his letters, the which he hath left us in writing. Yet hath he been by far too brief, and seeing how distinguished a man he is, he should not in this matter have shown himself so niggard of his wise words as he hath been. For if only he had seen good to enlarge somewhat thereon, and frankly to declare what he might well have told us, his letter which he hath indited on this point had been 100 times more delightsome and agreeable. He doth base his main discourse on sundry ancient rhymes of the Conte Thibaut de Champagne, the which verses I have never set eyes on, save only the small fragment that M. Pasquier doth quote in his letter. This same good and gallant knight of your doth, I conceive, write exceeding well, not certainly in such good set terms as do our gallant poets of today, but still with excellent good sense and sound reason. Moreover, he had a right beauteous and worthy subject, to wit the fair Queen Blanche of Castile, mother of Saint Louis, of whom he was not little enamored, but indeed most deeply, and had taken her for his mistress. But in this what blame or what reproach for the said queen? Though she had been the most prudent and virtuous of women, yet could she in any wise hinder the world from loving her and burning at the fire of her beauty and high qualities, seeing it is the nature of all merit and high perfection to provoke love. The whole secret is not to yield blindly to the will of the lover. This is why we must not deem it strange, or blame this fair queen if that she was too fondly loved, and that during her reign and sovereignty there did prevail in France sore divisions and seditions, and much civil strife. For, as I have heard said by a very great personage, seditions be oft stirred up as much for intrigues of love as by embroilments of state. And in the days of our fathers was current an old saw, which said that all the world went mad after the merry-hearted queen. I know not for sure of which queen this word was said, but it may well be 'twas pronounced by this same Conte Thibaut, who very like, either because he was treated ill of her as concerning that he was fain of, or that his love was scorned altogether, or another preferred before him, did conceive in his heart such a disgust and discontent as did urge him to his ruin in the wars and troubles of the time. So doth it often fall out when a fair and high-born queen or princess or great lady doth set her to govern a state, that every man doth love to serve her, and to honor and pay respect to her, as well for the good happiness of being agreeable to her and high in her favor, as to the end he may boast him of governing and ruling the state along with her, and drawing profit therefrom. I could allege many examples, but I had liever refrain. Be this as it may, this Conte Thibaut did find inducement in the fair subject I have named to write excellent verses, and mayhap to pose the question which M. Pasquier doth cite for us. To this latter, I do refer the curious reader, and do say not here of rhymes good or ill, for 'twould be pure waste of words so to do. 'Twill be enough for me at this present to declare what I think thereanent, whether of mine own judgment, or of that of other more experienced lovers than I. Of the sense of touch in love. Now as to touch, it must be allowed that touching is very delightsome, for that the perfection of love is to enjoy the delight thereof, and the said enjoyment cannot be had without touching. For even as hunger and thirst can in no wise be assuaged or appeased except by eating and drinking, so too doth not love pass by dint either of seeing or hearing only, but by touching, kissing, and the practice of Venus, rites. To this did that witty coxcomb Diogenes the Cynic allude facetiously, yet somewhat nastily, when he said he only wished he could relieve his hunger by rubbing his belly, even as frottant la verge he did appease the paroxysm of desire. I would fain have put this in plainer words, but 'tis a thing must needs be passed over trippingly. He was something like that lover of Lamia, who having been too extravagantly fleeced by her to be able to enjoy her love any more, could not or would not consent to lose the pleasure of her. Wherefore he did devise this plan, he would think of her, and so thinking corrupt himself, and in this fashion enjoy her in imagination. But she hearing of this, did summon him before the judge to render her satisfaction and payment for his enjoyment. Whereupon the judge did order that he should but show her the money, whose sound and tinkle would be payment enough. And she would so enjoy the gold in imagination, just as the other in dreams and fancy had had the gratification of his desire. True, many other sorts of love may be alleged against what I say, the which the old philosophers do feign. But for these I do refer me to these same philosophers, and the like subtle persons who will fain be discussing such points. In any case, forasmuch as the fruit of mere earthly love is no other thing but enjoyment thereof, it must needs be deemed to be rightly attained only by dint of touching and kissing. So likewise have many held this pleasure to be but thin and poor, apart from seeing and speaking, whereof we have a good example in the Cent Nouvelles of the Queen of Navarre. An honorable gentleman, having several separate times enjoyed the favors of a certain honorable lady, at night time and disguised with a small hand mask. For regular masks as now used were not yet employed, in a dark, ill-lighted gallery or passage, albeit he was right well assured by the sense of touch there was nothing here but what was good, tasty, and exquisite, yet was not content, but was fain to know with whom he had to do. Wherefore one day as he was a-kissing her and did hold her in his arms, he did make a mark with chalk on the back of her gown, which was of black velvet, and then in the evening after supper, for their assignations were at a certain fixed hour, as the ladies were coming into the ballroom, he did place himself behind the door. Thus noting them attentively as they passed in, he saw his own fair one enter with the chalk mark on her shoulder, and lo! It was such an one as he would never have dreamed of, for in mien and face and words she might have been taken for the very wisdom of Solomon, and by that name the Queen was wont to describe her. Who then was thunderstruck? Who but the gentleman, by reason of his great good fortune, thus loved of a woman which he had deemed least like so to yield of all the ladies of the court? True it is he was fain to go further, and not stop at this, for he did much desire to discover all, and know wherefore she was so set on hiding herself from him, and would lief have herself thus served under cover and by stealth. But she, crafty and wily as she was, did deny and redeny everything, to the renunciation of her share in paradise and the damnation of her immortal soul. As is the way of women, when we will throw in their faces love secrets they had rather not have known, albeit we be certain of the fact, and they be otherwise most truth-telling. She grew angry at his persistence, and in this way did the gentleman lose his good fortune. For good it was of a surety, seeing the lady was a great lady and well worth winning. Moreover, as she was for playing the sugared, chaste, demure prude, herein he might well have found double pleasure. Part for the sensual enjoyment of so sweet, good and delicate a morsel, part that of gazing at her oft times in company with her demure, coy mien, her cold and modest look and her conversation all chaste, strict and precise, thinking the while in his own mind of her wanton ways, her gay abandonment and naughtiness weenas they two were alone together. Thus we see the said gentleman was much at fault to have asked her any questions. Rather should he have steadily pursued his pleasure and eaten his meat in quiet, just as tasty without candle at all as if illuminated by all the lights of a festal chamber. Still, he had a right to know who she was, and in a way his inquisitiveness was praiseworthy, seeing, as the tale doth declare, he was afeard he had to do with some kind of demon. For devils of the sort love to change shape, and take the form of women for to have intercourse with men, and do so deceive them sore. However, as I have heard sundry skilled in magic arts declare, such do find it more easy to take on the shape and countenance of a woman than to imitate her speech. And this is why the said gentleman was right in wishing to see and know with whom he had to do, and by what he said himself, 'twas her refraining altogether from speech that did cause him more apprehension than what he saw, and did set him on thinking of the devil. And herein he but showed a proper fear of God. But surely, after having discovered all the truth, he should have said never a word. But nay, another will say to this, friendship and love be not perfect, but when openly declared of heart and mouth, and for this cause the gentleman would fain have told her his passion. Anyhow he did gain naught thereby, but rather lost all. Moreover, by any who had known the real honor of this gentleman, he will be excused, for he was in no wise so cold or so discreet as naturally to play this game and display such overcaution. And by what I have heard my mother say, which was in the service of the Queen of Navarre, and did know sundry secrets concerning the Nouvelles, and was one of the devisers of this work, the hero of the tale was my own uncle, the late M. de la Chastaigneraie, a man of a rough, ready, and somewhat fickle disposition. The tale is so disguised, however, as to carefully hide who it was, for in reality the said mine uncle was never in the service of the great princess, the mistress of the lady in question, though he was in that of the king, her brother. And so he did continue, for he was much loved both of the king and the princess. As for the lady, I will by no means tell her name, but she was a widow and lady-in-waiting to a very great princess, and one that was better at showing the part of a prude than of a court lady. I have heard tell of another court lady under our late sovereigns, and one I do know by acquaintance, who being enamored of a very honorable gentleman of the court, was fain to imitate the way of love adopted by the aforenamed lady. But every time she did return from her assignation and rendezvous, she would betake her to her chamber, and there have herself examined by one of her maids or chamberwomen on all sides, to make sure she was not marked, by the which means she did guard herself from being discovered and recognized. Nor was she ever marked until the 9th time of meeting, when the mark was at once discovered and noted by her women. Wherefore, for dread of being brought to shame and falling into disgrace, she did break it all off, and never after returned to the tryst. It had been better worth her while, it may be suggested, to have let her lover make these marks at his good pleasure, and then, directly they were made, have unmade and rubbed out the same. In this way she would have had double pleasure, first of the amorous delight enjoyed, and secondly that of making mock of her man, who was so keen to discover his philosopher's stone, to wit to find out and recognize her, yet could never succeed. I have heard tell of another in the days of King Francis in connection with that handsome squire, Gruffy by name, which was a squire of the stable under the said king, and died at Naples in the suite of M. de Lantric on his journey thither. The dame in question was a very great lady of the court, and did fall deep in love with him, for indeed he was exceedingly handsome, and was commonly known by no other title than the handsome Gruffy. I have seen the man's portrait, which doth certainly show him to have been so. She did secretly summon one day her valet of the chamber, in whom she had trust, but yet a man unknown to most by sight, into her closet. This man she did charge to go tell Gruffy, the messenger being handsomely dressed to seem to be one of her gentlemen, that a very honorable and fair lady did send him greeting, and that she was so smit with love for him she did greatly desire his acquaintance, more than that of any man at court. Yet must it be under this condition that for nothing in all the wide world must he see her or discover who she was. But at the hour of retiring, and when every member of the court should be abed, he would come for him and meet him at a certain spot he would indicate, and from whence he would lead him to the chamber of his lady. However, there was yet a further condition, to wit that he was to muffle his eyes in a fair white kerchief, like a trumpet led into an enemy's city at a truce, to the end he might not see nor recognize the place and chamber whither he was to lead him, and that he was to hold him by the hands all the time to hinder him from undoing the said kerchief. For such were the conditions his mistress had ordered him to offer, to the end she might not be known of him before a certain fixed and given time which he did name and appoint to him. All which being so, he was to ponder it over and decide at leisure whether he would agree to the said conditions, and was to let the messenger know his answer the next day. For he said he would come for him then at a certain place he did name, but above all he must be alone. And he said he would take him on so good an errand, he would never regret having gone on the same. Truly an agreeable assignation, but conjoined with strange conditions. I like no less that of a Spanish lady, which did summon one to meeting, but with the charge he should bring with him thither 3 SSS, which were to signify sabio, solo, segreto, prudent, alone, and secret. The other did assure her he would come, but that she should adorn and furnish herself with 3 FFF, that is, she must not be fee, flocka, nor fria, ill-favored, slack, nor cold. To return to Gruffy's story, the go-between now left him, having delivered his message. Who so embarrassed and full of thought as he, indeed, he had much cause for thought, whether it were not a trick played him by some enemy at court, to bring him into trouble, his death mayhap, or at least the king's displeasure. He pondered too what lady it could be, tall, short, or of middle stature, well or ill-favored, which last did most trouble him, though truly all cats be grey at night time, they say, and all spots alike in the dark. However, after confiding the matter to one of his intimate comrades, he did resolve to try the risk, deeming that to win the love of a great lady, which he did conclude her to be, he must suffer no fear or apprehension to stay him. Wherefore the next night, when the king, the queen, and her ladies, all the gentlemen and ladies of the court were retired to bed, he made no fail to be at the spot the messenger had appointed him. The latter in likewise soon came for him there with a companion to help him keep guard if the other were followed neither by page, lackey nor gentleman. The instant he saw him, he said this only, "Come, sir, the lady waits you." Then in a moment he bound his eyes, and did conduct him through dark, narrow places and unknown passages, in such wise that the other told him frankly he had no notion whither he was taking him. Thus did he introduce him to the lady's chamber, which was so dim and dark he could see or distinguish naught therein, no more than in an oven. Well, there he did find the lady smelling right sweet and richly perfumed, the which made him hope for some dainty treat. Whereupon the valet did straightway make him disrobe, and himself aided him, and next led him by the hand, after taking off the kerchief from his face, to the lady's bed, who was awaiting him with right good will. Then did he lay himself down beside her, and began to caress her, in the which he found naught but what was good and delicious, as well her skin as her linen and magnificent bed, which he did explore with his hands. So with right merry cheer did he spend his night with the fair lady. I have heard her name, but will not repeat it. In a word, he was well and thoroughly satisfied at all points, and recognized how he was excellently well lodged for the night. The only thing that troubled him, he said, was that he could never draw one single word out of her. She took good heed of this, seeing he was used oft times to speak with her by day, as with other court ladies, and so would have known her voice directly. Yet at the same time, of frolickings and fondlings, handlings and caresses, and every sort of love shows and wantonness, she was most lavish, and he did find his entertainment much to his mind. Next morning at break of day the messenger did not fail to come and wake him, make him get up, and dress him, then bind eyes as before, lead him back to the spot whence he had taken him, and commend him to God till his next return, which he promised should be soon. Nor did he omit to ask him if he had lied at all, and if he were not glad to have trusted him, and whether he thought he had showed himself a good quartermaster, and had found him good harborage. The handsome Gruffy, after thanking him 100 times, bade him farewell, saying he would always be ready to come back again for such good entertainment, and would be very willing to return when he pleased. This did he, and the merry doings continued a whole month, at the end of which time it behoved Gruffy to depart on his Naples journey. So he took leave of his mistress, and bade her adieu with much regret, yet without drawing one single word from her lips, but only sighs and the tears which he did note to flow from her eyes. The end was he did finally leave her without in the least recognizing her or discovering who she was. Since then, Tease said this lady did practice the same way of life with 2 or 3 others in similar fashion, in this manner taking her enjoyment. And some declared she was fain to adopt this crafty device, because that she was very niggardly, and in this wise did spare her substance, and was not liable to make gifts to her lovers. For in truth is every great lady bound by her honor to give, be it much or little, whether money or rings or jewels, or it may be richly wrought favors. In this way the gallant dame was able to afford her person disport, yet spare her purse, merely by never revealing who she was, and by this means could incur no reproof in relation to either of her purses, whether the natural or the artificial, as she did never let her identity be known. A sorry humor truly for a high-born dame to indulge. Some will doubtless find her method good, while others will blame her, and others again deem her a very astute person. Certain folk will esteem her an excellent manager and a wise, but for myself, I do refer me to others better qualified to form a good judgment thereon than I. At any rate, she can in no wise incur such severe censure as that notorious queen which did dwell in the Hôtel de Nesle at Paris. This wicked woman did keep watch on the passers-by, and such as liked her for their looks and pleased her best, whatsoever sort of folk they were, she would have summoned to her side. Then, after having gotten of them what she would, she did have them cast down from the tower, the which is yet standing, into the water beneath, and so drowned them. I cannot say for sure if this be a true tale. At any rate, the common folk, at least the most of them at Paris, do declare it is. And so familiar is the tale, that if one but point to the tower and ask about it, they will of their own accord recount the story. Well, let us quit these unholy loves, which be nothing better than sheer monstrosities. The better part of our ladies of today do abhor such, as they are surely right to do, preferring to have free and frank intercourse with their lovers and not to deal with them as though they were of stone or marble. Rather, having well and carefully chosen them, they know well how to be bravely and generously served and loved of them. Then when they have thoroughly tried their fidelity and loyalty, they do give themselves up to an ardent love with them, and take their pleasure with the same not masked, nor silent, nor dumb, nor yet in the darkness of night and mystery. Nay, but in the free and open light of day they do suffer them to see, touch, taste, and kiss their fair bodies, entertaining them the while with fine, lecherous discourse, merry, naughty words, and wanton conversation. Yet sometimes will they have recourse to masks, for there be ladies which are at times constrained to wear them when doing of it, whether it be on account of sunburn they do so, for fear of spoiling their complexion, or for other causes. Or they may use them to the end that, if they do get too hot in the work, and are suddenly surprised, their red cheeks may escape note, and the disorder of their countenances. I have known such cases, but the mask doth hide all, and so they befool the world. Of the power of speech in love. I have heard many fair ladies and cavaliers which have practiced love declare how that, but for sight and speech, they had rather be like brute beasts, that following a mere natural appetite of the senses, have no thought of love or affection, but only to satisfy their sensual rage and animal heat. Likewise have I heard many lords and gallants which have lain with high-born ladies say, that they have ever found these 100 times more lascivious and outspoken in words than common women and the like. Herein do they show much art, seeing it is impossible for a man, be he as vigorous as he may, to be always hard at the collar and in full work. So when the lover cometh to lie still and relax his efforts, he doth find it so pleasant and so appetizing ween as his lady doth entertain him with naughty tales and words of wit and wantonness, that Venus, no matter how soundly put to sleep for the time being, is of a sudden waked up again. Nay, many ladies, conversing with their lovers in company, whether in the apartments of queens and princesses or elsewhere, will strangely lure them on, for that they will be saying such lascivious and enticing words to them that both men and women will be just as wanton as in a bed together. Yet all the while we that be onlookers will deem their conversation to be of quite other matters. This again is the reason why Mark Antony did so love Cleopatra and preferred her before his own wife Octavia, who was 100 times more beautiful and lovable than the Egyptian queen. But this Cleopatra was mistress of such happy phrases and such witty conversation, with such wanton ways and seductive graces, that Antony did forget all else for love of her. Plutarch doth assure us, speaking of sundry quips and tricks of tongue she was used to make such pretty play withal, that Mark Antony, when he would fain imitate her, was in his bearing, albeit he was only too anxious to play the gallant lover, like not so much as a common soldier or rough man-at-arms, as compared with her and her brilliant ways of talk. Pliny doth relate a story of her which I think excellent, and so I will repeat the same here in brief. One day, being in one of her wildest moods, she was attired most enticingly and to great advantage, and especially did wear on her head a garland of divers blossoms most suitable to provoke wanton imaginings. Well, as they sat at table, and Mark Antony was fain to drink, she did amuse him with pleasant discourse, and meanwhile all the time she spake, she kept plucking out one by one fair flowers from her garland. But they were really strewed over every one with poisonous essences, and tossing the same from time to time into the cup Antony held ready to drink from. Presently when she had ended her discourse, and Mark Antony was on the point of lifting the goblet to his lips to drink, Cleopatra doth stay him suddenly with her hand, and having stationed some slave or condemned criminal ready to hand, she did call this fellow to her and made them give him the draught Mark Antony was about to swallow. On drinking this he fell down dead, and she turning to Antony said, "And if I did not love you as I do, I should e'en now have been rid of you, yea, and would gladly have had it so, only that I see plainly I cannot live without you." These words and this device were well fitted to confirm Mark Antony in his passion, and to make him even more submissive before his charmer's feet. In such ways did her cleverness of tongue serve Cleopatra, whom all the historians do describe as having been exceedingly ready of speech. Mark Antony was used never to call her anything but the queen, by way of greater distinction. So he did write to Octavius Caesar, previous to the time when they were declared open enemies. "What hath changed you," he writes, "concerning my loving the queen? she is my wife. Is it but now I have begun the connection? You fondle Drusilla, Tortil, Leontiff, and a dozen others. What reck you on whom you do bestow your favor, when the caprice seizeth you? In this letter Mark Antony was for extolling his own constancy, and reproaching the others' changeableness, for loving so many women at once, while himself did love only the queen. And I only wonder Octavius did not love her too after Antony's death. It may well be he had his pleasure when he had her come alone to his chamber, and he there beheld her beauty and heard her address him. Or mayhap he found her not so fair as he had thought, or scorned her for some other reason, and did wish to make his triumph of her at Rome and show her in his public procession. But this indignity she did forestall by her self-inflicted death. There can be no doubt, to return to our first point, that when a woman is fain after love, or is once well engaged therein, no orator in all the world can talk better than she. Consider how Sophonisba hath been described to us by Livy, Appian, and other writers, and how eloquent she did show herself in Maecenas' case, when she did come to him for to win over and claim his love, and later again when it behooved to swallow the fatal poison. In short, every woman, to be well loved, is bound to possess good powers of speech, and in very deed there be few known which cannot speak well and have not words enough to move heaven and earth, yea, though this were fast frozen in midwinter. Above all must they have this gift which devote themselves to love. If they can say not, why, they be so savorless, the morsel they give us hath neither taste nor flavor. Now when M. du Bellay, speaking of his mistress and declaring her ways in the words, De la vertu giscavois deviser, et giscavois telment egaiser, querin quanur ni sortate de ma bouch, sage, o parler et falister a la couche. Of virtue I knew how to discourse, and hold such fair language not but honor did issue from my mouth, modest in speech and wanton abed. Doth describe her as modest in speech and wanton abed. This means, of course, in speaking before company and in general converse. Yet when that she is alone and in private with her lover, every gallant dame is ready enough to be free of her speech and to say what she choose, the better to provoke his passion. I have heard tales told by sundry that have enjoyed fair and high-born ladies, or that have been curious to listen to such talking with others abed, how that these were every whit as free and bold in their discourse as any courtesans they had ever known. And this is a noteworthy fact that, accustomed as they were so to entertain their husbands or lovers with lecherous and wanton words, phrases, and discourse, and even freely to name the most secret parts of their bodies, and this without any disguisement, yet when the same ladies be set to polite converse, they do never go astray, and not one of all these naughty words doth ever issue from their lips. Well, we can only say they are right well skilled in self-command and the art of dissimulation. For no other thing is there which is so frisky and tricksome as a lady's tongue or an harlot's. So I once knew a very fair and honorable lady of the great world, who one day discoursing with an honorable gentleman of the court concerning military events in the civil wars of the time, did say to him, I have heard say the king hath had every spot in all that countryside broke down. Now when she did say every spot, what she meant to say was every bridge, pont, but being just come from her husband, or mayhap thinking of her lover, she still had the other word fresh in her mouth. And this same slip of the tongue did mightily stir up the gentleman for her. Another lady I knew, talking with a certain great lady and one better born than herself, and praising and extolling her beauty, did presently say thus to her, Nay, madam, what I tell you is not to futter you, meaning to say, flatter you, and did afterward correct herself. The fact is her mind was full of futtering and such like. In short, lively speech hath a very great efficacy in the game of love, and where it is lacking, the pleasure is incomplete. So in very truth a fair body, if it have not a fair mind to match, is more like a mere image of itself or idol than a true human body. However fair it may be, it must needs be seconded by a fair mind likewise, if it is to be really loved. And if this be not so by nature, it must be so fashioned by art. The courtesans of Rome do make great mock of the gentlewomen of the same city, which are not trained in witty speech like themselves, and do say of them that Chiavano cum canny, machi sono quiet della bocca cum sassy, that is, they yield them like bitches, but are dumb of mouth like sticks and stones. And this is why I have known many honorable gentlemen which have declined the acquaintance of ladies, and very fair ladies I tell you, because that they were simpletons, without soul, wit, or conversation, and have quitted them for good and all, saying they would as soon have to do with a beautiful statue of fair white marble, like that Athenian youth which did love a statue, and went so far as to take his pleasure thereof. And for the same reason strangers that do travel in foreign lands do seldom care to love foreign women, nor are at all apt to take a fancy to them. For they understand not what they say, and their words in no wise touch their hearts. I speak of course of such as know not their language. And if they do go with them, 'tis but to satisfy nature and quench the mere brute flame of lust, and then andar in barca, away to the ship. As said an Italian who had come ashore one day at Marseille on his way to Spain, and inquired a place where women were to be found. He was directed to a spot where a wedding feast was being held. So when a lady came up to accost him and engage him in conversation, he said to her only, "Vi esmi perdona, non voglio parler, voglio solamente chiaver, e poi mi en andar in barca." Pardon me, madam, I want not to talk, but only to do, and then away again to the ship. A Frenchman doth find no great pleasure with a German, Swiss, Flemish, English, Scotch, Slavonian, or other foreign woman, albeit she should chatter with the best, if he understand her not. But he taketh great delight with his French mistress, or with an Italian or Spanish woman, for generally speaking the most part of Frenchmen of our day, at any rate such as have seen the world a little, can speak or understand these languages. And God wot, it matters not if he be skilled and meet for love, for whosoever shall have to do with a Frenchwoman, an Italian, Spanish, or Greek, and she be quick of tongue, he must needs frankly own he is fairly catched and conquered. In former times this our French tongue was not so excellent and rich a language as nowadays it is, whereas for many a long year the Italian, Spanish, and Greek have been so. And I will freely own I have scarce ever seen a lady of these nations, if she have but practiced a little the profession of love, but hath a very good gift of speech. I do refer me to them that have dealt with such women. Certain it is, a fair lady, if endowed with fair and witty words, doth afford double contentment. Of the power of sight in love. 1. To speak next of the power of sight. Without a doubt, seeing the eyes be the first part to join combat in love, it must be allowed that these do give a very great contentment, weenas they are the means to our beholding something fair and rare in beauty. And by my faith, what thing is there in all the world a man may see fairer than a fair woman, whether clothed and handsomely tricked out, or naked? If clothed, then 'tis only the face you see naked. But even so, when a fair body of a beauteous shape, with fine carriage and graceful port, stately look and proud mien, is presented to our view in all its charms, what fairer and more delightsome display can there be in all the world then again, when you come to enjoy a fair lady, thus fully dressed and magnificently attired, the desire and enjoyment of her are doubled, albeit a man doth see only the face, while all the other parts of the body are hid. For indeed, 'tis a hard matter to enjoy a great lady according to all the conveniences one might desire, unless it were in a chamber apart at full leisure, and in a secret place, to do what one best liketh. So spied upon is such an one of all observers. And this is why a certain great lady I have heard speak of, if ever she did meet her lover conveniently, and out of sight of other folk and fear of surprise, would always seize the occasion at once, to content her wishes as promptly and shortly as ever she could. And indeed she did say to him one day, they were fools, those good ladies of former days, which being fain of over-refinement in their love-pleasure, would shut themselves up in their closets or other privy places, and there would so draw out their sports and pastimes that presently they would be discovered, and their shame made public. Nowadays must we seize opportunity whenever it cometh, with the briefest delay possible, like a city no sooner assailed than invested and straightway captured. And in this wise we do best avoid the chance of scandal. And I ween the lady was quite right, for such men as have practiced love have ever held this a sound maxim, that there is not to be compared with a woman in her clothes. Again, when you reflect how a man doth brave, rumple, squeeze, and make light of his lady's finery, and how he doth work ruin and loss to the grand cloth of gold and web of silver, to tinsel and silken stuffs, pearls and precious stones, 'tis plain how his ardor and satisfaction be increased manifold, far more than with some simple shepherdess or other woman of like quality, be she as fair as she may. And why of yore was Venus found so fair and so desirable? if not that with all her beauty she was always gracefully attired likewise, and generally scented, that she did ever smell sweet 100 paces away. For it hath ever been held of all how that perfumes be a great incitement to love. This is the reason why the empresses and great dames of Rome did make much usage of these perfumes, as do likewise our great ladies of France, and above all those of Spain and Italy, which from the oldest times have been more curious and more exquisite in luxury than Frenchwomen, as well in perfumes as in costumes and magnificent attire, whereof the fair ones of France have since borrowed the patterns and copied the dainty workmanship. Moreover, the others, Italian and Spanish, had learned the same from old models and ancient statues of Roman ladies, the which are to be seen among sundry other antiquities yet extant in Spain and Italy, the which, if any man will regard them carefully, will be found very perfect in mode of hair-dressing and fashion of robes, and very meet to incite love. On the contrary, at this present day, our ladies of France do surpass all others. 'Tis to the Queen of Navarre they do owe thanks for this great improvement. Wherefore is it good and desirable to have to do with such like fair ladies so well appointed, so richly tricked out, and in such stately wise. So have I heard many courtiers, my comrades, declare, as we did discourse together on these matters. De sorte que j'aille audier a aucuns courtesans, mes compagnons, ainsi que nous divisions ensemble, quils les aimient mia ainsi que de sacoutries et couches nous introdulincioles, et dans unlit la plus enrichi de broderie, que elon, sut faire. Daughters descent quil eni avate quil natural, sans aucun fard ni artifice, command grand prince que size. Lequel portant facate coucher says courtesans o dames, dans des draps de taffetas noir bien tendis. Touts news, affin quelur blancheur et delicatus de chair paret, bien mia parmi si noir et donnet plus debet. There can be no real doubt the fairest sight of any in the whole world would be that of a beautiful woman, all complete and perfect in her loveliness. But such an one is ill to find. Thus do we find it recorded of Zeuxis, the famous painter, how that being asked by sundry honorable ladies and damsels of his acquaintance to make them a portrait of the fair Helen of Troy, and depict her to them as beautiful as folk say she was, he was loath to refuse their prayer. But before painting the portrait, he did gaze at them all and each steadfastly, and choosing from one or the other whatever he did find in each severally most beautiful, he did make out the portrait of these fragments brought together and combined, and by this means did portray Helen so beautiful no exception could be taken to any feature. This portrait did stir the admiration of all, but above all of them, which had by their several beauties and separate features helped to create the same no less than Zeuxis himself had with his brush. Now this was as good as saying that in one Helen 'twas impossible to find all perfections of beauty combined, albeit she may have been most exceeding fair above all women. Be this as it may, the Spaniard saith that to make a woman all perfect, complete and absolute in loveliness, she must needs have 30 several beauties, the which a Spanish lady did once enumerate to me at Toledo, a city where be very fair and charming women, and well instructed to boot. The 30 then are as followeth. Translated for the reader's better comprehension: 3 things white, skin, teeth and hands 3 black, eyes, brows and lids 3 red, lips, cheeks and nails 3 long, body, hair and hands 3 short, teeth, ears and feet 3 wide, chest or bosom, forehead and space betwixt the eyes 3 narrow, mouth upper and lower, girth or waist and ankle 3 big and thick, arm, thigh and calf 3 long and fine, fingers, hair and lips 3 small and delicate, breasts, nose and head. Making 30 in all. 'Tis not inconceivable nor impossible, but that all these beauties should be united all together in one and the same fair lady. But in that case, she must needs be framed in the mold of absolute perfection. For indeed to see them all so combined, without there being a single one to carp at, and find at fault is scarce possible. I do refer me to such as have seen beautiful women, or will see such anon, and who would fain be heedful in noting the same and appraising them, what they shall say of them. But though they be not complete and perfectly beautiful in all these points, yet will a beautiful woman always be beautiful, and if she have but the half, and those the chief ones, of the parts and features I have named. For truly I have seen many which had more than the half, and were exceeding fair and very lovable. Just as a wood seemeth ever beautiful in springtide, even though it be not filled with all the little pretty shrubs one might wish for. Yet are there plenty of fine, tall, spreading trees, which by their abundance may very well hide the lack of other smaller vegetation. M. de Ronsard must pardon me, if he will. Never did his mistress, whom he hath represented as so very beautiful, really attain such perfection, nor any other lady he ever saw in his day or did describe. He calleth her his fair Cassandra, and sure I am she was fair, but he hath disguised her under a fictitious name. And the same is equally true of his Marie, who never bore other name but that, as it is of the first mentioned. Still it is allowed to poets and painters to say and do what pleaseth them. For instance, you will find in the Orlando Furioso wondrous fair beauties portrayed by Ariosto, those of Alcina, and of many another fair one. All this is well enough, but as I have heard a great personage of my acquaintance say, never could plain nature make so fair and perfect a woman as the keen and subtle imagination of some eloquent poet might featly describe, or the pencil and brush of some inspired painter represent. No matter. A man's eyes are ever satisfied to see a beautiful woman of fair, clear-complexioned, and well-featured face. Yea. And though it be somewhat brown of hue, 'tis all one, the brunette is as good as the blonde many a time, as the Spanish girl hath it, aunque io jamorisca no soy de menos presire, brown though I be, I am not to be scorned for that. So the fair Marfisa era brunetta alquanto was something brown of face. Still must not the brown overset the white too much. Again, a beautiful countenance must be borne by a body fashioned and built to correspond. This doth hold good of little as well as big, but tall stature will ever take first place. Well, as to seeking out such like exquisite points of beauty as I have just spoke of, and as poets have of old depicted, this we may very well dispense with, and find pleasure enough in our common and everyday beauties. Not that I would say common in any ill sense, for verily we have some so rare that, by my faith, they be better far than all those which your fantastic poets, and whimsical painters, and lyrical extollers of female charms could ever delineate. Alas, the worst of it is this. Ween as we do see such like fair beauties and gracious countenances, we do admire and long for the fair bodies to match, for the love of the pretty faces. But lo, in some cases, when these come to be revealed and brought to light, we do lose all appetite therefor. They be so ugly, spoiled, blotched, disfigured, and hideous, they do give the lie direct to the face. This is one of the ways we men are oft sore taken in. Hereof we have a good example in a certain gentleman of the island of Majorca, by name Raymond Lull, of a very good, wealthy, and ancient family. This nobleman, by reason of his high birth, his valor and merit, was appointed in the prime of his years to the governorship of the said island. While in this office, as will oft happen to governors of provinces and cities, he did grow enamored of a beautiful lady of the island, one of the most accomplished, beautiful, and ready-witted women of those parts. Long and eagerly did he court her, and at length, seeing he was ever demanding the reward of his exertions, the lady, after refusing as long as ever she could, did one day give him an assignation. This he did not fail to keep, nor did she, but presently appeared thereat, more beautiful than ever and more richly apparelled. Then just as he thought the gates of paradise were opening for him, lo! She stepped forward, and did show him her breast and bosom all covered over with a dozen plasters, and tearing these off one after other, and angrily tossing them to the ground, did exhibit a horrid cancer to him. So with tears in her eyes, she did rehearse all her wretchedness and her affection to him, and asked him, was there then such mighty cause why he should be so much enamored of her, making him so sad and dismal a discourse, that he did presently leave her, all overcome with ruth for the grief of this fair lady. Then later, after making supplication to God for her restoration to health, he did give up his office and turned hermit. Afterward, on returning from the holy wars, to the which he had vowed himself, he went to study at Paris under Arnaldus de Villanova, a learned philosopher. Then after finishing his course there, he did withdraw into England, where the king of that day did welcome him with all the good will in the world for the sake of his deep learning. And seeing he did transmute sundry ingots and bars of iron, copper, and tin, scorning the common, trivial fashion of transmuting lead and iron into gold. For he knew how more than one of his contemporaries could do this much as well as he, whereas he had skill to do both this and the other as well. But he was fain to perform a feat above the capacity of the rest of alchemists. I have this tale from a gallant gentleman, which told me himself had it of the jurisconsult Oldrade. This author doth speak of Raymond Lull in the commentary he made on the Code de Falsa Moneta, on false coining. Likewise he had it, so he said, on the authority of Carolus Bovalus, a native of Picardy, who hath writ in Latin a life of this same Raymond Lull. This is how he did rid himself of his craving for the love of this fair lady. Other men, teas very like, had done differently, and would not have ceased to love, but shutting their eyes would e'en have taken what they did desire of her. This he might well enough have done, had he been so minded, seeing the part he did aim at was in no wise touched by any such disease. I knew once a gentleman and a widow lady of the great world, which were not so scrupulous. For though the lady was afflicted with a great and foul cancer of the breast, yet he did not hesitate to wed her, nor she to take him, contrary to her mother's advice. I knew likewise a very honorable gentleman and a great friend of mine, who told me that one time being at Rome, he did chance to love a certain Spanish lady, one of the fairest was ever seen in that city. Now when he did go with her, she would never suffer him to see her, nor ever to touch her, but only with her clothes on. For if ever he was for touching her, she would cry out in Spanish, "Ah, no me toques, Harry's me quasquillas," that is to say, "Nay, do not touch me, you tickle me." But one morning, passing by her house and finding the door open, he goes boldly in. So having entered, without meeting either domestic, page, or any living soul, he did penetrate to her bedchamber, and there found her so fast asleep he had leisure to behold and examine her at his ease, for that it was very hot weather. And he declared he did never see aught so fair as was her body, excepting only that he did discover how that, while the one thigh was fair, white, smooth, and well-shapen, the other was all dried up, withered, and shrunken, so that it looked no bigger than a young child's arm. Who so astonished as my friend? Who yet did not much compassionate her, and never after returned to visit her, nor had any subsequent dealings with her. Many ladies there be which are not indeed thus shrunken by disease, yet are so thin, scraggy, withered, and fleshless they can show naught but the mere skeleton of a woman. Thus did I know one, a very great lady, of whom the Bishop of Cisteron, one of the wittiest men at court, did by way of jest and jibe declare that it were better to sleep with a rat-trap of brass wire than with her. In a like strain did another gentleman of the court, when we were rallying him on having dealings with a certain great lady, reply, "Nay, but you are all wrong, for indeed I do love good flesh too well, and she hath naught but bones." Yet to look at these two ladies, so fair and beauteous of face, you would have supposed them both most fleshy and right dainty morsels. A very high-born prince of the great world did chance once to be in love with two very fair ladies at one and the same time, as doth often happen to the great, which do love change and variety. The one was exceeding fair, the other a brunette, but both the twain right handsome and most lovable women. So one day as he came away from visiting the dark one, her fair rival being jealous did say to him, "Ah, ha, so you've been flying for crow." Whereto the prince did make answer, something angered and ruffled at the word, "And when I am with you, my lady, what am I flying for then?" The lady straight made answer, "Why, for a phoenix, to be sure." But the prince, who had as ready a tongue as most, did retort, "Nay, say rather for a bird of paradise, the which hath ever more feathers than flesh," casting up at her by this word how that she was rather thin and meager. The fact is she was too young a thing to be very fat, stoutness commonly coming only upon such women as are getting on in years, at the time when they do begin to lay on flesh and get bigger in limbs and all bodily parts. A certain gentleman did make a good reply to a great lord I wot of, both had handsome wives. The great lord in question found the gentleman much to his taste and most enticing, so one day he said to him, "Sir, I must e'en sleep with your wife." To this the gentleman, without a thought, for he was very ready of tongue, did answer, "I am willing enough, but on condition I sleep with yours." The lord replied, "Why, what would you be at? I tell you mine is so thin you would not find her to your taste at all." To this the gentleman did retort, "Yea, by my faith, gila larderai si menu qua gila rendrai de bon gout." Many women there be whose pretty, chubby faces make men feign to enjoy them, yet, when they do come to it, they find them so fleshless the pleasure and temptation be right soon done away. Among other defects, we do often find the gridiron form, as it called, the bones so prominent and fleshless they do press, and chafe a man as sorely as though he had a mule's pack-saddle on him. To remedy this, there be some dames are used to employ little cushions or pads, very soft and very delicately made, to bear the brunt and avoid chafing. I have heard speak of many which have used these in such wise that lovers not in the secret, when they do come to them, find naught but what is good to touch, and are quite persuaded, tease their mistress's natural plumpness. For above the satin, they will wear thin, loose, white muslin. In this way, the lover would leave the lady well pleased and satisfied, and himself deem her a right good mistress. Other women again there be which have the skin all veined and marked like marble, or like mosaic work, dappled like a fawn's coat, itchy and subject to sores and farcies. In a word, so foul and disfigured the sight thereof is very far from pleasant. I have heard speak of a certain great lady, and I have known her myself and do know her still, who is all shaggy and hairy over the chest, stomach, shoulders, and all down the spine like a savage. I leave you to imagine the effect. The proverb hath it, no person thus hairy is ever rich or wanton. But verily in this case the lady is both the one and the other, I can assure you, and is well able to win admirers, to please their eye and gain their love. Others' skin is like goose flesh or like a feathered starling, all rugged and cross-grained, and black as the devil. Others are blessed with great dangling bosoms, hanging down worse than a cow's giving its calf milk. Very sure am I these be not the fair breasts of Helen, who one day desiring to present to the temple of Diana an elegant cup in fulfillment of a vow, and employing a goldsmith to make it for her, did cause him to model the same on one of her lovely breasts. He did make the goblet of white gold, and in such wise that folk knew not which to admire the most, the cup itself or its resemblance to the beautiful bosom which he had taken for his pattern. It looked so round and sweet and plump, the copy only made men the more to desire the real thing. Pliny doth make a special mention thereof, in the place where he treateth of the existence of white gold. 'Tis very strange, but of white gold was this goblet made. But who, I should like to know, would care to model golden cups on the great ugly breasts I speak of and have seen? We should be bound to give the goldsmith a big supply of gold, and then all our expense would but end in laughter and mockery, when we should cry, "Look, see our cup wrought on the model of so-and-so's breasts." Indeed, they would not so much be like drinking cups at all as those great wooden puncheons, round and big-bellied, we see used for feeding swine withal. Others there be the nipples of whose breasts are for all the world like a rotten pear. Others again whose bodies are all rough and wrinkled, that you would take them for old leathern game bags, such as troopers and innkeepers carry. This cometh to women which have borne children, but who have not been properly seen to by the midwives. On the contrary, there be others which have the same sweet and smooth and polished, and their bosom as plump and pretty as if they were still maids. Other women there be have their parts so pale, and one you would say they had the fever. Such do resemble some drunkards, which though they do drink more wine than a sucking pig, are yet always as pale as the dead. Wherefore do men call them traitors to their wine, as in contrast with such tipplers as are rosy-faced. In like fashion women that are pale in this region might very well be spoke of as traitors to Venus, were it not for the proverb which saith, "A pale whore and a red-faced scamp." Be this as it may, there is no doubt their being pale and wan is not agreeable to see, and is very far from resembling that of one of the fairest ladies of our time, and one that doth hold high rank, and myself have seen her, who they used to say did commonly sport 3 fine colors altogether, to wit scarlet, white, and black. For her mouth was brilliant and as red as coral, her hair pretty and curly and as black as ebony. So should it ever be, for indeed this is one of the chiefest beauties of a woman. Then the skin was white as alabaster, and was finely shadowed by this dark hair. A fair sight in truth. I have heard Madame de Fontaine-Chalendré, known as the Fair Torcy, relate how that her mistress, Queen Aline, being robed and dressed, did appear a very beauteous princess, and indeed there be many which have seen her looking so at our king's court, and of a good noble figure. But being stripped, she did seem a very giantess in body, so long was it and big, whereas going lower down, she seemed but a dwarf, so short and small were her thighs and legs and all those parts. Another great lady I have heard speak of was just the opposite. For whereas in body she looked a dwarf, so short and diminutive was it. For the rest down below she was a perfect giantess or colossus, so big, long, and high-forked were her thighs and legs, though at the same time well-proportioned and fleshy. There be many husbands and lovers among us Christians which do desire to be in all respects different from the Turks, which last take no pleasure in looking at women closely, because they say, as I have stated above, they have no shape. We Christians on the other hand do find, 'tis said, great contentment in regarding them carefully and do delight in such. Nay, Not only do men enjoy seeing them, but likewise in kissing, and many ladies have shown their lovers the way. Thus a Spanish lady did reply to her lover on his quitting her one day with the words, "Beso las manos y los pies, senora. Senor, en el medio está la mejor station." Other women have their thighs so ill-proportioned, so unattractive-looking, and so badly made that they deserve not to be regarded or desired at all. And the same is true of their legs, which in some be so stout and heavy you would say the thick part thereof was a rabbit's belly when it is with young. In others again they be so thin and tiny, and so like a stork's shanks, you might well deem them flute pipes rather than a woman's thighs and legs. What the rest is like, I will leave you to imagine. If I were to detail all the other beauties and deformities women are subject to, truly I should never have done. Now all I do say hearing it, or might say, is never of low-born or common women, but always of high-born, or at least well-born ladies, which by their fairness of face do set the world on fire, but what of their person is hid doth but ill correspond. 2. It is no long while agon since in a certain district of Guyenne a married dame, of very good station and descent, had a strange adventure. As she was overlooking her children's studies, lo, their tutor, by some madness or frenzy of the brain, or maybe from a fierce access of love that did suddenly master him, did take a sword belonging to her husband, and which lay on the bed, and did assail her so furiously as that he did transpierce her 2 thighs and her 2 labia from the one part to the other. Whereof she did after all but die, and would have right out but for the help of an excellent surgeon. She might well say of her poor body how that it had been in 2 divers wars, and assailed in 2 different ways. The sight thereof afterward was, I imagine, scarce agreeable, seeing it was so scarred and its wings so torn. I say wings, for while the Greeks do call these labia hymenaea, the Latins name the same wings, the moderns labia or lips, and sundry other names. For truly there is no beast or bird, be it falcon, raw and untrained, like that of our young girls, or hawk, whether haggard or well practiced, as of our married women and widows, that doth go more nimbly or hath the wings so active. Other women, for dread of colds and catarrhs, do smother themselves in bed with cape and mufflers about the head, till upon my word they do look more like old witches than young women. Yet once out of bed, they are as smart as dolls. Others again be all rouged and painted up like images, fine enough by day, but a night's the paint is off, and they are as ugly as sin. It were well to examine such like dames before loving, marrying, and enjoying the same, as Octavius Caesar was used to do. For along with his friends, he did have sundry great ladies and Roman matrons stripped naked, and even virgins of marriageable age, and did examine them from head to foot, as if they had been slave women and purchased serfs. The said examination was carried out by a certain horse jockey or dealer by name Tauranus, and according as this man did approve and find them to his liking, and unspoiled, would the emperor take his pleasure with them. This is precisely what the Turks do in their slave market at Constantinople and other great towns, when they buy slaves, whether male or female. Well, I will say no more of all this. Indeed, methinks I have already said overmuch. So this is how we be sore deceived in many sights we at the first imagine and believe very admirable. But if we be thus deceived in some good ladies, no less are we edified and well satisfied in other some, the which are so fair and sweet and clean, so fresh and plump, so lovable and desirable, in one word so perfect in all their bodily parts, that after them all sights in this world are but mean and empty. Whence it cometh there be men, which at such a sight do so lose their wits they must at once to work. Moreover, 'tis often the case that such fair dames do find pleasure in showing their persons, and do make no difficulty so to do, knowing themselves as they do without spot or blemish, to the end they may the better rouse temptation and concupiscence in our manly bosoms. One day when we were together at the siege of La Rochelle, the late unfortunate Duc de Guise, which did me the honor to hold me in affection, did come and show me some tables he had just filched from Monsieur the King's brother, our general in that enterprise, from out the pocket of his breeches, and said thus, "Monsieur hath done me a displeasure, and mocked me concerning my love for a certain lady. Well, I would fain now take my revenge. Look at these tables of his, and read what I have writ therein." With this he did hand me the tables, and I saw writ therein in his hand these 4 verses following, which he had just made up, only that the word was set down outright in the first line. Si vous n'y aimez conju il en a pas tenu à moi, car vous aimez bien venu et vous I monster de quoi. If you have not known me, this is no fault of mine. For indeed you have seen me naked, and I have shown you all you need. After he did tell me the lady's name, an unmarried girl to say truth, which I did already suspect. I said I was greatly surprised the prince had never touched or known her, seeing his opportunities had been very ample, and he was credited by common report with being her lover. But he did answer, 'twas not so, and that it was solely by his own fault. To which I replied, then it must needs, my lord, have been, either that at the time he was so weary and so sated in other quarters he was unable to bear the brunt, or else that he was so entranced with the contemplation of her naked charms that he did give never a thought to the active part. Well, it may be, the prince answered, he was good to do it, but anyhow this time he failed to take his opportunity. So I am having my fun of him, and I am going to put his tables back in his pocket, which he will presently examine, as is his wont, and must needs read what I have writ. And so I have my revenge. This he did, and never after did they twain meet without having a good laugh over it, and a merry passage of arms. For at that period was great friendship and intimacy betwixt these two, though after so strangely altered. A lady of the great world, or to speak strictly a young maid, was held in much love and close intimacy by a certain great princess. The latter was one time in her bed, resting, as was her wont, when a gentleman did come to see the damsel, one which was deep in love with her, albeit he had not at all but his love to aid his suit. Then the fair lady, being so well loved and on such intimate terms with her mistress the princess, did come to her as she lay, and nimbly, without any warning whatsoever, did suddenly drag away all the coverings from off her, in such wise that the gentleman, by no means slow to use his eyes, did instantly cast them on her, and beheld, as he did tell me the tale afterward, the fairest sight ever he saw or is like to see, her beautiful body, and all her lovely, white, exquisite person. That did make him think he was gazing on the beauties of paradise. But this scarce lasted an instant, for the moment the bedclothes were thrown off, the lady did snatch back the same, the girl having meanwhile run off. Yet as luck would have it, the more the fair lady did struggle to pull back the coverings, the more she did display her charms. This in no wise spoiled the sight, and the pleasure the gentleman had therein, who you may be sure did not put himself about to help her. He had been a fool so to do. However, presently in one way or another she did get her coverings over her again as before, chiding her favorite, but gently withal, and telling her she should pay for her pranks. The damsel, who had slipped away a little out of her reach, did only reply, Madam, you did play me a trick a while agone. Forgive me if that I have paid you back in your own coin. And so saying, through the chamber door and away. But peace was not long a-making. Meanwhile the gentleman was so content with what he had seen, and so full of ecstasy, delight and satisfaction, I have heard him declare 100 times over he did wish for naught else his life long, but only to live and dream of this fair sight day by day. And in sooth, he was right for to judge by the fair face that is without a rival and the beauteous bosom that hath so ravished mankind, there must indeed have been yet more exquisite dainties. And he did affirm that among these charms, the said lady did possess the finest figure, and the best developed ever he did set eyes on. And it may well be so, for she was of a very rich and opulent figure, and this must needs be one of the chief of all a woman's beauties, and like a frontier fortress, one of the most necessary and indispensable. When the said gentleman had told me all his tale, I could only bid him, live on, my friend, live on. With this divine sight to dream on and this happy contemplation, you should never die. And heaven grant me before I die, at least to see so fair a spectacle. The said gentleman did surely owe an eternal debt of gratitude to the damsel, and did ever after honor and love her with all his heart. And he did woo her right eagerly as lover, yet married her not at the last, for another suitor, richer than he, did carry her off, for truly, 'tis the way of all women to run after the solid good things of life. Sights like this be fair and right pleasant, yet must we beware they work not harm, as the view of the beauteous Diana in her nakedness did to poor Actaeon, or yet another I am about to tell of. A great king did in his day love fondly a very beautiful, honorable and great lady, a widow, so that men did esteem him bewitched of her charms. For little did he reck of other women, or even of his wife, except only now and again, for this fair lady did always have the pick of the flowers of his garden. This did sorely grieve the queen, for she knew herself as fair and lovable, as well deserving of loyal service and as worthy to enjoy such dainty morsels as the other. All this did both anger and surprise her much, wherefore having made her moan to a great lady which was her chief favourite, she did plot with her, and contrive if there were no way whereby she might and spy through some peephole the game her husband and the lady should play together. And accordingly, she did contrive to make sundry holes in the ceiling of the said lady's chamber, for to see it all, and the life they twain should lead with one another. So they did set them to view the sight, yet beheld not but what was fair to see, for they did behold only a most beauteous, white and delicately made woman, tender and sweet, half muffled in her shift, entertaining of her lover with pretty, dainty caresses and most tricksome pranks, and her lover performing the like to her. Then presently the twain would lie and frolic together on the thick, soft carpet which was by the bedside, so to escape the heat and the better to enjoy the cool. For it was then at the hottest of the year. And myself have also known another very great prince, which was used to take his amusement with his wife in this fashion, to avoid the heat brought on by the great warmth of the summer season, as himself did declare. The unhappy queen then, having seen and observed it all, did a very despite set to and weep, sob, sigh, and make sore moan, thinking, and saying too, how that her husband did never the like with her, nor ever went through such like amorous follies as she had seen him perform with his mistress. The other lady, which was with her, did what she could for to comfort her, and chided her for making so sad a moan, saying what was true enough, that as she had been so curious as to spy out such doings, she could scarce have expected else. To this the queen did make no other answer but only this, alas! Yes, I was wilful, and fain to see a thing I should never have beheld, for verily the sight thereof did hurt me very sore. Nathless did she find some comfort anon and resolution of mind, and did leave off sorrowing. I have heard yet another story of an honourable lady, who when a girl was whipped by her mother twice every day, not that she had done aught wrong, but because, as she supposed, her mother did find a pleasure in seeing her so wriggle. I have heard even a worse thing of a great lord and prince, more than 80 years agone, how that before going to cohabit with his wife, he was used to have himself whipped, not being able to be moved nor to do anything without this ridiculous remedy. I should greatly like some competent physician to tell me the reason hereof. That great and distinguished author, Pico della Mirandola, doth declare himself to have seen a gallant of his day, who the more he was thrashed with heavy blows of a stirrup-leather, the more was he thereby fierce after women. Never was he so valiant with them as after he had been so leathered, though when it was once well done, he was as fierce as any man. Truly here be some strange and terrible caprices. At any rate to see others whipped is a more agreeable sort of humour than this last. 3. When I was at Milan, I was one day told a diverting tale, how the late Marquis de Pescara, dead no long while agone, erst viceroy of Sicily, did fall deeply in love with a very fair lady. And so one morning, believing her husband was gone abroad, he set forth to visit her, finding her still abed. But in conversation with her, he did win naught else but only to see her, gaze at her under the clothes at his leisure, and touch her with his hand. While this was a-doing, lo, the husband did appear, a man which was not of the high consideration of the Marquis in any respect, and did surprise them in such sort that the Marquis had no time to get back his glove, the which was lost some way or another among the sheets, as doth frequently happen. Presently, after exchanging a few words with him, he did leave the chamber, conducted to the door by the husband. The latter on returning did, as chance would have it, discover the Marquis's glove lost among the sheets, the lady not having noticed the same. This he did take and lock up, and after, putting on a cold demeanour toward his wife, did long remain without sleeping with her or touching her at all. Wherefore one day she being alone in her chamber, did set hand to pen and write this quatrain following. Vigna era, vigna sun, irripodata, or punon sun e non so per qual cagen non mi poda il mio patron. So leaving these verses writ out on the table, anon the husband came and saw the lines, and so taketh pen and doth thus reply. Vigna iri, vigna se irripodata, e punon se per la granfa del leon, non ti poda il tuo patron. These he did leave likewise on the table. The whole was carried to the Marquis, who made answer. Alla vigna che voidite io fui, equi restile zi il pimpano, guarda la vite ma, si dio emagidi non tace. This in turn was shown to the husband, who satisfied with so honourable a reply and fair apology, did take his vine to him again, and did cultivate the same as industriously as heretofore, and never were husband and wife happier together. I will now translate the verses from the Italian, that all may follow the sense. I was a vine, and am so still. I was well cultivated, but am so no more. And I know not for what cause my master doth not now cultivate me as before. Answer. A vine thou wert, and art so still. Thou wert well cultivated, and art so no more. Because of the lion's claw, for this cause thy master doth not now cultivate thee as before. Answer of the Marquis. The vine you both do speak of I visited 'tis true, and tarried a space. I lifted the cluster and looked at the grape, but so God help me, touched not at all. By the lion's claw, the husband meaneth, to signify the glove he had found lost between the sheets. A good husband this, which did not take umbrage over much, and putting away his suspicions, did thus forgive his wife. And there is no doubt there be ladies which do take such a delight in themselves, they do love to see themselves naked and gaze at their own beauty, in such wise that they are filled with ravishment beholding themselves so lovely, like Narcissus. What then, I ask, is it like we men should do, weenas we do see and gaze at the same? Mariamne, the wife of Herod, a fair and honorable lady, when that one day her husband was fain to sleep with her at full midday, and see openly all her charms, did refuse flatly, so Josephus doth record. Nor did he insist on his rights as a husband, as did a great lord I knew once with his wife, one of the fairest of the fair, whom he did enjoy thus in open day, and did strip her stark naked, she protesting stoutly the while. After, he did send her women to her to dress her again, who did find her all in tears and filled with shame. Other dames, on the contrary, there be which do make no set scruples of the sort at making display of their beauty and showing themselves thus, the better to stir their lovers, passion and caprice, and draw them the more fondly to them. Yet will they in no wise suffer them to enjoy their most precious favor. Some indeed, ill liking to halt on so pleasant a road, soon go further, but others there be, I have heard tell of not a few such, which have long time entertained their lovers with such fair sights, and no more. Happy they which have patience so to bide their time, without yielding overmuch to temptation. Yet must the man be fair bewitched of virtue who, seeing a beautiful woman, doth give his eyes no gratification. So was Alexander the Great used to say at whiles to his friends, how that the Persian maids did much hurt the eyes of such as did gaze at them. And for this cause, when he held prisoners the daughters of King Darius, he would never greet them but with downcast eyes, and likewise as seldom as ever he could, for fear he should have been overcome by the excellence of their beauty. Not in those times only, but likewise in our own days, among all the women of the East, the Persian fair ones do bear the bell and prize of beauty, and fine proportion of bodily parts, and natural charm, as well as of becoming grace and fitness in dress and footgear. And above all others, they of the ancient and royal city of Shiraz. These last be so commended for their beauty, fair skin, civility of manners, and sweet grace, that the Moors do say in an old and well-known proverb, how that their prophet Mahomet would never go to Shiraz, for fear, had he once set eyes on its lovely women, his soul after death would never have entered paradise. Travelers which have been to that city and writ thereof do say the same. And herein observe the hypocrisy of that same dissolute and rascal prophet and his pretended continence, as if it were not to be found writ down, as Balan doth tell us, in an Arab work entitled Of the Good Customs of Mahomet, extolling the prophet's corporeal vigor, how that he was used to boast of working and satisfying all his 11 wives which he had in a single hour, one after the other. To the deuce with the rascally fellow, let us speak no more of him. When all is said and done, I had as lief never have named him at all. I have heard this question raised concerning the behavior of Alexander, which I have described above, and that of Scipio Africanus, to wit which of the twain did merit the greater praise of continency. Alexander, distrusting the strength of his chasteness, did refuse even to look at the fair Persian maids. Scipio, after the taking of New Carthage, did look at the beautiful Spanish girl his soldiers brought him and offered him as his share of the booty, which maid was so excellent in beauty, and of so fair a time of life and flower of age, that wheresoever she did pass, she would brighten and charm the eyes of all that did behold her, and eke of Scipio himself. But he, after greeting her right courteously, did make inquiry of what city of Spain she was, and of her family. Then was he informed, among other things, how that she was betrothed to a young man, Lucius by name, prince of the Celtiberians, to whom he did give her up and to her father and mother, without ever laying a hand on her. By which conduct he did lay the said lady, her relations and her betrothed, under such obligation that they did ever after show themselves most well affectioned to the city of Rome and the Commonwealth. Yet who knoweth but in her secret soul this fair damsel had not rather have been assailed first of all by Scipio, who, remember, was young, handsome, brave, valiant, and victorious. It may well be that if some bosom friend, male or female of the girls, had asked her on her faith and conscience whether she had not wished it so, I leave it to the reader to suppose what she would have answered, and if at the least she would not have made some little sign or gesture signifying what her real wish had been. For think how the climate of her country and that westering sun of Spain might well have made her hot and keen for love, as it hath many another fair lady of that land, as fair and gracious as she, in our own day, as myself have seen many an one. It can scarce be doubted, then, if this fair and honorable maid had but been asked and courted of the young and handsome Scipio, but she would have taken him at the word, yea, even on the altar of her heathen gods. Herein hath Scipio doubtless been commended highly of some for his noble gift of continence. Yet hath he been no less blamed of others, for wherein may a brave and valorous gallant better show forth the generosity of his heart towards a fair and honorable lady than by manifesting to her in deeds that he doth prize her beauty and highly admire it. Better this than treating her with that cold respect, that modesty and discretion, the which I have heard many good gentlemen and honest ladies call rather by the name of silliness and want of spirit than of virtue. Nay, verily, 'tis not such qualities at all a beautiful and worthy dame doth love in her heart of hearts, but rather good love and service that is prudent, discreet, and secret. In one word, as an honorable lady did one day exclaim a reading of this tale, Scipio was a fool, valiant, and noble captain as he was, to go out of his way so to bind folk to him under obligation, and to the Roman side by any such silly ways, when he might have done it just as well by other means more convenient. Beside, 'twas booty of war, whereof a man may take his joy and triumph as legitimately as of any other thing whatsoever in the world, or more so. The great first founder of Rome did not so, on occasion of the rape of the fair Sabine women, toward her which fell to his share. Rather he did to her according to his good pleasure, and paid her no cold respect whatever. This she did relish well enough and felt no grievance, neither she nor her companions, which did very soon make accord with their new husbands and ravishers. The women for their part did make no complaint like their fathers and mothers, which did rouse a fierce war of reprisals. True it is, folk be of different sorts, and there be women and women. Some are loth to yield to any stranger in this sort, herein more resembling the wife of King Orsiagon, one of the Galatian monarchs of Asia Minor. She was of a perfect beauty, and being taken captive on the king's defeat by a Roman centurion and solicited in her honor, she did stand firm in refusal, having a horror of yielding herself to him, a man of so low and base a station compared with herself. Wherefore he did have her by force and violence, whom the fortune and chance of war had given him by right of conquest to make his slave of. But 'twas no long while before he did repent him, and meet with vengeance for this offense. For the queen, having promised him a great ransom for her liberty, and both being come to the appointed place for him to receive the money, she did have him slain, as he was accounting of the gold, and did carry away it and his head to her husband. To this last she did confess freely how that the Roman had indeed violated her chastity, but that she had taken her vengeance of him therefore in this fashion, the which her husband did approve, and did highly honor her for her behavior. And from that day forth, said the history, she did faithfully keep her honor unsullied to the last day of her life with all scrupulousness and seriousness. Anyway, she did enjoy this good treat, albeit it did come from a low-born fellow. Lucretia did otherwise, for she tasted not the pleasure at all, albeit solicited by a gallant king. Herein was she doubly a fool, first not to gratify him on the spot and readily enough, and secondly to kill herself. To return once more to Scipio, 'twould seem he knew not yet the ways of war concerning booty and pillage. For by what I learn of a great captain of our troops, there is no such dainty morsel for loot as a woman taken in war. The same good soldier did make much mock of sundry others his comrades, which were used to insist above all things, at assaults and surprises of towns, on the saving of the women's honor, as well as on divers other occasions and rencontres. This is sheer folly, seeing women do always love men of arms more than any others, and the very roughness of these doth give them the better appetite. So who can find aught to blame? The pleasure is theirs, their honor and their husbands' is in no way fouled, and where is the mighty harm and ruin? And yet another point, they do oft by this means save their husbands' goods and lives, as did Una, wife of Bogud or Bacchus, king of Mauritania, to whom Caesar did give great possessions, and to her husband likewise, not so much. We may well believe, for having followed his side as Juba, king of Bithynia did that of Pompey, as because she was a beautiful woman, and Caesar did have the enjoyment of her pleasant favors. Many other excellent conveniences are there, and advantages of these loves I must needs pass over. Yet this same great captain would exclaim, in spite of them all would other commanders, his comrades and fellows, obeying silly, old-fashioned laws of war, be fain to preserve the honor of women. But surely, 'twere more meet first to find out in secrecy and confidence their real wishes, and then decide what to do. Or mayhap they be of the complexion of our friend Scipio, who is worse than the gardener's dog, which, as I have before said, will neither himself eat the cabbages in the garden, nor yet let other folk taste of them. This is the way he did treat the unhappy Massinissa, who had so oft times risked his life for him and for the Roman people, and so sore labored, sweated, and endeavored for to gain him glory and victory. Yet after all he did refuse him the fair Queen Sophonisba, and did rob him of her, seeing he had chose her for his chiefest and most precious spoil. He did take her from him to send her to Rome, there to live out the rest of her days as a wretched slave, if Massinissa had not found a remedy to save her from this fate. The conqueror's glory had been fairer and nobler if she had appeared at Rome as a glorious and stately queen, and wife of Massinissa, so that folk would have said, as they saw her go by, "Look, one of the fair vestiges of Scipio's conquests. Surely true glory doth lie much rather in the display of great and noble things than of mean and degraded." In fine, Scipio, in all this discussion, was shown to have committed grievous faults, whether because he was an enemy of the whole female sex, or as having been altogether impotent to satisfy its wishes. And yet, Tease said that in his later years he did engage in a love intrigue with one of his wife's maids, the which the latter did very patiently endure, for reasons that might easily be alleged to account for the said complacency. 4. However, to return from the digression I have just been indulging in and come back into the direct course of my argument, I do declare as my last word in this discourse, that nothing in all the wide world is so fair to see and look upon as a beautiful woman splendidly attired or else daintily disrobed and laid upon a fair bed, provided always she be sound and sweet, without blemish, blot, or defect, as I have aforesaid. King Francis I was used to say, no gentleman, howsoever magnificent, could in any better wise receive a great lord, howsoever mighty and high-born, at his mansion or castle, than by offering to his view on his first arrival a beautiful woman, a fine horse, and a handsome hound. For by casting his gaze now on the one, now on the other, and presently on the third, he would never be aweary in that house, having there the three things most pleasant to look upon and admire, and so exercising his eyes right agreeably. Queen Isabel of Castile was wont to say, there were 4 things did give her very great pleasure to behold. Hombre d'armas en campo, obispo puesto en pontifical, linda dama en la cama, y ladron en la horca. A man of arms in the field, a bishop in his pontificals, a fair lady in her bed, and a thief on the gallows. I have heard the late Cardinal de Lorraine, a short while since deceased, relate how on the occasion of his going to Rome to the court of Pope Paul Roman IV, to break off the truce made with the emperor, he did pass through Venice, where he was very honorably received, we cannot doubt, seeing he was so high in the favor of so high and puissant a king. The most noble and magnificent senate of that city did set forth in a body to meet him. Presently, passing up the Grand Canal, where every window of all the houses was crowded with all the fairest ladies of the place, who had assembled thither to see the state entry, there was a certain great man of the highest rank which did discourse to him on the business of the state, and spake at length of great matters. But after a while, seeing the cardinal was for ever casting his eyes and fixing them on all these beautiful dames, he said to him in his native Venetian dialect, "My lord cardinal, I think you heed me not, and you are right enough. For surely 'tis much more pleasure and diversion to watch these fair ladies at the windows, and take delight of their beauty, than to listen to the talk of a peevish old man like me, even though he should be talking of some great achievement and success to redound to your advantage. On this the cardinal, who had no lack of ready wit and memory, did repeat to him word for word all he had said, leaving the good old man excellently well pleased with him, and full of wonder and esteem, seeing that for all his feasting of his eyes on the fair ladies of Venice, he had neither forgot nor neglected aught of all he had said to him. Any man which hath seen the court of our French kings, Francis I, Henry Roman II, and other sovereigns his sons, will freely allow, whosoever he be, and though he have seen all the world, he hath never beheld aught so fair and admirable as the ladies which did frequent their court, and that of the queens and princesses, their wives, mothers, and sisters. Yet a still fairer sight would he have seen, say some, if only the grandsire of Master Gonin had yet been alive, who by dint of his contrivances, illusions, witchcrafts, and enchantments could have shown the same all undressed and stripped naked, as they say he did once in a private company at the behest of King Francis. For indeed, he was a man very expert and subtile in his art of sorcery, whose grandson, the which we have ourselves seen, knew not at all in this sort to be compared with him. This sight, I ween, would be as agreeable and diverting as was of yore that of the Egyptian women at Alexandria, on occasion of the reception and welcoming of their great god Apis, to greet whom they were used to go forth in great state, and lifting their gowns, bodices, and shifts, and tucking up the same as high as ever they could, did show the god themselves right out. If any will see the tale, let him read Alexander ab Alexandro, in the 6th book of his Dies Jovials. I think such a sight must indeed have been a right agreeable one, for in those days the ladies of Alexandria were exceeding fair, as they are still to this day. Doubtless the old and ugly women did in like wise, but there, what matter? The eye should never strain but after what is fair and comely, and avoid the foul and unlovely all it may. In Switzerland, men and women do meet promiscuously in the baths, hot and cold, without doing any dishonest deed, but are satisfied with putting a linen cloth in front of them. If this be pretty loose, well, we may see something, mayhap agreeable or mayhap not, according as our companion is fair or foul. Before ending this part of my discourse, I will add yet one word more. Just think again to what sore temptations were exposed the young lords, knights and nobles, plebeians and other men of Rome, and what delectation of the eye they did enjoy in ancient times on the day when was kept the feast of Flora at Rome. This Flora, 'tis said, was the most engaging and successful courtesan that did ever practice harlotry at Rome, or in any other city. And what did yet more recommend her herein was the fact she was of a good house and noble lineage. For dames of such high sort do naturally please the more, and to go with such doth afford greater gratification. Thus the Lady Flora had this excellence and advantage over Lais, seeing the latter would give herself to any like a common strumpet, but Flora to great folk only. And indeed she had this writing put up at the entering in of her door: Kings, princes, dictators, consuls, censors, pontifices, quaestors, ambassadors, and other the like great lords enter, but no other. Lais did ever ask payment beforehand, but Flora never, saying she did act so with great folk to the end they might likewise act by her as great and illustrious men should, and also that a woman of much beauty and high lineage will ever be esteemed as she doth value herself. So would she take naught but what was freely given her, declaring every gentle dame should do pleasure to her lover for love's sake, and not for avarice, for that all things have their price save, and except true love alone. In a word, she did in her day so excellently and sweetly practice love, and did win her such gallant lovers, that whenever she did quit her lodging now and again to walk abroad in the city, there was talk of her enough to last a month, as well for her beauty, her fair and rich attire, her gallant bearing and engaging mien, as for the ample suite of courtiers and lovers and great lords which went with her, and did follow and attend her like veritable slaves, an honor she did take with no ill grace. And ambassadors from foreign lands, when they did return to their own country, would ever find more delight in tales of the beauty and wondrous excellence of the divine Flora than in describing the greatness of the Roman state. And above all would they extol her generosity, a thing contrary to the common bias of such-like dames. But then she was out of the common altogether, seeing she was of noble origin. Eventually she did die so rich and opulent that the worth of her money, furniture, and jewels were enough to rebuild the walls of Rome, and furthermore to free the state of debt. She did make the Roman people her heir-in-chief, and in memory thereof was erected at Rome a very sumptuous temple, which was called from her name the Florianum. The first festival ever the Emperor Galba did celebrate was that of the fond Flora, at the which 'twas allowed all Roman men and women to do every sort of debauchery, dissoluteness, abomination, and extravagance they chose and could imagine. Indeed, she was deemed the most religious and most gallant dame, which on that day did best play the dissolute, debauched, and abandoned wanton. Think of it, never a Fiscani. 'Tis a lascivious dance, the loose women and Moorish slave girls dance on Sundays at Malta publicly in the open square. Nor saraband did come near these floralia for naughtiness, and never a movement or wanton posture, or provocative gesture, or lascivious twist and twirl did these Roman dames omit. Nay, the more dissolute and extravagant the figures she did devise, the more gallant and gay was deemed the performer. For the Romans did hold this creed that the more wanton and lecherous the gesture and carriage wherewith a woman did approach the temple of this goddess, the more like was she to win the same charms and opulence Flora herself had enjoyed. Verily a fine creed, and a fine mode of solemnizing a festival. But remember they were but pagans. Well, little doubt there was never a sort of naughtiness they did fail to bethink them of, and that for long beforehand these worthy dames would be a studying of their lessons, just as our own countrywomen will set to work to learn a ballet, and would devote all their heart and soul to these things. Then the young men, and the old ones too, would be no less eager to look on and behold their quaint grimacings and wanton tricks. If such a show could be held in our days, folks would be right glad to profit by the same in every sense, and to be present at such a sight, the public would verily crowd itself to death. Further details let each imagine for himself. I leave the task to our merry gallants. Let any that is fain read Suetonius, as also Pausanias in Greek and Manilius in Latin, in the books they have writ concerning illustrious, amorous, and famous ladies, and he will learn the whole in full. This one more story, and then an end. We read how the Lacedaemonians set forth once to lay siege to Messene, but the Messenians were beforehand with them. For they did sally out upon the enemy, some of them, whilst the rest did make all haste and away to Lacedaemon, thinking to surprise their town and pillage it, while the Spartans were occupied before Messene. They were however valorously repelled and driven off by the women which had been left behind. Hearing of their design, the Lacedaemonians did turn about and make their way back toward their own city. But from a long way off they did make out their women all armed, who had already driven off the enemy whose attack on the city they had dreaded. Then did the said women straightway inform them of all, and relate their victory. The news whereof did so delight them they did set to on the spot to kiss, fondle, and caress the victors. In such wise that, forgetting all shame and without even waiting to take off their harness, neither men nor women, they did gallantly do the thing with them on the very spot where they had met them first. Then were things to be seen not usual in war, and a right pleasant rattle and tinkle of arms and armor, and the like to make itself heard. In memory whereof they did have built a temple and statue to the goddess Venus, under the title of the armed Venus, unlike all other images of the goddess, which do always represent her naked. A merry tale of a merry encounter, and a happy idea to depict Venus armed and call her by that title. 'Tis no uncommon sight among men of arms, especially at the taking of towns by assault, to see soldiers fully armed enjoying women, having neither the time nor patience to disarm before satisfying their lust and appetite, so fierce and eager are they. But to see soldier and woman both armed in cohabitation together is a thing seldom seen. Well, well, enough, we must needs make an end. Albeit I could have filled out this discourse to more ample length by not a few other examples, had I not feared to seem overwanton, and incur an ill repute of naughtiness. However, after so much praise of fair ladies, I do feel me bound to repeat the words of a Spaniard, who one day, wishing ill to a woman, did describe her in very proper terms to me thus. Sener, vieja como la lampada izatunada digolja, y de hechura del armario, larga y desfeada, el color y gesto como mascara mal pintada, el tal como una campana o mola del andar y vision de una antiga fantasma de la noche, que tanto tuvis encontrar la noche, como ver una mandragora. Isis, Isis, Dios me libre de su mal encuentro. No si contenta de tener en su casa por huspt al provisor del obispo, ni si contenta con la demasiada conversación del vicario, ni del guardián ni de la amistad antigua del dean, sino que agora de nuevo ha tomado alque pide para las animas del purgatorio, para acabar su negra vida? Sir, look at her. She is like an old, greasy church lamp. Form and shape are those of a great Omri, all misshapen and ill-made, complexion and features like a badly drawn mask, figure as shapely as a monastery bell or a great millstone. Her face is like an old idol, her look and gait like an antic ghost that walks by night. I should be as sore afraid to meet her in the dark as to face a horrid mandrake. The good Jesus keep me from such an encounter. The bishop's ordinary is her constant guest, but she is not satisfied. The garrulous vicar and the good old dean are her oldest friends, but she is not content. She must needs entangle now the pardoner for poor souls in purgatory to complete the infamy of her black and odious life. Observe how the Spaniard, which hath so well described the 30 beauties of a fair lady, have I not quoted them above in this same discourse, can, when he so wills, abuse the sex with the like gusto. Third discourse, concerning the beauty of a fine leg, and the virtue the same doth possess. Among many and sundry beauties the which I have at divers times known us courtiers to praise, and which are right well adapted to attract love, one of the highest esteemed is a fine leg on a fine woman. Many fair ladies have I known take great pride therein, and use great pains to have and to keep the same beautiful. Amongst others I have heard tell of a noble princess of the great world, and one that I did myself know, which did cherish one of her ladies above all the rest, and did favor her beyond all, for this only because she could draw on her mistress, hose so close and tight, and arrange them so cleverly to fit the leg, and fasten the garter so prettily, better than any other. For this only reason she gat great preferment at her hands, and even did win considerable wealth. Now in view of all this care she took to keep her leg in such good trim, we may be very sure 'twas not to hide the same under her petticoats or underskirts or frock, but to make display thereof at whiles with fine drawers of cloth of gold and silver, or other the like rich stuff, very prettily and daintily made, which she did commonly wear. For verily a woman taketh not such pleasure in her body, without being fain to give others a share also in the sight, yea, and the enjoyment thereof. Moreover, this lady could not make excuse, saying, 'twas all done to pleasure her husband, as the most part of women, and even of old women, will ever declare, weenas they do make themselves so seductive and gay, though they be quite elderly, for she was a widow. True it is in her husband's lifetime she had done the same, and would not leave off the habit afterward, merely because she had lost him. I have known many fair and honorable ladies, both wives and maids, which are no less painstaking thus to keep their fine legs in well cared for, seemly and attractive guise. And very right they be so to do, for truly there is more wanton seduction doth lie therein than you would readily suppose. I have heard speak of a very great lady of the days of King Francis, and a right fair dame, who having broken a leg and had the same set, did after find 'twas ill done, and the limb was left all twisted. So stout of heart was she, that she did make the bone setter break it afresh, for to restore it to its right shape as before, and make it as fine and straight as ever. Hereat a certain lady did express no little surprise, but another fair lady, and a well-experienced one, did answer thus and said, "Ah, I see plainly you know not what amorous virtue a fine leg hath in it. I knew in former days a very fair and honorable damsel of the great world, who being much in love with a great lord, for to attract him to her and by way of trying some good device to win him to her, a design wherein she could never succeed, one day being in a wooded avenue and seeing him approach, did make a pretence as though her garter were coming down. So withdrawing a little on one side, she did lift up her leg, and began to pull up her stocking and readjust her garter. The great lord did note it all well, and found her leg an exceeding fine one. Indeed, he did lose his head so completely that this sight of her did work more effect on him than ever her face had done, for he did think to himself how that two such fine columns must needs support a very fine building. And later he did admit as much to his mistress, who afterward did with him as she would. A noteworthy device truly, and a pretty bit of love practice. I have heard speak likewise of a fair and honorable lady, and one especially witty and of a gay good humor, who one day, when her chamber valet was a drawing on of her hose, did ask him if this did not put him in heat, temptation, and concupiscence. Nay, she put it yet more plainly, and said the plain word right out. The valet, thinking to please and for the respect he bare his mistress, did answer her no. At this she did of a sudden lift her hand and gave him a sound cuff on the head, crying out, "Begone with you, you shall never serve me more. You are a simpleton, and I do give you notice from this day." There be many young ladies valets nowadays, which be not so self-restrained at the rising of their mistresses from bed and in the dressing of them, and putting on of their footgear. Moreover, many a gentleman would have found it hard to act thus, seeing so fair a treat spread out before his eyes. 'Tis not only in our own day men have esteemed the beauty of fine legs and pretty feet, for 'tis one and the same thing. But in the time of the old Romans likewise, we do read how Lucius Vitalius, father of the Emperor Vitalius, being very sore smit with love for Messalina, and desiring to be in favor with her husband by her means, did one day beseech her to do him the honor of granting him a boon. The empress asked him, "What boon?" "'Tis this, madam," he replied, "that you be pleased one day to suffer me to take off your shoes." Messalina, who was ever full of courtesy for her subjects, could not refuse him this favor. Then he, after removing her shoes, did keep one of them, and bore the same always about with him betwixt his shirt and his skin, kissing it as oft as ever he had opportunity, in this wise worshipping his lady's pretty feet in the guise of her slippers, forasmuch as he could not have at his disposal the foot itself, nor the fine leg appurtening thereto. Then you have that English lord in the Cent Nouvelles of the Queen of Navarre, which did in like wise wear his mistress glove by his side, and that so richly adorned. Again, I have known many gentlemen which, before donning of their silk stockings, would beg their fair ladies and mistresses to try on the same, and wear them the first a week or 10 days, more or less, after which themselves would wear them in great respect and high content of mind and body. I knew once a lord of the great world, who being at sea with a very great lady and one of the fairest of womankind, had the happiness, seeing he was traveling with her through his country, and as her women were all ill of seasickness, and so in very ill case to serve her, to be obliged to put her to bed with his own hands every night and get her up in the morning. But in so doing, and in putting on of her footgear and taking off the same, he did grow so much enamored as to be well-nigh desperate, albeit she was his near kinswoman. For verily the temptation herein was too exceeding great, and there doth not exist the man so mortified in spirit, but he is something moved by the same. We do read of the wife of Nero, Poppaea Sabina, which was the favorite of all his wives and mistresses, how that, beside being the most lavish of women in all sorts of superfluities, ornaments, embellishments, gauds, and costly weeds, she did wear shoes and slippers all of pure gold. This luxury was not like to make her hide her foot and leg from Nero, her cuckold mate. Nor yet did he enjoy the sole delight and pleasure of the sight, for there was many another lover had the same privilege. Well might she display this extravagance for herself, seeing she was used to have her horses' hoofs, which did draw her chariot, shod with shoes of silver. Saint Jerome doth reprove in very severe terms a lady of his time which was over careful of the beauty of her leg, using these exact words. With her little brown boot, well-fitting and well-polished, she doth decoy young men, and the tinkle of her shoe buckles is a snare unto them. No doubt this was some dainty fashion of footgear in vogue in those days, that was over-luxurious and ill-becoming to modest women. The wearing of footgear of the sort is to this present day in use among Turkish ladies, and those the best-born and most virtuous. I have seen the question raised and discussed which is the more seductive and alluring, the naked leg, or the leg covered and stockinged. Many hold there is not like the natural article, when "'tis well made and perfectly turned," according to the points of beauty enumerated by the Spaniard I did quote from a little above, and is white, fair, and smooth, and appropriately displayed in a fine bed. For if it be otherwise, and a lady were fain to show her leg all bare in walking and so on, and with shoes on her feet, albeit she should be the most magnificently dressed out possible, yet would she never be deemed becomingly apparelled. Nor would she really and truly look so fair as one that should be properly equipped with pretty hose of colored silk or else of white thread, such as be made at Florence for summer wear, and which I have often seen our ladies wearing in former times, before the great vogue we do now see of silk stockings. But the hose must ever be drawn close and stretched as tight as a drum, and so fastened with clasps or otherwise, according to the preference and good pleasure of the wearer. Further must the foot be fitted with a pretty white shoe, or a slipper of black velvet or velvet of some other color, or else a neat little high-heeled shoe, cut to perfection, such as I have seen a certain very noble lady of the great world wear, of such sort that naught could well be better or more dainty. Wherein again the beauty of the foot must be considered. If this be too large, 'tis not pretty, but and if it be too tiny, it doth give a naughty hint and ill notion of its wearer. Rather it should be of a middling size, as I have seen sundry which have been exceeding appetizing, above all when their owners did thrust the same half in half out, and just show them beneath their petticoat, and make them shift and quiver in little tricksome, wanton movements, being shod with a pretty little high-heeled shoe, thinly soled, or else a white slipper, pointed, not square-toed in front. But the white is the most daintiest. But these little high-heeled shoes and pumps be for big, tall women, not for the short and dwarfish ones, which do have their great horseshoes with soles 2 feet thick. One had as lief as these see a giant's club on the swing, or a fool's bauble. Another thing a woman should beware of is the disguising her sex and dressing herself as a boy, whether for a masquerade or for any other occasion. For so attired, though she have the finest leg in the world, yet doth she look ill-shapen in that part, seeing all things have their proper setting and suitable array. Thus, in falsifying of their sex, they do altogether disfigure their beauty and natural grace. This is why 'tis not becoming for a woman to dress as a boy, for to display her charms to the more advantage. Unless indeed it be merely to don a dainty, gallant cap with the guelph or gibelline feather stuck therein, or perched above the brow, in such wise to be distinctively neither male nor female, after the fashion our ladies have of late adopted. Yet even this doth not suit all women equally well. The face must be saucy, and of just the right expression to carry it off, as we have seen in the case of our Queen Marguerite of Navarre. Her it did suit so well that, seeing her face only when she was so bedecked, no man could tell which sex she came the nearer to, whether she more looked the handsome boy or the beautiful woman she really was. This doth remind me of another lady of the great world, and one I knew, which wishing to imitate the same mode when about 25 years of age, and altogether over tall and big-statured, a great masculine-looking woman, and but lately come to court, and thinking to play the gallant dame, did one day appear so attired in the ballroom. Nor did she fail to be much stared at, and rallied not a little on her costume. Even the king himself did pronounce his judgment thereon, for indeed he was one of the wittiest men in his realm, and declared she did resemble a mountebank's wench, or still better one of those painted figures of women that are imported from Flanders, and set up in front of the chimney-pieces in inns and taverns with German flutes at their lips. In fact, he went so far as to have her told that if she did appear any more in that dress and get-up, he would order her to bring her flute with her for to play a merry greeting to the noble company withal, and divert them with her music. Such cruel sport did he make of her, as well because the said headgear did so ill suit her, as for a grudge he had against her husband. So we see such masquerading doth not suit all ladies alike. For when this same Queen of Navarre, the fairest woman in all the world, was pleased to adopt a further disguise beyond the cap, she did never appear so fair as she really was, nor ever would have. And indeed, what shape could she have taken more beauteous than her own, seeing there is none better she could have borrowed from any in all the world? And if she had chose to show her leg, the which I have heard sundry of her women describe as the finest and best ever known, otherwise than in its proper form, and appearing well and fitly stockinged and shod below her fine clothes, never would it have been deemed so handsome as it was. Thus with a due regard to surroundings doth it behove fair ladies to show and make display of their beauties. I have read in a Spanish book entitled El Viaje del Príncipe, or The Prince's Voyage, to wit that which the King of Spain did make in his province of the Low Countries, in the time of the Emperor Charles his father, how among other fine receptions he did meet with among his rich and wealthy cities of those parts, was one of the Queen of Hungary in the fair city of Baines, which did give rise to a proverb, Más brava que las fiestas de Baines, finer than the festivities of Baines. Among other magnificent shows was this. During the siege of a sham castle that was erected and besieged in form as a place of war, a description of the same is given elsewhere in my works. She did one day give an entertainment, notable among all others, to the emperor her good brother, the queen Allinson her sister, the king her nephew, and all the lords, knights, and ladies of the court. Toward the end of the show did appear a lady, accompanied by 6 oreads, or mountain nymphs, clad in the antique mode, in the costume of nymphs of the Virgin Huntress, all attired in cloth of silver and green, and crescents on their brow all beset with diamonds in such wise that they seemed to imitate the brilliancy of the moon, and carrying each her bow and arrow in hand, and rich quivers at their side, their shoes in like wise of cloth of silver, well-fitting and well put on so as that they could not be better. And so caparisoned they did enter the great hall, leading their dogs after them, and did present to the emperor, and laid on the table before him all sorts of game and pasties, the which they had taken in their hunting. Thereafter did come Pales, the goddess of shepherds, with 6 nymphs of the meadows, clad all in white of cloth of silver, with furniture of the same on their heads all beset with pearls, wearing likewise hosen of the same material with white slippers. And these did bring all sorts of milk confections, and laid the same before the emperor. Then for the third band came the goddess Pomona, with her naiads or water nymphs, which did bring the last offering of fruits. And this goddess was the daughter of Donna Beatrix Paisio, Comtesse d'Autremont, lady-in-waiting of Queen Allinson, a child at that time of some 9 years old. She it is that is now wife of the Admiral de Chastillon, he having wedded her as his second wife. This pretty maid and goddess did bring in, she and her companions, all sorts of fruits such as could be found at that season. For it was summer time, the richest and rarest procurable, and did present the same to the emperor with a set speech so eloquent, so fine and pronounced with so sweet a grace that she did win the great love and admiration of the emperor, and all the company there assembled, her youth being taken in account. That from that day forward, 'twas foretold of all that she would be what she is today, a fair, wise, honorable, virtuous, clever, and witty lady. She was similarly attired as a nymph like the rest of her companions, all being clad in cloth of silver and white, with hosen and shoes of the same, and their heads decked with much wealth of jewels. But these were all emeralds this time, to represent in part the color of the fruit they did offer. And besides the gift of fruit, she did make one to the emperor and the king of Spain of a tree of victory all enameled in green, the boughs laden with great pearls and precious stones, right rich to behold and of inestimable worth. Also to the Queen Allinson a fan, with a mirror in the mid thereof, the whole garnished with jewels of great price. Verily this princess and Queen of Hungary did show right well that she was an honorable lady in all points, and that her address and tact was as admirable as was her skill in the art of war. And indeed, by all I have heard said, the emperor her brother did feel no little content and comfort to have so honorable a sister and so worthy of him. Now have I laid myself open to blame, and might fairly enough be asked why I have made this digression in the course of my discourse. 'Tis to point out how that all these maids that did represent these characters had been chose out and selected as being the fairest among all the suite of the queens of France and of Hungary and of Madame de Lorraine, being Frenchwomen, Italians, Flemish, German, and Lorrainers. In all the number was no defect of beauty, And God knoweth if the Queen of Hungary had been painstaking and exact to choose such as were fairest and most graceful. Madame de Fontaine-Chalendry, who is yet alive, could give us good assurance of this, who was at the time maid of honor of the Queen Aline, and one of the fairest. She was known also by the name of the fair Torcy, and hath told me the tale of all these doings. And I have it for sure both of her and from other quarters too how that all the lords, gentlemen, and knights of that court did take their diversion in looking at and examining fine legs, limbs, and pretty little feet of these ladies. For attired thus as nymphs, they were dressed in short gowns, and could make a very engaging display, more enticing even than their pretty faces, which admirers could see every day, whereas 'twas not so with their other beauties. And so sundry courtiers did grow more enamored by the sight and display of these same fine legs, than ever of their pretty faces, seeing that atop of such fine columns there be commonly found fine cornices with their friezes, fine architraves, and rich capitals, smoothly polished and curiously carved. So must I be allowed yet another digression, and to say my say as I please, now we be upon the subject of shows and such like representations. Almost at the same moment as these noble festivities were a-doing in the Low Countries, and above all at Baines, on occasion of the reception of the King of Spain, was made the state entry of King Henry, on his way back from visiting his province of Piedmont and his garrisons there, into Lyon, which was of a surety one of the finest and most triumphant ever known, as I have heard honorable ladies and gentlemen of the court declare, which were there at the time. Well, if this show and representation of Diana and her hunt was found admirable at these royal festivities of the Queen of Hungary, another was contrived at Lyon, which was different again, and still more lifelike. For as the king was marching along, and just about to reach a grand obelisk of classic fashion, on the right hand of his way he did actually find a meadow by the side of the high road, surrounded by a wall something more than 6 feet high, and the said meadow within filled up with earth to the same height. This had been regularly filled up with trees of moderate growth, planted in between with thick undergrowth and many shrubs and smaller brushwood, as well as with a good supply of fruit trees. In this miniature forest did disport them many little stags all alive, and fawns and roebuck, though of course tame ones. Presently his majesty did hear sundry hunting horns and trumpets sound softly, and thereupon instantly did behold through the aforesaid wood Diana a-hunting with her companions and forest maids, holding in her hand a richly dight Turkish bow, and her quiver hanging at her side, attired in the costume of a nymph, after the fashion the remains of antiquity do yet show us. Her body was clad in a short doublet with 6 great round scallops of black cloth of gold, strewn with silver stars, the sleeves and body of crimson satin with borderings of gold, tucked up to mid-thigh, displaying her fine limb and pretty leg, and her sandals of the antique shape, set with pearls embedded in embroideries. Her hair was interlaced with heavy strings of rich pearls, with wealth of precious stones and jewels of price, while above the brow a little silver crescent was set, blazing with tiny little diamonds. For gold would not have been so well, nor so true a representation of the natural crescent, which is clear and silvery. Her companions were accoutred in divers sorts of costumes of lustring striped with gold, both wide and narrow stripes, always in the antique mode, as well as sundry other colors of an antique sort, varied and intermingled as well for curiousness of effect as for gaiety of appearance. Hosen and shoes were of satin, their heads decked out in like wise in the character of nymphs, with many pearls and precious stones. Some were leading in leash sleuth-hounds, small greyhounds, spaniels, and other dogs by cords of silk white and black, the king's colors which he bare for the love of a lady named Diana whom he loved. Others did go along with and encourage the running dogs that were in full cry. Others again did carry little darts of hard wood, the point gilded, and having pretty little hanging tassels of black and white silk, and hunting horns and trumpets mounted in gold and silver hanging in bandoliers, with cords of thread of silver and black silk. And so soon as ever they did perceive the king, a lion did sally forth of the wood, which was tamed and trained long before for this, and did throw himself at the feet of the said goddess, giving her welcome. So she, seeing him so mansute and gentle, did take him by a great rope of silver cord and black silk, and on the instant did present the same to the king. Thus coming forward with the lion to the edge of the wall of the meadow bordering the road, and within a pace or so of his majesty, she did make offer to him of the beast in a rhymed stanza, of the sort composed in those days, yet not so ill-wrought either or ill-sounding. And according to this rhyme, the which she did pronounce with a very good grace and sweetness, under the guise of the lion so gentle and well-behaved she did offer him his town of Leon, now all gentle, well-behaved and brought under to his laws and orders. All this being said and done with a very sweet grace, Diana and all her companions did make him an humble reverence. Whereupon, having looked at them all with a favorable eye and greeted them graciously, signifying he had found their hunting shows right agreeable and thanking them heartily, he did so part from them and went on his way to his entry into the city. Now observe that this same Diana and all her nymphs were the most highly thought on and fairest wives, widows and maids of Leon, where is no lack of such, which did play their mystery so well, and in such engaging sort that the most part of the princes, lords, gentlemen, and courtiers were exceedingly delighted thereat. I leave you to judge whether they had not good cause so to be. Madame de Valentinois, known as Diane de Poitiers, the king's mistress, in whose name this hunting was made, was not less well content, and did like well all her life long the good town of Leon. And indeed she was their neighbor, by reason of the duchy of Valentinois, which is quite close to that place. Well, as we are on the subject of the pleasure to be derived from the sight of a fine leg, we may be assured, as I have heard say, that not the king only, but all these court gallants, did find a marvelous great pleasure in contemplating and gazing at those of these fair nymphs, so gaily attired and high-kilted as that they did give as much, or more, temptation to ascend to a yet higher level, as admiration and reason to approve so pretty and pleasantly contrived a divertisement. However, to quit our digression and return to the point at which we left our main subject, I mention how we have seen played at our court and represented by our queen's right graceful ballets, and especially by the queen mother. Yet as a rule, for us courtiers we would be ever casting our eyes on the feet and legs of the ladies which did take part in them, and did find by far our greatest pleasure in seeing them display their legs so agreeably, and so move and twinkle their feet so nimbly as that naught could be better. For their petticoats and frocks were much shorter than usual, though not so much so as in the nymphs' costume, nor so high as they should have been, and as was desired of many. Yet did our eyes fasten somewhat on those parts, and especially when they were dancing the quick step, which making the skirts to flutter up, would generally show something or other pleasant to look at. A sight that I have seen several find altogether too much for them, so that they did lose all self-control over themselves. The fair ladies of Siena, at the first beginning of the revolt of their city and republic, did form 3 companies of the most beautiful and greatest ladies were in that town. Each company did mount to 1,000, so as the whole was 3,000 strong. One company was clad in violet lustring, one in white, and one in red, all being attired as nymphs with very short skirts, in such wise that they did make full display of fine limbs and legs. In this wise they did pass in review before all their fellow townsmen, as well as before his grace the Cardinal of Ferrara and M. de Termes, lieutenants general of our French King Henry, all firmly resolved and determined to die for the Republic and for France, and all ready to give a hand to the work of fortifying the said city. Indeed, all and each did carry a fascine ready on shoulder, and did rouse by their gallantry the admiration of all. This tale I do set down in another place, where I am speaking of high-spirited women, for truly 'tis one of the finest exploits was ever done by gallant dames. For the present I will content me with saying how I have heard it told by many gentlemen and soldiers, both French and foreign, and especially by sundry of that town, that never aught finer was seen, seeing they were all great ladies and of the chiefest families of that place, and each fairer than another, for 'tis well known that beauty is far from lacking in that city, but is very general therein. But if it were a fine sight to behold their handsome faces, 'twas no less so to see and gaze upon their handsome limbs and fine legs, with their pretty hosen and shoes well fitting and well put on, as the dames of those parts know right well how to do. Then they did all wear their gowns very short, in the guise of nymphs, that they might march the easier, the which was enough to tempt and warm up the most chilliest and mortified of mankind. And what did most pleasure the onlookers was this, that whereas they might any day see their faces, they could not so behold these fine and handsome legs of theirs. He was no fool which did devise this same mode and costume of nymphs, for it doth readily afford many fine sights and agreeable spectacles. The skirts be cut very short, and are divided up the side to boot, as we do yet see it represented in the fine Roman antiques, which doth still more flatter the wantonness of the eye. But in our own day, with the fair ladies of Chios, matrons and maids, what and how is it they be so attractive? Why, truly, 'tis their beauty and their charms of face and figure, but also their superb fashions of dress, and above all their very short gowns, which do make full display of their dainty, well-shod feet. This doth remind me how one time at court a lady of very tall and imposing figure, looking at a magnificent and noble hunting piece in tapestry, wherein Diana and all her band of virgin huntresses were very naturally represented, and all by the fashion of their dress did show their pretty feet and fine legs, did chance to have with her one of her companions, which was of very low and small stature, and who was likewise diverting herself along with the other in examining the said tapestry. To her she did say thus, "Ha, ha, little one, if all we women did dress after that fashion, you would be in a bad way and would lose all advantage, for your great high-heeled shoes would betray you, and you would never have such grace in your walk, nor such charm and showing of your leg, as we that are tall and stately. You would have to keep close and scarce show at all. Give thanks then to the days we live in and the long gowns we wear, which be so favorable to you, and do hide your legs so conveniently. For indeed with your great high-heeled shoes a foot tall, these be more like a cudgel than a woman's leg. If a man had never a weapon to fight withal, he would but have to cut off a leg and grasp it by the end where your foot is shod and encased in your high shoes, and he would have a beautiful club for the fiercest encounter." This lady was very right in what she said, for truly the prettiest leg in the world, if it be so imprisoned in these great, heavy, high-heeled shoes, doth lose its beauty altogether, seeing this great club foot doth cause too great a deformity for anything. For if a pretty foot well shod and dainty goeth not with the leg, all is of no avail. Now these dames which do adopt these great, heavy, lumbering high-heeled shoes, think no doubt to embellish and better their figures and thereby appear more beautiful and be the more loved. But on the other hand, they do worsen their fine leg and foot, which be surely in their natural beauty worth as much as a fine tall figure, that is but a sham. Similarly in time of yore, a pretty foot did carry with it so much of wanton fascination, that many prudish-minded and chaste Roman ladies, or at the least such as did feign to be so, and even in our own day some do the like in Italy in imitation of antique morals, do as much scruple about showing this part in public as their faces, hiding it under their flowing gowns all ever they can, so that none may see it. And in walking do go so prudishly, discreetly and carefully as that it never passeth out from under their robe. This is well enough for such as are trained in prudish bearing and respectability, and are for never offering temptation. We must say this much for them. Yet I ween, and if they had their free choice, they would make display enough both of foot and leg, and of other things to boot. Beside, they do consent to show the same to their husbands, for all their hypocrisy and petty scruples about being dames of position and respectability. However, I but relate the fact as it is. I do know of a certain gentleman, a very gallant and honorable man, which only by having seen it rhymes at the consecration of the late king, the lovely leg, in a white silk stocking, of a great and very fair lady, a widow and of tall stature, from underneath those scaffolds they erect for ladies to see the ceremony from, did fall so deep in love with her, as that he grew well nigh desperate with passion. Thus what her handsome face had failed to effect, this her fine development of leg did bring about, though truly the said lady did deserve by the beauty of all her person to drive an honorable gentleman to his death, and I have known other men too of the like humor. At any rate for final word will I say this, and I have known the same to be held as an incontrovertible maxim by many gallant courtiers, my comrades, that the display of a fine leg and pretty foot is a thing most dangerously apt to fascinate wanton eyes to love. And I wonder much that some of our many good writers, whether poets or others, have never writ the praises thereof, as they have of other parts of fair ladies' bodies. For myself, I would have writ more on this subject, but that I was afeard, if I did overmuch belaud these parts of the person, I should be reproached as scarce enough heeding the rest. Beside, I have perforce to treat of other matters, and may not tarry too long over one. Wherefore I do now make an end with this little word of advice. For God's sake, ladies, be not so careful to make you seem of taller stature and other than you are, but rather look to the beauty of your legs, the which be so fair and fine, at any rate with some of you. But ye do mar the charm of them with those monstrous high-heeled boots and huge horseshoes ye do wear. Doubtless ye do need such, but by having the same of such exaggerated size, ye do disgust folk far more than ye imagine. I have said my say. Whosoever will may bepraise the other beauties of woman, as sundry of our poets have done. But I maintain, a fine leg, a limb well shapen, and a pretty foot do exercise no small fascination and power in the realm of love. Fourth discourse. Concerning old dames, as fond to practice love, as ever the young ones be. I have spoke afore of old dames, which be fain to play the wanton, yet do I further append this discourse here. So by way of commencement, I will say how one day myself being at the court of Spain and conversing with a very honorable and fair lady, but withal something advanced in age, I did hear her pronounce these words. Queningunas damas lindas, o alo menos pocas, si hazen viejas de la cinta hasta abaxo, that never a fair lady, or at the least very few such, are old from the waist downwards. On my asking her in what sense she did mean this, whether 'twas the beauty of person from waist down that did never diminish in any wise by reason of age, or the desire and appetite of concupiscence that did not at all fail or grow chilled in these parts, she did make answer she intended both the one and the other. For indeed, she went on, as to the prickings of the flesh, no cure is there for these you must know, but death only, albeit old age would seem to be an obstacle thereto. Yet doth every beautiful woman ever fondly love her own self, and in so loving, tease not for her own but some other's sake, and is in no wise like Narcissus, the which, so foolish was the youth, himself lover and beloved, did think scorn of all other affections. A beautiful woman hath not of this humour about her. So have I heard it related of a very fair lady, which after first loving herself and taking much joy of her own beauty alone and by herself, and in her bed stripping of herself quite naked, and so looking at her own person, and admiring and contemplating the same, did curse her hard fate to be vowed to one sole husband that was not worthy to enjoy so fair a body, holding him to be in no wise her equal in merit. At the last was she so fired by such contemplations and sights and longings, as that she did bid a long farewell to her virtue and her marriage vow, and did practice new love with a new lover. This is how a woman's beauty doth kindle and inflame her, constraining her to have resort to such, whether husbands or lovers, as may satisfy her desire, while 'tis always the nature of one love to lead to another. Wherefore being thus fair and sought after of some admirer, and if she disdain not to answer to his passion, she is at once in the snare. So Lais, the famous courtesan, was used to declare, that so soon as ever a woman doth open her mouth to make a gentle reply to her friend, lo, her heart is flown, and the door opens straightway. Moreover, no fair and honorable woman doth ever refuse any good praise that men render her. And once she is gratified and doth suffer such commendation of her beauty, grace, and gentle ways, the which we courtiers be ever wont to make by way of first assault of love, though it may be some while a-doing, yet in the long run we do always win the place. Further, it is a true thing that no beautiful woman, having once made essay of the game of love, doth ever unlearn the same, and for ever after is the sport right pleasant and delightsome to her. Just as when a man hath grown accustomed to good living, 'tis exceeding disagreeable to discontinue the same. And as this is better for the health, the more a man is got on in years, as the doctors declare, so the more a woman advanceth in age, all the more is she greedy after the good cheer she is accustomed to. This daintiness is nowise forgot or remitted because of the weight of years, but more like by some long sickness. So the faculty tell us, or other accident, and albeit disinclination may be experienced for some while, yet will the taste for such good things be renewed anon. 'Tis said again, how that all activities do decrease and diminish by reason of age, which doth rob folk of the strength to properly exercise the same, except only that of Venus, the which is carried out very luxuriously, without sore trouble or much exertion, in a soft, comfortable bed, and altogether at ease. I do speak now of the woman, and not of the man, to the share of which latter falleth all the labor and task-work in this province. A man, then, once deprived of this pleasure, doth easily and early abstain from further indulgence, albeit sometimes it may be in spite of himself, whereas a woman, be she of what age she will, doth take to her, like a furnace, and burn up all stuff that cometh her way. Nay, even though a dame should be so aged as to look but ill, and find herself in no such good case as in her younger years, yet she may by dint of money find means to get gallant cavaliers at the current rate, and good ones too, as I have heard say. All commodities that cost dear do sore vex the purse. This goes counter to Heliogabalus' opinion, who the dearer he did buy his viands, the better he thought them. Except only the commodities of love, the which be the more agreeable in proportion as they cost more, by reason of the great desire felt to get good value of the bargain and thoroughly enjoy the article purchased. So the poor talent one hath is made to do triple service, or even hundredfold service, if that may any way be. This is what a certain Spanish courtesan meant by her word to two brave gentlemen which did pick a quarrel together over her, and sallying forth to her house, did take sword in hand and fall to a fighting. But she putting head out of window, did cry out to them, Senors, mis amores si ganan con oran y plata, non con hierro. Nay, sirs, my love is won with gold and silver, not with iron. All love well purchased is well and good. Many a lady and many a cavalier which have done such traffic could tell us so much. But to allege here examples of ladies, and there be many such, which have burned as hot in their old age as ever in youth, and have satisfied, or to put it better, have kept up, their fires with second husbands and new lovers, would be for me now a waste of labor, seeing I have elsewhere given many such. Yet will I bring forward one or two here also, for my subject doth require it, and is suitable to such matters. I have heard speak of a great lady, one that was as well talked about as any of her day, which one day seeing a young gentleman with very white hands, did ask him what he was used to do to have them so. To this he made answer, by way of jape and jest, that so oft as ever he could, he would be a rubbing of them with the spirit of love. Ah, well, she replied, 'tis my bad luck then, for more than 60 years have I been washing myself therewith, and I'm just as bad as the day I began. Yet do I bathe so every day. I have heard speak of a lady of pretty advanced age, who wishing to marry again, did one day ask a physician's advice, basing her reasons for so doing on the fact that she was exceeding full of all sorts of evil humors, which had assailed and ever afflicted her since she was a widow. Yet had this never so happed in the lifetime of her husband, seeing that by dint of the constant exercises they did perform together, the said humors were consumed. The physician, who was a merry fellow and willing enough to please her herein, did counsel her to marry again, and in this fashion to chase away the humors from her, saying 'twas better far to be happy than sad. The lady did put this advice in practice, and found it answer very well indeed, superannuated as she was. This was, I mean, with a new husband and lover, which did love her at least as much for the sake of her good money as for any pleasure he gat of her. Though of a surety there be many quite old dames, with whom as much enjoyment is to be had as with younger women. Nay, 'tis sometimes greater and better with such, by reason of their understanding the art and science of love better, and so the more stimulating their lovers taste therefore. The courtesans of Rome and of Italy generally, when they are verging toward ripe years, do maintain this maxim, that una gallina vecchia fa miglior brodo che un altra. An old hen doth make better broth than any other. The Latin poet Horace doth make mention of an old woman, which did so stir and toss about when she came to bed, and move her so violently and restlessly, that she would set not alone the bed but the whole house a-trembling. A gallant old dame in sooth. Now the Latins do name such like agitation and wanton movement suberasu. We do read of the Emperor Caligula, that of all his women which he had, he did love best Caesonia, and this not so much by reason of her beauty, nor because she was in the flower of age, for indeed she was by then well on in years, but on account of her exceeding lustfulness and the wantonness that was in her, as well as the good pains she did take in the exercise thereof, and the experience her age and long practice had taught her, herein leaving all the other women in the lurch. Albeit handsomer and younger than herself, he was used to take her commonly to the wars with him, clad and armed like a man, and riding in manlike wise side by side with him, going so far even as oftentimes to show her to his comrades all naked, and make her exhibit to them her feats of suppleness. Thus are we bound to allow that age had in no wise diminished the lady's beauty, seeing how greatly the emperor was attached to her. Natheless, with all this fond love he did bear her, very oft weenas he was a-kissing and touching her fair neck, he could not hinder himself, so bloody-minded was he from saying, "Ah, the beautiful neck it is, yet 'tis in my power at will to have it cut." Alas and alas. The poor woman was slain along with her husband with a sword thrust through the body by a centurion, and her daughter broken and dashed to death against a wall, the which could never have been but for the ill deeds of her father. We read further of Julia, stepmother of the Emperor Caracalla, how that one day being as it were by inadvertence half naked, she did expose one half of her body to his eyes, whereupon he said these words, "Ha ha, but I could relish it well enough, and if it were allowed me." She answered straightway, "So please you, know you not you are emperor, and therefore make laws instead of obeying them." On hearing these words and seeing her readiness, he did marry her and couple with her. A reply of pretty much the same import was given to one of our last 3 French kings, whose name I will not mention. Being enamored and fallen deep in love with a very fair and honorable lady, after having made the earlier advances and preliminaries of his suit to her, did one day cause his pleasure to be conveyed to her more at length by an honorable and very judicious and adroit gentleman I know by name and repute. So he, conveying to her the sovereign's little missive, did use all his eloquence to persuade her to consent. But she, no fool at this game, did defend herself the best she could by many excellent reasons the which she well knew how to allege, without forgetting the chiefest, her honor, that mighty, or rather mighty small, treasure. At the last, the gentleman, after much disputing and many protestations, did ask her finally what she did desire he should tell the king. Then she, after some moments of reflection, did suddenly, as if brought to bay, pronounce these words following. "What are you to tell him?" she cried. "Why, what else but this? Tell him I know well enough that no refusal was ever advantageous to any man or woman which doth make such to his king and sovereign, and that very oft a prince, exerting the power he hath, will rather give the orders and taking a thing than go on begging and praying for it." Not ill content with this reply, the gentleman doth straightway bear it to the king, who taking time by the forelock, doth hie him to the lady in her chamber, and without any over great effort or resistance doth have his will. The reply was at once witty, and showed her good will to pleasure her king. Albeit men say 'tis never well to have sport or dealings with the king, yet must we accept this particular game, wherefrom never was ill advantage gotten, if only the woman do behave her prudently and faithfully. To return to the aforenamed Julia, stepmother of the emperor, she must need have been a very harlot to love and take for husband one which had on her own bosom slain some while before their own proper son. Verily she was a base harlot and of base heart. Still, 'twas a grand thing to be empress, and for such an honor all else is forgot. This Julia was greatly loved of her husband, albeit she was well advanced in years. Yet had she lost naught of her beauty, but was very fair and very ready-witted, as those her words do witness, which did make yet greater the bed of her greatness. Filippo Maria, 3rd Duke of Milan, did wed as second wife Beatrix, widow of the late deceased Facino Cane, being then an old woman. But she did bring him for marriage portion 400,000 crowns, without reckoning other furnishings, rings, and jewelry, which did amount to a great sum, and quite wiped out all thought of her age. Yet, spite of all, she did fall under her husband's suspicions of having gone to play the wanton elsewhere, and for this suspicion was done to death of him. You see how little did old age destroy her taste for the games of love. We must e'en suppose the great practice she had thereof had but given her the desire for more and more. Constance, Queen of Sicily, who from her youth up and near all her days had been vestal and never budged forth of a cloister cell, but lived there in lifelong chastity, getting her freedom to come out in the world at last at the age of 50, though in no wise fair and quite decrepit, yet was fain to taste the joys of the flesh and marry. She did grow pregnant of a child at the age of 52, and did desire to be brought to bed publicly in the open meadows about Palermo, having had a tent or pavilion set up there on purpose, to the end folk might have never a doubt but the fruit of her body was verily to hand. And this was one of the greatest miracles ever seen since the days of St. Elizabeth. Nathless, the history of Naples doth affirm, 'twas reputed a supposititious child. At any rate, he did grow up a great man for all that. But indeed these, and the greater part of valiant men, are just the folk that be often bastards, as a high-born friend of mine did one day remark to me. I knew once an abbess of Tarascon, sister of Madame d'Uzes, of the noble house of Tallard, which did leave off her religious habit and quit her convent at over 50 years of age, and did wed the great Channy we have seen play so gamesome a part at court. Many other women of religion have done the like, whether in wedlock or otherwise, for to taste the joys of the flesh, and this at a very ripe age. If such as these do so, what are we to expect our everyday dames to do, which have been broken in thereto from their tenderest years? Is age like to hinder them from now and again tasting and eating titbits, the customary enjoyment whereof they have so long been used to? Else what would become of so many good strengthening soups and cunningly compounded broths, so much ambergris and other warming and comfortable drugs, for to warm and comfort their stomach now grown old and chilly? For 'tis not open to doubt, but that such like decoctions, while they do recreate and keep sound their weakly stomachs, do likewise perform another function on the sly, in giving them more heat of body, and rousing some degree of passionate warmth. This is sure and certain, without appealing to the opinion of physicians, to whom however I do refer me as to the matter. And another and yet greater advantage for them is this. Being now aged and coming nigh on to their 50 years, they need feel no more fear of getting with child, and so have full, plenary, and most ample freedom to enjoy and make up all arrears of those pleasures, which mayhap some of them have not dared take hitherto for dread of the consequences. So it is that there be many which do give more rein to their amours when got to the wrong side of 50 than when still on the right. Not a few ladies both of the highest and less exalted rank have I heard tell of as being of this complexion, so much so that I have known or heard of several that have many a time and oft longed for their 50 years to have come and gone, to hinder them of conceiving and suffer them to do it the more freely without risk or scandal of any sort. Nay, why should they refrain them on the approach of old age? Indeed, you might well say that after death itself, there be women which yet feel some movement and pricking of the flesh. This bringeth me to another tale I must needs tell. I had in former days a younger brother called Captain Bourdeille, one of the bravest and most valiant captains of his time. I am bound to say thus much of him, albeit he was my brother, without going too far in my panegyric of him. The same is proved by the fights he fought both in battle and in the lists. For indeed, he was of all gentlemen of France the one that had most skill of arms, so that in Piedmont he was known as one of the Rhodomonts of those parts. He was slain at the assault of Hedon, the last time that place was retaken. He was intended by his father and mother for a life of letters, and with this view was sent at the age of 18 into Italy to study. He did take up his abode at Ferrara, for the reason that Madame Renée de France, Duchess of Ferrara, was much attached to my mother, and did keep him in that city to pursue his studies, for there was an university there. However, seeing he was fitted neither by birth nor disposition for this sort of life, he did study scarce at all, but did rather amuse himself with the delights of love and courtship. In fact, he did fall deep in love with a certain French lady, a widow which was in the service of the Duchess, known as Amel de la Roche or de la Mothe, and did have much pleasure with her, each loving the other exceeding well, till at the last my brother, being recalled home again by his father, who saw he was ill fitted for letters, was reluctantly constrained to return. The lady, loving him greatly, and greatly fearing it might turn out ill with him. For she was much of Luther's way of thinking, who was then widely followed, did beg my brother to take her with him to France and to the court of Marguerite, Queen of Navarre, in whose service she had been, and who had given her to Madame Renée, when she was married and went to live in Italy. My brother, who was young and quite heedless, was only too glad of such excellent company, and did willingly escort her to Paris, where the Queen was then residing. This last was right glad to behold her, for of all women she was the wittiest and most ready of tongue, and was a handsome widow to boot and perfect in all accomplishments. My brother, after having tarried some days with my grandmother and my mother, who was then performing her court service, did presently go home to see his father. After some while, sickening utterly of letters, and seeing himself in no wise fitted for their pursuit, he doth quit that career altogether, and away to the wars in Piedmont and Parma, where he did win much honor. So he did serve in these wars by the space of 5 or 6 months without returning home. At the end of this time he went to see his mother, who was at the time at court with the Queen of Navarre. The Queen was then holding court at Pau, and my brother did make his reverence to her as she was returning from vespers. Being one of the best-natured princesses was ever in this world, she did receive him right graciously, and taking him by the hand, did walk with him up and down the church for an hour or twain, asking him news of the wars in Piedmont and Italy and of many other matters. To all this my brother did make answer so well that she was very well satisfied, for indeed he was as ready of tongue as any of his time, as well with his wit as with his person, for he was a most handsome man, and of the age then of 24. At the last, after long discourse with him, for 'twas ever the nature and complexion of the said noble princess in no wise to scorn good talk and the conversation of good and honorable folk, gliding from subject to subject and still walking up and down the while, she did quietly bring my brother right over the tomb of Emile de la Roche, which had died 3 months before, and there stayed him. Presently taking his hand, she said thus, "Cousin mine," she called him so, seeing that a daughter of Albret had married into our house of Bourdeille, "but for all that I do keep no greater state than another, nor suffer my ambition to run away with me, cannot you feel something move down below under your feet?" "Why, no, madame," he did reply. "Nay, take heed and mark carefully, cousin," she did resume. But my brother only made answer, "Madame, I have taken heed, but I can feel nothing moving. The stone I tread on is firm enough." "Well, well, I must tell you then," the Queen went on, without keeping him longer in suspense, "that you are standing above the tomb and the body of poor Emile de la Roche, whom erst you did love so fondly. She is interred beneath this spot. Now seeing that our souls do possess feeling after our death, how can we doubt that this excellent creature, dead but lately, was moved so soon as ever you came over her? And if you did not mark it by reason of the grossness of the tomb, no doubt for this cause was she the more stirred and moved in herself. Now forasmuch as 'tis a right pious office to have memory of the dead, and specially of them we have loved, I do beseech you give her a pater noster, and an Ave Maria, and a de profundis to boot, and sprinkle her resting place with holy water. So shall you win the name of a very faithful lover and a good Christian. And to this end will I now leave you," and so quits him and hies her away. My brother, who is since dead, failed not to perform what she had said, and then went to see her again. Whereupon she did somewhat take him to task and rally him, for she was familiar with folk, in a good sense that is, and had graceful skill in gentle mockery. Such then was the view this princess did hold, but more by way of witty conceit and gentle sentiment than from actual belief, as I think. These gentle words of the princess do further remind me of an epitaph over a courtesan that is buried at the church of Our Lady of the People, del Popolo, at Rome, which doth read thus, Quisco, viator, nimi diudius calcitam amplius calces, to him that passeth by, I have been kicked and spurned enough in my lifetime, spurn me no more. The Latin expression hath more grace than the English equivalent. I do put the thing down here more by way of a jest than anything else. Well, to draw to an end, no need to be astonished that the Spanish lady named above did hold the maxim she did enunciate good of all such fair ladies as have been greatly loved of others, and have loved, and do love themselves, and do take delight in being praised, albeit they may have but little left of their bygone beauty. But yet 'tis ever the chiefest pleasure you can give them, and the one they do love the most, ween as you tell them they are still the same, and are in no wise changed or aged, and above all those of them which grow not old from the waist downwards. I have heard speak of a very fair and honorable lady which one day did say thus to her lover, I know not whether for the future old age will bring me increasing inconvenience and incapacity. She was 55 years old. But God be thanked, I did never do myself pleasure so well as I do now, nor ever took greater joy therein. Whether this do last out and continue till my extremest old age or no, I have no fault to find, nor complaint to make of my days gone by. Now, as concerning love and concupiscence, I have both here and elsewhere adduced examples enough, without dwelling longer on this subject. Let us now consider a while the maxim as concerning this special beauty of fair ladies, how that it doth not diminish by reason of old age. For sure, the aforesaid Spanish lady did allege many good reasons and seemly comparisons, likening these fair ladies to fine old buildings of yore, whose ruins do yet remain superb and imposing. So amid the noble antiquities of Rome do we see the ruins of palaces, superb relics of Colosseum and Thermae, which to this day do plainly show what they once were, and do inspire all beholders with wonder and awe, their mere ruins being wondrous and surprising. Nay, more. On these same ruins men do still build right noble edifices, proving that the foundations be better and finer than fresh new ones. So very often in their constructions, the which our good architects and masons do undertake, if that they find some old ruins and ancient foundations, straightway do they build on these, and that in preference to laying new ones. Likewise have I seen good galleys and ships built and reconstructed on old hulls and old keels, the which had long lain in harbor doing nothing. And these were every whit as good and sound as others, which the ship carpenters did frame and build all new, and of new timber fresh from the forest. Furthermore, our Spanish lady was used to say, do we not many a time see the summits of high towers carried away, overthrown and disfigured by winds, storms, and lightning, while the base doth remain safe and sound? For 'tis ever against such lofty points that storms do spend their fury. The sea winds moreover do corrode and eat away the upper stones of a building, and do wear them hollow more than those at the bottom, seeing these be not so much exposed as the ones higher up. In like wise many fair ladies do lose the brilliancy and beauty of their pretty faces by various accidents, whether of cold or heat, of sun and moon, and the like, as well as, more's the pity, by reason of various cosmetics, the which they do apply to them, thinking so to heighten their charms, but really and truly spoiling all their beauty thereby. Whereas in other parts they do apply no other preparation but only nature's method, feeling therefore neither cold, nor rain, nor wind, neither sun nor moon, none of which do affect them at all. If heat do inconvenience them, they know many means to gain relief and coolness, as likewise they can guard against cold in plenty of ways. So many inconveniences and injuries must needs be warded off from a woman's beauty of face, but few or none from that which lieth elsewhere. Wherefore we should never conclude, because a woman's countenance is spoiled, that she is all fordone all over, and that naught doth remain of fine and good, and that 'tis useless to build on that foundation. I have heard a tale told of a certain great lady, which had been exceeding fair and much devoted to love. One of her old lovers having lost sight of her for the space of 4 years, through some journey he did undertake, on returning from the same did find her sadly changed from the fair countenance he had known erstwhile, the which did so disappoint him, and chill his ardor, as that he did no more care to board her nor to renew with her again the pleasure of former days. She did recognize him readily enough, did endeavor all she could to get him to come and see her. Accordingly to this end she did one day counterfeit sickness, and when he had come to visit her by daylight did thus say to him, I know well enough, sir, you do scorn me for my poor face so changed by age, but come, look you, and see if there be aught changed there. If my face has deceived you, at any rate there is no deception about that. So the gentleman examining her and finding her as fair and sound as ever, did straight recover appetite, and did enjoy the flesh he had thought to be spoiled. Now this is the way, sir, said the lady, you men are deceived. Another time, give no credence to the lies our false faces tell, for indeed the rest of our bodies doth by no means always match them. This is the lesson I would have you learn. Another lady of the like sort, being thus sorely changed of her fair face, was in such great anger and despite against the same, that she would never more look at it in her mirror, saying, 'twas unworthy of so much honor. So she had her head always dressed by her maids, and to make up, would ever look at the other parts of herself only and gaze at these, taking as much pride and delight therein as she had aforetime done in her beautiful face. I have heard speak of another lady, who whenever she did lie by daylight with her lover, was used to cover her face with a fair white kerchief of fine Holland web, for fear lest, if he should look in her face, the upper works might chill and stay his affection, and move him to mere disgust. For indeed below was not to chide at, but all was as fine as ever. This doth remind me of yet another very honorable lady I have heard tell of, who did make a diverting and witty reply. Her husband one day asking her why her hair in one place was not grown white and hoary like that of her head. "Ah, yes," she did exclaim, "the wretch it is. It hath done all the folly, yet doth it feel not, nor experience any ill consequences. Many and many a time hath it made my head to suffer, whereas it doth ever remain unchanged, in the same good estate and vigor, and keepeth the same complexion, and above all the same natural heat, and the same appetite and sound health. But how far otherwise it is with my other parts, which do endure aches and pains for it, and my hair which hath long ago grown white and hoary." And she had good reason so to speak, for truly this doth engender in women many ills, and gout and other sicknesses. Moreover, for being overhot at it, so the doctors say, do they grow prematurely hoary-headed. Thus we see fair ladies do never grow old in some parts, either in one fashion or the other. I have heard many men relate, men which have followed women freely, even going with courtesans, how that they have scarce ever seen pretty women get old in certain parts, did always keep all their former beauty, and goodwill and hearty disposition to boot as good as aforetime. Nay, more. I have heard not a few husbands declare they did find their old women, so they called them, as fair and fine as ever, and as full of desire and wantonness, beauty and goodwill, discovering no change at all but a face, and were as fain to love them as ever they were in their young days. In fine, how many men there be which do love old women for many reasons better than young? Just as there be many which do love old horses best, whether for a good day's work, or for the riding school and display. Such animals as have been so well drilled in their youth as that you will have never a fault to find with them when grown old. Right well trained have they been, and have never after forgot their pretty cunning. I have myself seen in our royal stables a horse they called Quadragant, first broke in the time of King Henry. He was over 22 years old, but aged as he was, he yet went very well, and had forgot naught of his exercises. He could still give his king, and all which did see him go through his paces, great and real pleasure. I have seen the like done by a tall charger called Gonzago, from the stud farm of Mantua, and which was of the same age as Quadragant. I have likewise seen that magnificent and well-known black, which had been set to stallions' work. Signor Antonio, who had charge of the royal stud, did show him me at Meung. One day I did pass that way, making him do the 2 strides and a leap, and the round step, both which he did execute as well as the day M. de Carnavalet had first trained him, for he was his horse. The late M. de Longueville was fain to hire him of his master for 3,000 livres. However, King Charles would not have it, but took him for himself, recompensing the owner in another way. A whole host of others I could easily name, but I should never have done, and so do refer me to those worthy squires which have seen so many of the sort. Our late King Henry, at the camp of Amiens, had chose for his mount on the day of battle an horse called l'Abbé de la Paix, a very fine and strong charger, and aged. But he died of fever in the camp of Amiens, so the most expert farriers did declare, but 'twas deemed a strange thing to have happed. The late Duc de Guise did send to his stud farm of Esclaren for the bay Sanson, which was there serving the mares as stallion, to be his mount at the battle of Dreux, where he did carry him excellently. In his first wars the late prince did take from the stud at Mun 22 horses, which were there as stallions, to serve him in his campaigns, and did divide the same among the different lords which were with him, after reserving his own share. Whereof the gallant Avaret did have a charger which the great constable had given to King Henry, and which was called Le Compère, old gossip. Aged as he was, never was seen a better mount. His master did prove him in some good tough rencontres, and he did carry him right well. Captain Burdet gat the Arab, on whose back our late King Henry was wounded and slain, a horse the late M. de Savoy had given him, called Le Malheureux, the Unlucky. This was his name when he was presented to the king, and verily 'twas one of very ill omen to him. Never in his youth was he near so good as he was in his old age. though tease true his master, which was one of the most gallant gentlemen of France, did show him ever to the best advantage. In a word, of all these stallions, was not one that age did hinder from serving his master well, and his prince and country. Indeed, there be some old horses that will never give up, hence, tease well said, no good horse doth ever become a mere hack. Of such sort be many fair dames, which in their old age be every whit as good as other women in their youth, and do give as great pleasure, from their having been in their time thoroughly well taught and trained. And be sure such lessons are not easily forgot. Then again, the best of it is these be always most liberal and generous in giving, so as to keep in hand their cavalier and riders, which do get more money and demand an higher salary to bestride an old mount than a young one. Tease just the opposite with squires and real horsemen, which do never care so much to mount broke horses as young ones that be yet to break. However, this is but reasonable after all. There is a question I have seen debated on the subject of women of years, to wit, which doth bring the greater glory, to love a woman of years and have the enjoyment of her, or to so do with a young one. Not a few have I heard pronounce for the older woman, for they would maintain that the foolishness and heat which be in youth are of themselves debauched enough already and right easy to undo, whereas the prudence and coldness that would seem natural to age cannot, but with difficulty be led astray. And so they which do succeed in corrupting such win the higher repute. In like wise was the famous courtesan Lais used to boast and glorify herself greatly of the fact that the philosophers did come so oft to visit her and learn in her school, more than of all the young and giddy folks which did frequent her society. So also Flora was ever proud to see great and dignified Roman senators arrive at her door, rather than young and foolish gallants. Thus methinks, 'tis great glory to vanquish and overcome the wise prudence which should be in persons of ripe age, so far as pleasure and satisfaction go. I do refer me to such men as have made experiment hereof, of the which sundry have told me how that a trained mount is ever more agreeable than a wild colt, and one that doth not so much as know the trot. Furthermore, what pleasure and what greatest delight may not a man enjoy in mind, ween as he doth behold enter a ballroom, or one of the queen's apartments, or a church, or other place crowded with company, a lady of ripe years and dignity, de altagissa, of lofty carriage as they say in Italian, and above all a lady of honor to the queen or some princess, or the governess of some king's daughter, young queen or great princess, or mayhap mother of the maids of honor. One that is chose out and set in this high and sober office by reason of her modest and seemly carriage, you shall see her assuming all the part of the prudish, chaste, and virtuous dame, while everybody doth of course suppose her so, by reason of her years. Then what joy, when a man doth think in his heart, or e'en say it out to some trusty comrade and confidant of his, look at her yonder, with her solemn ways, her staid and cold and scornful mien. To see her, would you not deem butter would not melt in her mouth? Yet, alackaday, never a weathercock in all the wide world doth so shift and whirl so swift and nimbly as doth she. For myself, I do verily believe the man which hath known this joy and can so say, is right well content at heart. Ha, ha, but I have known a many such dames in this world, which did counterfeit to be most modest, prudish, and censorious duennas, yet were exceeding dissolute and lecherous when they did come to it. Yea, and they would be put on their backs far more than most young damsels, which, by reason of their too much inexperience, be afraid of the gentle strife. So do they say, there is not so good as old vixens for hunting abroad, and getting food for their cubs to eat. We read how of old days, several Roman emperors did take their pleasure in the debauching, and having their will of such like high-born ladies of honor and repute, as well for the pleasure and contentment to be had therein. And in good sooth there is more with such than with women of inferior sort. As for sake of the glory and honor, they did arrogate to themselves for having so debauched and bested them. So in like wise have I known in my own time not a few great lords, princes, and noblemen, which have found great boast and great content at heart, by reason of having done the same. Julius Caesar and Octavius, his successor, were exceeding ardent after such sort of conquests, as I have alleged before. And after them Caligula, who summoning to his feasts the most illustrious Roman ladies together with their husbands, would gaze steadfastly at the same and examine them minutely, nay, would actually put out his hand and lift their faces up, if by chance any of them did hang their heads as conscious of being dames of honor and repute. though truly other some were fain but to counterfeit this modesty, and play the shamefaced prude. But verily, there cannot have been a many genuine prudes in the days of these dissolute emperors, yet must they needs make the pretense, albeit nothing more. Else had the game not been worth the playing, and I have myself in our day seen many a fair lady do the like. Afterward such of them as did hit the worthy emperor's taste, these he would take aside openly, and from their very husband's side, and leading them from the hall would escort them to a privy chamber, where he would take his pleasure of them to his full content. This done, he would lead them back to sit down once more in their place. And then, before all the company would proceed to commend their beauties and special hidden charms that were in them, specifying these same separately and severally. And any which had any blemishes, faults, or defects of beauty, these he would by no means let off in silence, but was used always to describe and declare the same openly, without disguising or concealing aught. Nero was even yet worse than this, being so curious as that he did examine his own mother's dead body, gazing steadfastly upon the same and handling all her limbs and parts, commending some and abusing others. I have heard the same thing told of sundry great lords of Christian days, which have had this same strange curiosity toward their dead mothers. Nor was this all with the said Caligula, for he was used to retell all their movements, their naughty ways and tricks, and the modes and fashions they did follow in their doing of it, and in special of any which had been modest and prudish, or which had made pretence to be so at table. For verily if abed they were fain to do the like, there is small doubt but the cruel tyrant did menace them with death, unless they would do all his pleasure for his full content, and so constrain them by the terror of execution. Then after would he speak despitefully of them to his heart's content, to the sore shame and general mockery of the poor dames, who thinking to be accounted chaste and modest as ever women can be, and to play the hypocrite and counterfeit Don da Ben, virtuous ladies, were utterly and entirely revealed in their true colors and made known as mere harlots and wanton wenches. And truly this was no bad business so to discover them in a character they did never wish to be known. And better still, 'twas always, as I have said, great ladies that were so entreated, such as wives of consuls, dictators, praetors, quaestors, senators, censors, knights, and others of the highest estate and dignity, as we might say in our own days in Christian lands mighty queens, which yet are not to be compared with consuls' wives, seeing these were paramount over all men, princesses of greater and less puissance, duchesses, marchionesses, and countesses, great and small, baronesses, knights, dames, and the like ladies of rank and rich estate. And truly there is no doubt at all but that many Christian emperors and kings, if they had the power to do the like of the Emperor Caligula toward ladies of such quality, would avail themselves thereof. But then they be Christians, which have the fear of God before their eyes, his holy ordinances, their own conscience and honor, and the ill repute of their fellows, to say naught of the ladies' husbands, to whose generous spirit such like tyranny would be unendurable. Wherein of a surety our Christian kings be deserving of high esteem and commendation, thus to win the love of fair ladies rather by dint of gentleness and loving arts than by brute force and harsh rigor. And the conquest so gained is by far a nobler one. I have heard speak of two great princes which have taken exceeding pleasure in thus discovering their ladies' beauties, charms, and especial graces, as well as their deformities, blemishes, and defects, together with their little ways, privy movements, and wanton wiles. Not, however, in public, as did Caligula, but in privity, with their close and particular friends. Truly a sad fashion to entreat the pretty persons of these poor ladies. Thinking to do well and sport agreeably for to pleasure their husbands, they be but scorned therefore and made a laughing stock. Well, to return to our former comparison, just as we do see beautiful buildings based on better foundations and of better stone and material some than others, and for this cause endure longer in their glory and beauty, even so there be some dames of bodies so well complexioned and fairly fashioned, and endowed with so fine a beauty, as that time doth in no wise so prevail over them as with others, nor seem to undermine their comeliness at all. We read in history how that Artaxerxes, among all the wives he had, did love the most Astacia, which was a woman of very ripe age, yet still most beautiful, and had been the mistress of his late brother Darius. His son did fall so deep in love with her, so exceeding fair was she in spite of years, that he did demand to share her with his father, in the same way as his share of the kingdom. But the father, angered by this and jealous at the notion of another sharing with him this dainty morsel, did make her priestess of the sun, forasmuch as in Persia women which hold this estate must vow themselves to absolute chastity. We read again in the history of Naples how Ladislas, a Hungarian and king of Naples, did besiege in Taranto the Duchess Marie, widow of Ramandillo de Balzo, and after sundry assaults and feats of arms, did take her by arrangement with her children, and wed her. Albeit she was of ripe years, yet exceeding fair to look upon, and carried her with him to Naples. She was thereafter known as Queen Marie and fondly loved and cherished of the king. Myself once saw the fair Duchesse de Valentinois, Diane de Poitiers at the age of 70, as fair of face, as fresh-looking and lovable as at 30. And verily she was well loved and courted by one of the greatest and most gallant kings in all the world. I may tell her age frankly, without wrong to the beauty of this fair lady, seeing whenever a lady is loved of a great king, 'tis sure sign perfection doth abundantly reside in her, and make her dear to him. And surely that beauty which is given of heaven should never be spared in favor of heaven's demigods. I saw this lady, 6 months before she died, still so very fair I can imagine no heart so flinty as not to have been stirred thereby, and though a while before she had broke a leg on the stony pavement of Orleans, riding and sitting her horse as lightly and cleverly as she had ever done. But the horse slipped and fell under her, and for this broken limb, and all the pains and sufferings she did endure, one would have thought her fair face must have been changed. But nothing of the sort, for her beauty, grace, majesty, and gallant mien were just what they had ever been. And above all, she did possess an extraordinary whiteness of skin, without any recourse had to paint. Only 'tis said that every morning she did employ certain washes compounded of spring water and sundry drugs, the which I cannot name like good doctors or cunning apothecaries can. I do believe that if this fair lady had lived yet another 100 years, she would never have aged, whether in face, so excellently framed was it, or in body, the parts covered and concealed, that is, of such excellent temper and good condition was this. The pity as earth should ever cover these beauteous forms. Likewise myself have seen the Marquise de Rothelin, mother of the Dowager Princess de Conde and the late deceased M. de Longueville, in no wise diminished of her beauty by time or age, but keeping the fresh flower of her youth as aforetime, except only that her face did grow something redder toward the end. Yet did her beautiful eyes, that were unmatched in all the world, and which her daughter hath inherited, never alter, but were to the last as meet to wound hearts as ever. Another I have seen in like case was Madame de la Berdessière, afterward by a second marriage wife to the Marechal d'Aumont. This lady in her later days was so fair to look on you would have said she was in her early youth still, and her 5 daughters, all beautiful women, did in no wise eclipse her. And readily enough, if the choice had been to make, would a man have left the daughters to take the mother in preference, yet had she borne a number of children. And truly of all women she did most take heed of her good looks, for she was a mortal enemy of the night damp and moonlight, and did avoid these all ever she could. The ordinary use of paint for the face, practiced by so many ladies, was quite unknown to her. I have also seen, and this is a more striking instance still, Madame de Meruel, mother of the Marquise de Mézières and grandmother of the Princess Dauphin, at the age of 100, at which she died, looking as fresh and upright, as alert, healthy, and comely as at 50. She had been a very handsome woman in her younger days. Her daughter, the Marquise de Mézières named above, was of like sort and died in the like good case, but she was 20 years younger when this took place, and her figure had shrunk somewhat. She was aunt of Mme. de Bourdeille, my elder brother's wife, and did bring him the like excellent qualities. For albeit she have passed her 53rd year and hath had 14 children, one may truthfully say this, and others which see her are of better judgment than I, and do assure me of the fact, that the 4 daughters she hath by her side do look like her own sisters. So do we often see winter fruits and relics of the past season, match those of summer itself, and keep their sweetness, and be as fine and savor as these, and even more. The Amarelle de Briand too, and her daughter Mme. de Barbezieux did continue very handsome women to quite old age. I have been told of late how that the fair Paul de Toulouse, so renowned of old days, is yet as beautiful as ever, though she is now 84, and no change is to be seen, whether in her fine, tall figure or her beautiful face. Another I have seen is the President de Comte of Bordeaux, of equal age and equal beauty, in all ways most lovable and desirable, and indeed she was a woman of many perfections. Many other such could I name, but I should never have done. A young Spanish knight speaking of love to a lady of advanced age, but still handsome, she did make him this answer. Amis completas de sta manera mi habla VM? How can you speak so to my complines? Meaning to signify by complines her age and the decline of her best days and the approach of night. The knight did reply, Sus completas valen mas, why son mas graciosas, quelas horas de prima de qualquier otra dama, your complines are better worth, and more fair and delectable than the hours of prime of any other lady. A very pretty conceit, surely. Another speaking in like wise of love to a lady of ripe years, and she making objection to him of her withered beauty, which yet was not over and above so, did thus answer her, A las vísperas si conoce la fiesta, at vespers is the feast at its best. We have yet among us to this day Madame de Nemers, of yore in the April of her beauty the wonder of the world, which doth still defy all devastating time. I may truly say of her, as may all that have seen her with me, that she was erst the fairest dame, in her blooming days, in all Christendom. I did see her one day dance, as I have told elsewhere, with the Queen of Scots, they twain all alone together and without any other ladies to bear them company, by way of a caprice, so that all such, men and women, as did behold them knew not to which to adjudge the palm of beauty. Verily, as one said at the time, you would have thought them those two suns which we read in Pliny to have once appeared together in the sky, to dazzle the world. Madame de Nemers, at that time Madame de Guise, did show the more luxurious figure. And if it be allowed me so to say without offense to the Queen of Scots, she had the more imposing and apparent dignity of port, albeit she was not a queen like the other. But then she was granddaughter of that great king, the father of his people, whom she did resemble in many of her features, as I have seen him portrayed in the gallery of the Queen of Navarre, showing in every look the great monarch he was. I think I was the first which did call her by this name of granddaughter of the great king, father of his people. This was at Lyons, time when the king did return out of Poland, and often would I call her so, and she did me the honor to deem it well, and like it at my hands. She was in very deed a true granddaughter of that great king, and especially in goodness of heart and beauty. For she was ever very good-hearted, and few or none are to be found that she ever did ill or displeasure to, while many did win great advantage in the time of her favor, that is to say in the time of her late husband, Monsieur de Guise, which did enjoy high consideration in France. Thus were there two very noble perfections united in this lady, goodness and beauty, and both of these hath she right well maintained to this present day. And by their means hath married two most honorable husbands, and two that few or none at all could have been found to match. And indeed, and if another could be found of like sort and worthy of her, and if she did wish for a third, she might well enjoy one more, so fair is she yet. And 'tis a fact that in Italy folk do hold the ladies of Ferrara for good and tasty morsels, whence hath come the saying, pata ferrarsa, just as they say, cazzo mantuano, a Mantua verge. As to this, when once a great lord of that country was making court to a great and beauteous princess of France, and they were all commending him at court for his excellent merits, valiance, and the high qualities which did make him deserving of her favors, there was one, the late M. Doe, captain of the Scottish Guards, which did come nearer the point than any with these words. Nay, you do forget the chief of all, his cazzo mantuano to wit. I did once hear a like speech, how when the Duke of Mantua, which was nicknamed the Goblin Hunchback, because he was excessively hunchbacked, was desirous of wedding the sister of the Emperor Maximilian, the lady was told that he was so sadly deformed. But she only made answer, as Tease said, Non importa perch la campana habia qualche defetto, ma ch el sinaglio je buono, no matter if the bell have some flaw, provided the clapper be good, meaning thereby this same cazzo mantuano. Some indeed aver she did never say the thing at all, seeing she was too modest and well brought up, but at any rate others did say it for her. But to return to this same Princess of Ferrara, I did see her at the marriage of the late M. de Joyeuse appear clad in a mantle of the Italian fashion, the sleeves drawn back halfway up the arms in the Sienese mode. But there was no lady there which could outshine her, and no man but said, This fair princess cannot make herself any fairer, so fair is she already. And 'tis easy to judge by her beauteous face that she hath other hidden beauties of great charm and parts which are not seen. Just as by looking at the noble facade of a fine building, 'tis easy to judge that within there be fair chambers, antechambers, and closets, fair alcoves and privy places. In many another spot likewise hath she displayed her beauty, and no long while since, in this autumn of her days, and especially in Spain at the marriage of Monsieur and Madame de Save, in such wise that the admiration of her and her charms did remain graven in that land for all time. And if my pen had wings of power and range enough to raise her to the skies, right gladly would I devote it to the task, but 'tis too weak for such emprise. Yet will I speak of her again later. No doubt is there but this princess was a very beautiful woman in her springtide, her summer and autumn, yea, and is still in her winter, albeit she hath had many griefs and many children. The worst of it is that the Italians, scorning a woman which hath had a number of children, do call such an one scrofa, that is to say a sow. But surely they which do bear handsome, gallant, and noble sons, as did this princess, are praiseworthy, and do in no wise merit this ugly name, but rather that of heaven's favorites. I will only add this remark: what a strange and wondrous inconsistency is here, that the thing of all others most fickle and inconsistent doth offer such resistance to time, to wit a pretty woman. 'Tis not I which do say this, sorry should I be to do so. For truly I do esteem highly the constancy of many of the sex, nor are all inconstant. 'Tis from another I borrow the remark. I would gladly adduce the names of ladies of other lands, as well as of our own, that have still been fair in their autumn and winter. But for this while, I will mention two only in this class. One is the good Queen Elizabeth of England, the which is reigning at this day, and who they tell me is as fair as ever. If this be true, I do hold her for a very fair and beauteous princess, for myself have seen her in her summertide and in her autumn season. As for her winter, she doth now approach near the same, if she be not there already. For 'tis long ago I did see her, and the first time ever I saw her, I know what age they did give her then. I do believe what hath kept her so long in her prime of beauty is that she hath never been wed, nor borne the burden of marriage, the which is a very grievous one, above all when a woman hath many children. The said queen is deserving of all praise on all accounts, were it not for the death of that gallant, beautiful, and peerless princess, the Queen of Scots, the which hath sore stained her good repute. The second foreign princess I shall name is the Marquise de Guast, Donna Maria of Aragon, which lady myself have seen still very beautiful in her final season. And I will show this in an account, the which I will abridge all ever I can. After the death of King Henry of France, 1 month later died also Pope Paul Roman IV, Carafa, and it became needful for the election of a new pope that all the cardinals should meet together. Amongst others there came from France the Cardinal de Guise, and did fare to Rome by sea with the king's galleys, whereof the general was Francois de Lorraine, Grand Prior of France, brother of the said cardinal, who did convoy him, as a good brother should, with a fleet of 16 galleys. And they did make such good speed, and with so fine a wind astern, as that they did arrive in 2 days and 2 nights at Civita Vecchia, and from there presently to Rome. But being come thither, the Grand Prior seeing they were not yet ready to proceed to the new election, and as a fact it was yet 3 months more a-doing, and that accordingly his brother could not at present return, and his galleys were but lying idle in port meantime, he did determine to go on to Naples to see that town and spend his leisure there. So on his arrival, the viceroy, at that time the Duke of Alcala, did receive him as if he had been a king. But before his actual arrival, he did salute the town with a very fine salvo of artillery, which did last a great while. And the same honor was repaid him by the town and its forts, so as you would have said the very heavens were strangely thundering during the said cannonade. And keeping his galleys in line of battle and review order, and at some distance to seaward, he did dispatch in a skiff M. de l'Estrange, a gentleman of Languedoc, a very discreet and honorable man, and one which could speak very gracefully, to the viceroy, to the end he might not startle him, and to ask his leave, seeing that albeit we were at peace, and on the best of terms we did come with all the terrors of war, to enter the harbor. For to see the town, and visit the sepulchres of his ancestors, which were there interred, and cast holy water upon them, and make a prayer. This the viceroy did accord very readily. Then did the grand prior advance and renew the salvo with as fine and furious a cannonade as before, both with the main-deck guns and his 16 galleys and other pieces of ordnance, and with arquebus fire, in such wise that all his fleet was a mass of flame. So did he make entry most proudly to the mole, with standards and pennants flying, and dressed with flags of crimson silk, and his own of damask, and with all the galley slaves clad in crimson velvet, and the soldiers of his bodyguard the same, and wearing short cloaks covered with silver broidery. The commander of these was Captain Geoffrey, a provincial and a brave and gallant soldier. Altogether our French galleys were found of all right fine, swift, and well careened, and above all the ship royal, to the which never a fault could be found. For indeed this prince was in all ways exceeding magnificent and right liberal. So being come to the mole in this gallant array, he did their land and all we his suite with him, at a spot where the viceroy had commanded to have ready horses and coaches for to receive us and carry us to the town. And truly we did there find 100 steeds, coursers, jennets, Spaniards, barbs, and other horses, each finer than the other, with saddle cloths of velvet all wrought with broidery, some silver and some gold. He that would ride a horse did so, and he that preferred to go in a coach found one ready, for there were a score there of the finest and richest, excellently horsed and drawn by the finest cattle ever seen. There too stood many great princes and lords, as well of the kingdom of Naples as of Spain, which did welcome the grand prior most honorably on behalf of the viceroy. On landing he did mount a Spanish horse, the finest I have seen for many a long day, which the viceroy did after present to him, and did manage him right well, and make him perform some brilliant curvets, as was much spoke of at the time. The prince, who was a very good horseman, as good indeed as he was a seaman, did make a very fine show thus mounted. And he did display his horse's paces to the best advantage, and in most graceful style, seeing he was one of the handsomest princes of his day, and one of the most pleasant and accomplished, and of a fine, tall, and active figure, which is a rare thing with such like great personages. Thus was he conducted by all these lords and many another noble gentleman to the viceroy's palace, where this last did await him and paid him all possible honor, and lodged him in his own house, and did feast him most sumptuously, both him and all his band. This he was well able to do, seeing he did profit him by 20,000 crowns through this journey. We were, I dare say, a couple of 100 gentlemen that were with him, captain of galleys and others, and were lodged with most of the great lords of the city, and that most sumptuously. First thing in the morning, on coming out from our chambers, we did find attendants so well appointed as that they would present themselves instantly to ask what we were fain to do, and whither we would go to take our pleasure. And if we did call for horses or coaches, in a moment, our wish was no sooner expressed than satisfied. So they would away at once to seek whatever mount we did crave, and all these so fine, rich, and magnificent as might have contented a king, and then off on our way to take our day's pleasure, in such wise as each did prefer. In very fact were we well nigh spoiled by excess of enjoyment and all delights in that fair city. Nor can we say there was any lack of such, for indeed I have never seen a town better supplied therewith in every sort. One alone was wanting, to wit the familiar converse, frank and free, with ladies of honor and repute, for of others there was enough and to spare. But the defect was well and wisely remedied for the time being by the complaisance of this same Marquise de Guast, in whose honor is the present discourse writ. For she, being a right courteous lady and full of all honorable feeling, and well fitting the nobility of her house, having heard the high repute of the grand prior for all the perfections that were in him, and having seen him pass through the city on horseback and recognized his worth, as is meet between folk of high station toward one another, with the magnanimity she did ever show in all things, did send one day a very honorable and well-mannered gentleman of her attendants to greet the prince from her, charging him to say that if her sex and the custom of the country had suffered her to visit him, she would right gladly have come very readily to offer him her best services, as all the great lords of the kingdom had done. But she did beg him to take the will for the deed, offering him the use of her houses, castles, and her best service in all things. The grand prior, who was courtesy itself, did thank her most heartily, as was but meet, and did send word how that he would come to kiss her hands straightway after dinner. And this he did not fail to do accompanied by all of us gentlemen which were with him in his suite. We did find the Marquise in her guest hall along with her 2 daughters, Donna Antonina and Donna Hieronima, or was it Donna Joanna? For indeed I cannot say for sure, it having now slipped my memory, as well as many other fair dames and damsels, so richly apparelled and of such a charming grace as that I have never, outside our own court of France and that of Spain, seen elsewhere a more beauteous band of fair ladies. Then did the Marquise salute the Grand Prior in the French fashion, and did welcome him with every mark of honor. And he did return the same, even yet more humbly, con más gran sosiego, with the very greatest respect, as they say in Spanish. Their discourse was for the present of mere commonplaces, while the rest of us, such as could speak Italian or Spanish, did accost the other ladies, whom we did find most honorable and gallant, and a very pleasing conversation. On our departure, the Marquise, having learned from the Grand Prior that he did purpose to make a stay of a fortnight in the place, said thus to him: Sir, if at any time you know not what to do and are in lack of pastime, your coming hither will ever do me much honor, and you shall be most welcome, as it were at the house of your own lady mother. And I beg you to use the same precisely as though it were your own, neither more nor less. I have the good fortune to be loved and visited by honorable and fair dames of this kingdom, and city as much as any lady therein. And seeing your youth and merit do set you to love the conversation of honorable ladies, I will beseech them to resort hither yet more frequently than they do use, to bear you company, and all the fair and noble gentlefolk which be with you. Here stand my 2 daughters, the which I will direct, albeit they are not so well accomplished as they should be, to bear you company after the French fashion, to wit to laugh, dance, play, and talk freely, modestly and honorably, even as you do at the court of France. And I would gladly enough offer myself for one. Only, 'twould be very irksome to a young prince, handsome and gallant like yourself, to have to entertain an old woman, worn out, tiresome and unlovable such as I, for verily and indeed youth and age do scarce accord well together. These words the Grand Prior did straightway take objection to, assuring her that old age had gat no hold at all upon her, and that he would never hear of any such thing, but that her autumn did overpass all the springtides and summers that were in that hall. And truly she did still seem a very handsome and very lovable woman, yea, even more than her 2 daughters, pretty and young as these were. Yet was she then very nigh 60 good years old. This little speech of the prince did much pleasure the Marquise, as we could easily see by her laughing face and all her words and ways. We did leave her house exceeding delighted with the lady, and above all the Grand Prior himself, who had instantly fallen in love with her, as he did inform us. Little doubt then but this fair and honorable lady and her fair band of attendant dames did draw the Grand Prior to resort every day to her house, for indeed if we went not there after dinner, we did so in the evening. The prince did take for mistress her eldest daughter, albeit he did better love the mother, but 'twas done per adambrar la cosa, to veil the matter. Tiltings at the ring were held in plenty, whereat the Grand Prior did bear away the prize, as well as many ballets and dances. In a word, the gay society he did enjoy was the cause of this, that whereas he had purposed to tarry but a fortnight, we were there for a good 6 weeks, nor were we in any wise irked thereby, for we had likewise gotten us mistresses no less than our general. Nay, we had certainly remained longer still, had not a courier come from the king, bringing him news of the breaking out of the war in Spain. For this cause he had to weigh anchor and carry his galleys from the eastern shore to the western, though in fact they did not cross over till 8 months later. So had we to take leave of all these delightsome pleasures, and quit the good and gracious town of Naples. And truly, 'twas not without great sadness and many regrets to our general and all of us, but we were right sorry to leave a place where we had been so happy. At the end of some 6 years, or mayhap longer, when we were on our way to the succor of Malta, I was again at Naples and did make inquiry if the aforesaid fair lady were yet alive. I was told yes, and that she was in that town. Instantly I made a point of going to see her, and was immediately recognized by an old seneschal of her house, which did away to tell his mistress that I was fain to kiss her hands. She, remembering my name of Bourdeille, did summon me up to her chamber to see her. I found her keeping her bed, by reason of a slight rash she had on one of her cheeks. She did make me, I swear, a right excellent welcome. I did find her very little changed, and still so handsome a woman she might well have made any man commit a mortal sin, whether in will or deed. She did ask me eagerly for news of my late general the Grand Prior, and lovingly, and how he had died, and saying she had been told how that he had been poisoned, did curse 100 times over the wretch that had done the deed. I told her 'twas not so, and bade her disabuse her fancy of any such idea, informing her how he had died really of a treacherous and secret pleurisy he had caught at the battle of Dreux, where he had fought like a Caesar all day long. But at evening, after the last charge, being greatly heated by fight and a sweat, and then withdrawing on a night of the most bitter hard frost, he was chilled to the bone. He did conceal his sickness, and died of it a month or 6 weeks afterward. She did manifest, both by words and manner, her deep regret for him, and note now, 2 or 3 years before this, he had dispatched 2 galleys on a freebooting expedition under the charge of Captain Beaulieu, one of the lieutenants of his galleys. He had adopted the flag of the Queen of Scots, one which had never been seen or known in the eastern seas, and which did cause folk much amaze, for 'twas out of the question to take that of France, because of the alliance with the Turks. Now the Grand Prior had given orders to the said Captain Beaulieu to land at Naples and pay a visit on his behalf to the Marquise de Guast and her daughters, to which 3 ladies he did send by his hand an host of presents, all the little novelties then in vogue at the court and palace, in Paris, and in France generally. Indeed, this same noble Grand Prior was ever the soul of generosity and magnificence. This task Captain Beaulieu did not fail to perform, and did present all his master's gifts. Himself was most excellently received, and rewarded by a fine present for his mission. The Marquise did feel such obligation for these gifts, and for that he had continued to remember her, that she did tell me again and again how gratified she had been and how she had loved him yet more than afore for his goodness. Again, for love of him, she did a graceful courtesy to a gentleman of Gascony, which was at that time an officer in the galleys of the Grand Prior. This gentleman was left behind, when we set sail, sick unto death. But so kind was fortune to him, that addressing himself to the said lady in his adversity, he was so well succored of her that his life was saved. She did take him in her household, and did serve him so well, as that a captaincy falling vacant in one of her castles, she did bestow the same on him, and procured him to marry a rich wife to boot. None of the rest of us were aware what had become of the poor gentleman, and we deemed him dead. But lo! At the time of this latter voyage to Malta, there was amongst us a gentleman, younger brother of him I spake of, which did one day in heedless talk tell me of the main occasion for his going abroad. This he said was to seek news of a brother of his that had formerly been in the service of the Grand Prior, and had tarried behind sick at Naples more than 6 years before, and had never been heard of since. Then did I bethink me, and presently did make inquiry for news of him of the folk belonging to the Marquise. These told me of his good fortune, and I did at once inform the younger brother. The latter did thank me very heartily, and accompanied me to pay his respects to the said lady, who did take him into great favor also, and went to visit him at his lodging. Truly a pretty gratitude and remembrance of a friendship of old days, which remembrance she did still cherish, as I have said. For she did make me even better cheer than before, and did entertain me with tales of the old happy time and many other subjects, all which did make me to find her company very pleasant and agreeable. For she was of a good intelligence and bright wit, and an excellent talker. She did beseech me 100 times over to take no other lodging or meal but with her. But to this I would never consent, it not being my nature ever to be importunate or self-seeking. But I did use to go and visit her every day for the 7 or 8 days we did tarry there, and I was always most welcome, and her chamber ever open to me without any difficulty. When at last I bade her adieu, she did give me letters of recommendation to her son, the Marquis de Pesqueira, general at that time in the Spanish army. Besides which, she did make me promise that on my return I would come to see her, and take up my lodging in no other house but hers. However, so great was my ill luck that the galleys which did carry us did land us only at Terracina, from whence we hied to Rome, and I was unable to retrace my steps. Moreover, I was fain at that time to join the wars in Hungary, but being at Venice, we did learn the death of the great Sultan Solomon. 'Twas there I did curse my luck 100 times over, for that I had not anyhow returned to Naples, where I should have passed my time to advantage. Indeed, it may well be, that by favor of my lady, the Marquise, I should there have found some good fortune, whether by marriage or otherwise. For she did certainly do me the honor to like me well. I suppose my evil destiny willed it not so, but was determined to take me back again to France to be forever unfortunate there. In this hath Dame Fortune never showed me a favorable countenance, except only so far as appearances go, and a fair repute as a good and gallant man of worth and honor. Yet goods and rank have I never gotten like sundry of my comrades, and even some of our lower estate, men I have known which would have deemed themselves happy if I had but spoke to them in a courtyard, or king's or queen's apartment, or in hall, though only aside and over the shoulder. Yet today I do see these same fellows advanced and grown exceeding big with the rapidity of pumpkins, though indeed I do make but light of them, and hold them no greater than myself, and would not defer to any of them by so much as the length of my nail. Well, well, I may herein apply to myself the word which our Redeemer Jesus Christ did pronounce out of his own mouth: a prophet hath no honor in his own country. Mayhap had I served foreign princes as well as I have done mine own, and sought adventure among them as I have among those of our land, I should now be more laden with wealth and dignities than I actually am with years and vexations. Patience. If 'tis my fate hath spun it so, I do curse the jade. If 'tis my princes be to blame, I do give them to all the devils, and if they be not there already. This doth end my account of this most honorable lady. She is dead, with an excellent repute as having been a right fair noble dame, and having left behind her a good and generous line, as the Marquis' eldest son, Don Juan, Don Carlos, Don Caesar Davalos, all which myself have seen and have spoke of them elsewhere. The daughters no less have followed in their brothers' steps. And herewith I do terminate the main thread of my principal discourse. Notes and Appendices. Bibliography. This list is simply a selection from the many editions of the works of Brantôme in French and German. There are also texts in Spanish and Italian. A complete bibliography would fill many pages and would not be essential to the present text. Editions. Lade 1666, Chez Sambix Lejeune, 2 volume in 12, Le Titre Portate, Vies des Dames Gallants. Lade 1666, Chez Jean de la Tourterelle, 2 volume in 12, Le Titre Portate. Memoirs de Messire Pierre de Bourdeille, Seigneur de Brantôme, contenens les vies des dames galantes de son temps. Lade 1722, Chez Jean de la Tourterelle, 2 volume in 12, Titre Rouge et Noir. Meme titre quaedans l'édition précédente et mermes fautes. Landers 1739, Wood et Palmer, 2 volume in 12, Titre Rouge et Noir. Memoirs de Messire Pierre de Bourdeille, Seigneur de Brantôme, contenent les vies des dames galantes de son temps. Edition copie sur les précédents. La Haye 1740, 15 volume in 12. Cette edition est de la Duchet, Lancelot et Prosper Marchand, et les remarques critiques ont servi aux editions postérieures. Landers 1779, Aux dépens du libraire, 15 volume in 8o. Œuvres du Seigneur de Brantôme, nouvelle edition considerablement augmentée, accompany de remarques historiques et critiques et distribués dans un meilleur ordre. Les dames galantes occupant les tomes Roman 3 et Roman 4. Paris, 1822, Foucault, 8 volume in 8o. Œuvres complètes du Seigneur de Brantôme, accompagnies de remarques historiques et critiques, nouvelle édition collectionnée sur les manuscrits de la Bibliothèque du Roi. Montmartre, Les dames galantes occupant le Roman 7 volume. Paris, 1834, Ledoux, 2 volume in 8o. Les dames galantes, par le Seigneur de Brantôme, nouvelle édition avec une préface de Mph. Chassels. Edition qui abocup et mal profite de l'édition précédente. Paris, 1840-1869, Garnier Freres, 1 volume in 18. Edition populaire plusieurs fois réimprimée et faite d'après l'édition de 1740. Paris, 1857, et de Lahaye, 1 volume in 12. Œuvres de Brantôme, nouvelle édition revue d'après les meilleurs textes, avec une préface historique et critique par H. Vigneault, Vies des dames galantes. Édition faite d'après les éditions antérieures. Les notes sont bonnes. Il a été fait une nouvelle édition de ce travail en 1857, chez de Lahaye, en 18. Paris, 1876, Renoir, Libraire de la Société de l'Histoire de France. Œuvres complètes de Pierre de Bourdeille, Seigneur de Brantôme, publiées d'après les manuscrits, avec variants et fragments inédits pour la Société de l'Histoire de France, par Ludovic Lalin. Tome Neuvem. Des dames, suite. Un gros volume in 8 to 743 pages, titre non compris. Cette édition est la première qui indique les sources auxquelles Brantôme appuyait ses historiettes. M. Lalin n'allait aucun passage sans une explication taugers courte et taugers substantielle. L'œuvre du Seigneur de Brantôme, Vie des dames galantes, Introduction and Notes by B. de Villeneuve, Paris, 1913. Les dames galantes, publiées d'après les manuscrits de la Bibliothèque nationale, par Henry Bouchat, 2 vols, E. Flammarion, Paris, a very fine edition. Brantôme, des Leben der Gallanten Damen. Dionysos Butcheray, Introduction by George Harstorfer, 2 vols, Berlin, the best German edition. Brantôme, Lives of Fair and Gallant Ladies, translated from the original by A. R. Allinson, 2 vols, Paris, Carrington, 1902. Appendix A. Brantôme by Arthur Tilley. Like Montaigne, Brantôme pretended to be careless of literary fame, but in reality took every pains to secure it. Like Montaigne, he loved digressions, Gaillard's escapades from his main theme. Like Montaigne, he has drawn for us, though in his case unconsciously, a portrait of himself. Like Montaigne, he was curious of information, fond of travel and books. But these points of similarity are after all superficial. The difference is fundamental. While Montaigne tested the world and society by the light of his shrewd common sense, Brantôme accepted them without question or reflection. Montaigne was essentially a thinker. Brantôme was merely a reporter. Montaigne was a moralist. For Brantôme, the word morality had no meaning. Montaigne criticized his age. Brantôme reflected it. That indeed is Brantôme's chief value, that he reflects his age like a mirror. but it must be added that he reflects chiefly its more trivial, not to say its more scandalous side. He is the Suetonius of the French Renaissance. Pierre de Bourdeille, Reverend Father in God, Abbé de Brantôme, belonged to a noble and ancient family of Perigord. The precise date of his birth is uncertain, but it must be placed somewhere between 1539 and 1542. He spent his childhood with his grandmother, Louise de Vivonne, wife of the Seneschal of Poitou, at the court of Margaret of Navarre. And after studying first at Paris and then at Poitiers, traveled for more than a year in Italy, returning to France at the beginning of 1560, when he made his first appearance at the court. Though he already held other benefices besides the abbey from which he took his title, he was not in orders. The next 14 years were spent by him either in fighting on the Catholic side in the religious wars, or in attendance at the court, or in travel. In 1574, his military career came to an end, for his duties as gentleman of the chamber, to which post he had been appointed in 1568, kept him at court, frivolous, idle, and discontented. At last the refusal of Henry Roman III to bestow on him the promised post of governor of Perigord filled him with such fury that he determined to enter the service of Spain. But a fall from his horse, which kept him in bed for 4 years, 1580–1587, saved him from being a renegade to his country and turned him into a man of letters. For it was during this forced inactivity, apparently in 1584, that he began his literary labors, which he continued for the next 30 years, most of which he spent on his estate. He died in 1614, leaving a will of portentous length, in which, among other things, he charged his heirs to have his works printed en belle et grand letter, et grand volume. The charge was neglected, and it was not till 1665–1666 that an incomplete and defective edition was published at Leyden in the Elsevier form. Previous to this, however, several copies had been made of his manuscripts, and Le Laboureur in his edition of Castelnau's Memoirs, published in 1659, had printed long extracts. Brantôme was a disappointed man when he wrote his memoirs. He had been an assiduous courtier for a quarter of a century and had gained nothing by it, while he had seen men whose merits he believed to be inferior to his rise to wealth and honor. But though he had the love of frivolity and the moral indifference of a true courtier, he had not his pliability. He was violent, says Le Laboureur, difficult to live with, and of a too unforgiving spirit. Perhaps the best thing that can be said in his favor is that among his most intimate friends were two of the most virtuous characters of their time, Teligny, the son-in-law of Coligny, and Teligny's brother-in-law, François de Lannoy. Among his other friends were Louis de Bérenger, Seigneur du Guast, who was assassinated by order of Marguerite de Valois, and above all Filippo Strozzi, the son of Piero Strozzi, who was his friend for over 20 years, and who exercised over him considerable influence. The names by which Brantôme's writings are generally known are not those which he himself gave them. Thus the titles Dames Illustres and Dames Gallants are an invention of the Leyden publisher for the premier et second livre des Dames. The other main division of his writings, Homs, consisted in Brantôme's manuscript of 2 volumes, the first containing the Grands Capitaines, French and Spanish, and the second Les Coronels, Discourse sur les duels, Rhodomontades Espagnols, and a separate account of Lannoy. His original manuscript was completed while Margaret was still the wife of Henry Roman IV. That is to say before November, 1599, but some time after her divorce he made a carefully revised copy. It is upon this copy that the text of M. Lalland's edition is based for the first 5 volumes. Regarded strictly as biographies, Brantôme's lives have slender merit, for the majority give one little or no idea of the character of the persons treated. He is at least successful with those who had in them elements of real greatness, such as Coligny and Condé. Even the long life of François de Guise, though it contains some interesting and valuable information, throws little light on Guise himself. But he gives us good superficial portraits of Charles Roman IX, Catherine de Médicis, and the Constable de Montmorency, while several of the minor lives, such as Brissac and his brother Cos, Matignon, and Mary of Hungary, are not only amusing but hit off the characters with considerable success. One of the most entertaining is the unfinished account of his father. On the other hand, the account of Margaret of Valois, though it contains some interesting details, is too ecstatic in its open-mouthed admiration to have any value as a biography. The conclusion of the account of Monluc may be quoted not only for its reference to Monluc's conversational powers, but as throwing light on Brantôme's own character. Much of the interest of Brantôme's book is to be found in his numerous digressions, for which he is constantly apologizing. Thus, in the middle of the account of Montmorency, we have a laudatory sketch of Mitchell de L Hospital, in that of Tavannes a digression on the Order of St. Michael, in that of Bellegarde an account of his own treatment by Henry Roman III. The digressions are frequently made occasions for amusing stories, which, like Montaigne, are distinguished from such as Bouchet and Barolda de Verville collected, in that they generally illustrate some trait of human character. Like Montaigne again, Brantôme copies freely and without acknowledgement from books. Whole pages are taken from the Loyal Serviteur, stories are borrowed from Rabelais, Despériers, and the Heptameron, as well as from most of the writers dealt with in the last chapter. But Brantôme, unlike Montaigne, tries to conceal his thefts by judicious alterations, or by pretending that he heard the story himself, or even that he was a witness of the event related. J.I. Ouiconteur and J.I. Vu are frequently in his mouth. He was doubtless chiefly influenced in these endeavors to conceal his borrowings by the same form of vanity as Montaigne, the desire to be regarded, not as a man of letters, but as a gentleman who amused himself by putting down his reminiscences on paper. It is for this reason that he tries to give a negligent and conversational air to his style. The result is that he is often ungrammatical and sometimes obscure. Yet his style, at any rate in the eyes of a foreigner, has considerable merit, and chiefly from its power of vivid presentment. For Brantôme, like other Gascons, like Montaigne and Monluc and Henry Roman IV, saw things vividly and can make his readers see them. He has a store of expressive words and phrases such as unpu hamas, of Mary of Hungary. A noticeable feature of his style is his love of Italian and Spanish words, reflecting in this, as in other features, the prevailing fashion of the court. Brantôme's keen enjoyment of the world pageantry was seldom disturbed by inconvenient reflection. His only quarrel with society was that the ruling powers were blind to his own merits. He thought the duel, even in the treacherous and bloodthirsty fashion in which it was then carried on, an excellent institution, and at the end of his account of Coligny, he inserts an elaborate disquisition on the material benefits which the religious wars had conferred on France. All classes had profited: nobles, clergy, magistrates, merchants, artisans. And all this is said in sober earnest, without a suspicion of irony. One might at any rate give Brantôme credit for originality had he not told us at the outset that this was the substance of a conversation which he overheard at court between two great persons, one a soldier and the other a statesman, and both excellent Catholics. Brantôme was the echo as well as the mirror of the court. Brantôme's glowing panegyric on Margaret of Valois induced that virtuous princess to write her memoirs, partly in order to supplement his account of her, partly to correct a few errors into which he had fallen. It is to Brantôme accordingly that her memoirs are addressed. They were written about the year 1597 in the Château of Usson in Auvergne, where she had resided, nominally as a prisoner, since 1587. Appendix B. Brantôme by George Saintsbury. The complement and counterpart of this moralizing on human business and pleasure is necessarily to be found in chronicles of that business, and that pleasure as actually pursued. In these the 16th century is extraordinarily rich. Correspondence had hardly yet attained the importance in French literature which it afterwards acquired, but professed history, and, still more, personal memoirs were largely written. The name of Brantôme has been chosen as the central and representative name of this section of writers, because he is on the whole the most original and certainly the most famous of them. His work, moreover, has more than one point of resemblance to that of the great contemporary author, Montaigne, with whom he is linked at the head of this chapter. Brantôme neither wrote actual history nor directly personal memoirs, but desultory biographical essays, forming a curious and perhaps designed pendant to the desultory moral essays of his neighbor Montaigne. Around him rank many writers, some historians pure and simple, some memoir writers pure and simple, of whom not a few approach him in literary genius, and surpass him in correctness and finish of style, while almost all exceed him in whatever advantage may be derived from uniformity of plan, and from regard to the decencies of literature. Pierre de Bourdeille S., who derived the name by which he is, and indeed was during his lifetime, generally known from an abbacy given to him by Henry Roman II. When he was still a boy was born about 1540 in the province of Périgord, but the exact date and place of his birth have not been ascertained. He was the third son of François, Comte de Bourdeille, and his mother, Anne de Vivant de la Châtaigneraie, was the sister of the famous duelist whose encounter with Jarnac his nephew has described in a well-known passage. In the court of Marguerite d'Angoulême, the literary nursery of so great a part of the talent of France at this time, he passed his early youth, went to school at Paris and at Poitiers, and was made Abbé de Brantôme at the age of 16. He was thus sufficiently provided for, and he never took any orders, but was a courtier and a soldier throughout the whole of his active life. Indeed, almost the first use he made of his benefice was to equip himself and a respectable suite for a journey into Italy, where he served under the Marital de Brissac. He accompanied Mary Stuart to Scotland, served in the Spanish army in Africa, volunteered for the relief of Malta from the Turks, and again for the expedition destined to assist Hungary against Solomon, and in other ways led the life of a knight-errant. The religious wars in his own country gave him plenty of employment, but in the reigns of Charles Roman IX and Henry Roman III, he was more particularly attached to the suite of the Queen Dowager and her daughter Marguerite. He was, however, somewhat disappointed in his hopes of recompense, and after hesitating for a time between the Royalists, the Leaguers, and the Spaniards, he left the court, retired into private life, and began to write memoirs, partly in consequence of a severe accident. He seems to have begun to write about 1594, and he lived for 20 years longer, dying on the 15th of July, 1614. The form of Brantôme's works is, as has been said, peculiar. They are usually divided into two parts, dealing respectively with men and women. The first part in its turn consists of many subdivisions, the chief of which is made up of the Vies des Grands Capitaines étrangers et Francais, while others consist of separate disquisitions or essays, des Rhodomantades Espagnols, on some duels and challenges in France and elsewhere, on certain retreats, and how they are sometimes better than battles, etc. Of the part which is devoted to women, the chief portion is the celebrated Dames Gallants, which is preceded by a series of Vies des Dames Illustres, matching the Grands Capitaines. The Dames Gallants is subdivided into 8 discourses, with titles which smack of Montaigne. These discourses are, however, in reality little but a congerie of anecdotes, often scandalous enough. Besides these, his principal works, Brantôme left divers opuscula, some of which are definitely literary, dealing chiefly with Lucan. None of his works were published in his lifetime, nor did any appear in print until 1659. Meanwhile, manuscript copies had, as usual, been multiplied, with the result, also usual, that the text was much falsified and mutilated. The great merit of Brantôme lies in the extraordinary vividness of his powers of literary presentment. His style is careless, though it is probable that the carelessness is not unstudied. But his irregular, brightly colored, and easily flowing manner represents, as hardly any age has ever been represented, the characteristics of the great society of his time. It is needless to say that the morals of that time were utterly corrupt, but Brantôme accepts them with a placid complacency which is almost innocent. No writer, perhaps, has ever put things more disgraceful on paper, but no writer has ever written of such things in such a perfectly natural manner. Brantôme was in his way a hero worshipper, though his heroes and heroines were sometimes oddly coupled. Bayard and Marguerite de Valois represent his ideals, and a good knight or a beautiful lady de par le monde can do no wrong. This unquestioning acceptance of, and belief in, the moral standards of his own society give a genuineness and a freshness to his work which are very rare in literature. Few writers, again, have had the knack of hitting off character, superficially it is true, yet with sufficient distinction, which Brantôme has. There is something individual about all the innumerable characters who move across his stage, and something thoroughly human about all, even the anonymous men and women, who appear for a moment as the actors in some too frequently discreditable scene. With all this, there is a considerable vein of moralizing in Brantôme, which serves to throw up the relief of his actual narratives. He has sometimes been compared to Pepys, but, except in point of garrulity and of readiness to set down on paper anything that came into their heads, there is little likeness between the two. Brantôme was emphatically an écrivain, unscholarly and Italianized as his phrase sometimes appears, if judged by the standards of a severe age, and some of the best passages from his works are among the most striking examples of French prose. Notes to Volume 1. Historical note. P. Roman 7. The Duc de Lenken was later called the Duc d'Anjou. He died at Châteaudière on Sunday, June 10, 1584, from dysentery, which had almost reduced him to a shadow. Nevers, in his Memoirs, Volume I, p. 91, maintains that he was poisoned by a maid of one of his mistresses. According to Elestel's account, the Duke was given a magnificent funeral in Paris. He was by no means handsome. His pimpled and deformed nose earned for him an epigram during his expedition in Flanders. Flamens, ni soyez estanes si a François voyez dunez, car par droit, racin et usage faut dunez a double visage. P. Roman 8. Pierre de Bourdeille, Seigneur de l'Abbé de Brantôme, was born in Périgord, 1527, died 1614. Of an old and distinguished family, served his apprenticeship to war under the famous Captain François de Guise. Later gentleman of the chamber to two French kings in succession, Charles Roman IX and Henry Roman III, being high in favor with the latter, chamberlain to the Duc de Lenken. A soldier or traveler visited most parts of Europe, intimate with many of the most famous men of his day, including the poet Ronsard. Some time after the death of Charles Roman IX, he retired disappointed apparently by a diminution of court favor, and suffering from the results of a serious accident due to a fall from his horse, to his estates in Guyenne, where he employed his leisure in the composition of a number of voluminous works based on reminiscences of the active period of his life. These are Vis des Hommes Illustres et Grands Capitaines Francais, Vis des Grands Capitaines Étrangers, Vis des Dames Illustres, Vis des Dames Galantes, Anecdotes touchant des Duels, Rhodomantades et Germans Espagnols, and sundry fragments. P. Roman 26. Suvent femme veri, bien fol quia sci-fi. Woman is changing ever, fool the man who trusts her. P3. The word which Molière popularized does not date from that time. It was used much earlier, and in the 13th century, we see a man pay a fine of 20 ounces of gold for calling an unfortunate husband caucu, cuckold. Usatica rigni majorici, anno 1248. About the middle of the 15th century, in a letter of remission to a guilty fellow, we find this curious remark. Coggle, which is the same in the vernacular as cowls or coupalt, is one of the vilest insults to be thrust at a married man. At times, the word coup was used. Suis mise en la confrérie, Saint Arnaud le Sénéneur d'Escou. But it was just about the 15th century that the confusion appeared between this word and the bird of April cuckoo. The word caucu, cuckoo, which had been explained by a fable, merely imitated the cry, whereas the word cacu, cuckold, had been derived from the early Low Latin cugus. Caucu, thus named after its manner of singing, and because it is famed for laying its eggs in the nests of other birds. So, inconsistently, he is called a cacu, cuckold, in whose nest another man comes. Bouchet Sears. There is also a play by Passerat on the metamorphosis of a cuckoo which is worth mentioning. Bib. Nat. Manuscript Francise, 22565, FO 24 VO. P4. In the present work, the author constantly uses the words belle et honest, fair and honorable, to describe such and such a lady, of whom at the same time he speaks as being an unmitigated whore. But when he adds, as he does sometimes, virtuous, virtuous to belle et honest, he implies by this that the lady was chaste and modest, and raised no talk about herself. P7. The prothonotary Barad was one of those churchmen of whom Brantôme says elsewhere. It was customary at the time that prothonotaries, even those of good families, should scarcely be learned, but give themselves up to pleasure, etc. P10. Cosimo de' Medici, who had his wife Eleonora de Toledo poisoned. The daughter of whom Brantôme speaks was Isabella, whom he married to Paolo Orsini, the Duke of Bracciano. But Cosimo had too marked an affection for this daughter. Although she was married, he insisted that she live in Florence and remain with him. Vasari, who painted for the Medici one of the arches of the Palazzo Vecchio, one day surprised the father and the daughter, and recounts the strange adventure which he witnessed. After the death of Cosimo, Paolo Orsini called Isabella to his apartment, and there, according to Lida, with a rope around her neck, coldly strangled her on the night of July 16, 1576, in the act of consummating the marriage. Medici, T. Roman 4, Tavola Roman 14. That unhappy woman was one of the most marvelous of her time. Beautiful, cultured, musical, she had all the brilliant advantages of the mind and of the body. Meanwhile, she had had as a lover Troilo Orsini, who was attached to her husband as a bodyguard, and who was assassinated in France, where he had retired. Louis de Clermont de Bussy, d'Amboise, was born towards the middle of the X-5th century, and took an active part in the massacre of Saint Bartholomew. On that occasion, profiting by the confusion, he murdered his kinsman Anton de Clermont, with whom he was at law for the possession of the Marquisate de Renal. Having obtained from his patron the Duc d'Anjou the governorship of the castle of Angers, he made himself the terror of the countryside. Letters of his addressed to the wife of the Comte de Montsoreau, whom he was endeavoring to seduce, having fallen into Charles Roman 9. Hands were by him shown to the husband. The latter forced his wife to write a reply to her lover appointing a rendezvous. On his appearing there, Montsoreau and a band of armed men fell upon and dispatched him, 1579. The comment of the historian de Thou is in these words: the entire province was overjoyed at Bussy's death, while the Duke of Anjou himself was not sorry to be rid of him. P11. René de Villequier, Baron de Clairvaux, murdered his first wife, Francoise de la Marque, in cold blood, in 1577 at the castle of Poitiers, where the court was residing. He killed at the same time a young girl who was holding a mirror before her mistress at the moment. According to some authorities, he acted on the suggestion of the king, Henry Roman III. At any rate, he got off with absolute impunity, and within a very short time after was decorated by his sovereign with the Order of the Saint-Esprit. P12. Sampietro, the famous soldier of fortune and commander of the Italian troops under the French kings Francis I and Henry Roman II, was born near Ajaccio in Corsica in 1501. He was of humble birth, but his many brilliant feats of war made him celebrated throughout Europe. He actually strangled his wife, Vanina, a lady of good family, but not in consequence of such misconduct on her part as Brantôme represents. The real circumstances were as follows. Sampietro, having attempted to raise his Corsican compatriots in revolt against the Genoese, he was imprisoned and all but put to death by the latter. This roused in him so implacable a hatred of the Genoese state that on learning that his wife during his absence at Constantinople had condescended to implore his pardon from the Genoese, he deliberately put her to death in the way described. He was himself eventually murdered, being treacherously stabbed in the back by his lieutenant and friend Vitelli at the instigation of his Genoese enemies. This is another allusion to Paolo Orsini, Duke of Bracciano, who could not overtake Troilo Orsini and killed Isabella that he might marry Vittoria Accoramboni, whose husband he had assassinated. Lita, Orsini, T. Roman 7 Tav, Roman 29. p. 15. The Avalos family originally came from Spain and gave Italy the Marquis de Pescara, one of the greatest captains of the 16th century. It is of him that Brantôme speaks as the viceroy. Maria d'Avalos was married to Carlos Gesualdo, Prince of Venaus, and was the niece of this Marquis de Pescara and of Del Guasto, whom Brantôme describes as damerate, foppish, to such a degree that he perfumed the saddles of his horses. He was the one who lost the Battle of Sarasoles in 1544. p. 16. Iliad BK, Roman 3. Paul de Cossé de Saint-Megrin, favorite of the king, was killed on leaving the Louvre by a band of assassins led by Mayenne. He was the lover of Catherine de Cleves, Duchess de Guise. Henry Roman IV, then King of Navarre, who had good reasons not to like favorites, says apropos of this, "I am thankful to the Duc de Guise for refusing to tolerate that a bed favorite like Saint-Megrin should make him a cuckold. This treatment ought to be meted out to all the little court gallants who try to approach the princesses with the aim of making love to them." Francois de Salen married to Jacques de Rohan. She was saved by a miracle, says Jean Bourdine's Chronicle in 1526. p. 17. Brantôme refers to Francois de Foix, Chateaubriand, S-Lady, regarding whom an old pamphlet of 1606 says as follows: "She could do what she desired, and she desired many things that she ought not to at all. During her lifetime, her husband was ever afflicted and tormented." Factum pour M. le Conestable Conter Madame de Guise, 1606. That is also the opinion of Gaillard in his Histoire de Francois Ayer, T. Roman 7, p. 179, in the 1769 edition, who sees in this passage an allusion to Mme. de Chateaubriand. Jean de Bourdine, author of Histoire aggregative des Annales et Chroniques d'Anjou et du Maine, Angers, 1529, Fall, was born at Angers. He was a priest and canon of the cathedral of his native town. The book is very rare. As a history, it is almost worthless, being full of the wildest fables. Francis I, King of France, 1515-1547. p. 21. Philip Roman II had his wife Isabelle de Valois poisoned. He suspected her of adultery with Don Carlos, his son of a former marriage. p. 22. Louis X, surnamed Le Hutin, had caused his wife Marguerite de Bourgogne to be strangled at the Château Gaillard. She had been imprisoned there in 1314. As to Gaston Roman II, of Foix, outraged by the life of debauched Jeanne d'Artois, his mother, led, he obtained from Philippe de Valois an order of internment in 1331. Anne Boleyn, who was the cause of the Anglican schism. The king had had her beheaded because of her infidelity and married Jane Seymour. As to the charge of which Brantôme speaks, Henry Roman 8, was so keen on that matter that he had caused Catherine Howard to be beheaded because he had not been quite convinced of her virginity. p. 23. Baldwin Roman II, cousin and successor of the first Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, brother of Godfrey de Bouillon, reigned from 1119 to 1131. Brantôme is mistaken here. Baldwin Roman II had married Morphy, daughter of Prince de Melatine, but he had not been formerly married. Does he wish to speak of Baudin Ayer, who repudiated the daughter of the Prince d'Armagny and then Adele de Montferrat? Cf. Guillaume de Thiers live, Roman 2, see Roman 15. Read Melitene. This is how the ancients named this town, the modern name of which is Melitene, in Latin Malatia, in Armenia on the Euphrates. History of the Holy Land, by William of Tyre. Louis Roman 7 succeeded his father, Louis le Gros, on the throne of France 1137 and died 1180. His wife, whom he divorced soon after his return from the Holy Land, whither she had accompanied him, was Eleanor of Guienne. This divorce was very painful to Louis Roman 7, surnamed Lejeune because he had to give up the Duchy of Aquitaine and cast off the beautiful equestrian seal which he had engraved for himself in his rank as Duke. p. 24. Suetonius, Caesar, chapter Roman 6. Brantôme is thinking of Clodius, but Cicero never made the speech in question. Brantôme, Lalin edition, T. Roman 8, p. 198, repeats this anecdote without giving further details. p. 25. Fulvia, Sallust, chapter Roman 23. Octavius Augustus, first Roman emperor, was the son of C. Octavius by Asia, a daughter of Julia, the sister of Julius Caesar. He was therefore the grandnephew of the latter, the founder of the empire and virtual, though not nominal, first emperor. He married Livia after his divorce of Scribonia. p. 26. Caligula, the third Roman emperor, AD 3741. His name was Caius Caesar, Caligula being properly only a friendly nickname, Little Boots, bestowed on him as a boy by the soldiers in his father, Germanicus' camp in Germany, where he was brought up. He was inordinately cruel and licentious and madly extravagant, eventually murdered. Brantôme does not appear to know very well the persons he is speaking of here. Hostilla is Orstilla, Tullia is Lollia, Herculanilla is Urgulanilla. p. 27. Claudius, the fourth Roman emperor, AD 4154. The notorious Messalina was his third wife. For a lurid picture of her immoralities, see Juvenal's famous sixth satire. p. 28. Giovanni Boccaccio, the author of the Decameron, was born at Paris in 1313, being the illegitimate son of a wealthy merchant of Florence. He died 1375 at Certaldo, a village near Florence, the original seat of the family. Does the following chanson refer to the same woman? On void Simon Praumener ox Bordeaux matin, soir, nonni, avec ses maquereaux. Bib nat, Ms. Frankais 22565, FO 41 VO. p. 29. This is indeed one of the most curious passages of the book, and I am glad to remove one of Lalin's doubts. Brantôme is really talking of a statue, an antique piece which was found July 21, 1594, in a field near the St. Martin Priory. It had been admirably conserved. Unfortunately, Louis Roman 14. Having claimed it later, it was placed on a barge which sank in the Garonne and was never recovered. O'Reilly, History of Bordeaux, 1863, volume Roman 2. The statue is described as having had one breast uncovered and curled hair, a description that agrees only partly with Visconti's type, Iconography Romaine, T. Roman 2, Planche 28, in which Messalina is not decolleté and carries her son. Was the Bordeaux statue indeed a Messalina? p. 31. Brantôme is mistaken. Nero caused Octavia to be killed. See Suetonius Nero, chapter Roman 35. Nero, 5th Roman emperor, AD 5463. Domitian succeeded his father Titus on the imperial throne, reigned from AD 81 to 96. Pertinax, a man of peasant birth, but who had carved out for himself a distinguished career as soldier and administrator, was elected emperor by the Praetorian Guards on the murder of Commodus A.D. 193. Himself murdered after a 2 months' reign. p. 32. Septimius Severus, emperor from AD 193 to 211. He was a great general and conducted successful campaigns in Britain, where he died, at York. p. 33. Philippe Auguste, King of France 1100, AD 1223. Philip Augustus repudiated in Geberga after 28 days of marriage, and married Agnes de Marigny. The censure of the church induced the king to discard the second marriage and return to Ingeberga, 1201. The latter was reputed to have a secret vice, which greatly angered the king. p. 34. Marguerite, daughter of the Archduke Maximilian, whom whom Charles Roman VIII rejected in order to marry Anne of Brittany, 1491. Louis Roman XII turned away Jean in order to marry the widow of Charles Roman VIII. Charles Roman VIII, 1483–1498, of the House of Valois. Louis Roman XII, successor of the last named, reigned 1498–1515, the immediate predecessor of Francis I. p. Alfonso V, King of Aragon, who left maxims which were collected by Antonio Beccadelli, surnamed Panormida. 22nd tale. M. de Bernage was equerry of King Charles Roman VIII and the Lord of Civray near Chenonceau. p. 36. It is not Semiramis but Tomyris who, according to Justin B.K. I. and Herodotus B.K. Roman II, thrust the head of Cyrus into a vat of blood. Xenophon says, on the contrary, that Cyrus died a natural death. p. 40. Albert de Gondi, Duc de Retz, was reputed as a practitioner of Aretino's principles. His wife, Claudine Catherine de Clermont, deserved, perhaps wrongfully, to occupy a place in the pamphlet entitled Bibliothèque de Mme. de Montpensier. p. 41. Elephantes is referred to by Martial and Suetonius as the writer of amatory works, Mals Elephantidos Libelli, but nothing is known of her otherwise. She was probably a Greek, not a Roman. Heliogabalus, or Elagabalus, emperor from AD 218 to 222. Born at Emesa, and originally high priest of Elagabalus, the Syrian sun god. After a very short reign marked by every sort of extravagant folly, he was succeeded by Alexander Severus. The Cardinal de Lorraine, Cardinal du Perron, and others had been already represented in the same way along with Catherine de' Medici, Mary Stuart, and the Duchesse de Guise, in two paintings mentioned in the legend Du Cardinal de Lorraine, Fall. 24, and in the Reveil Matin des Franchise, pp. 11 and 123. p. 42. I agree with Lalande that this prince was no other than the Duc de Lenken. As to the fable of the coupling of the lions, it came from an error of Aristotle, which was repeated by most naturalists until the 18th century. p. 45. Ronsard the poet was born 1524, being the son of Louis de Ronsard, Sieur de la Poissonnière, an officer in the household of King Francis I, and died 1586. He enjoyed an immense reputation in his lifetime, and was the favorite poet of Mary Queen of Scots. Her lover, the unfortunate Chastelard, read his Hymne de la Mort on the scaffold, and refused any other book or confessor to prepare him for death. Originator and leading member of the famous Pleiade of Poets. p. 46. He was a Florentine, Luigi di Gayasetti, who had grown rich by negotiating the taxes with the king. He married the beautiful Emile Datry, and to please her he had bought for 400,000 francs the estate of Chateauvillain. Mme. de Chateauvillain was a model of virtue, if Brantôme is to be believed, but we wonder, fully agreeing with the author of the notes to the Journal de Henry Roman III, where this lady could have acquired her virtue, was it at the court or at her husband's estate? Besides this gallery of pictures which is mentioned here, Louis Adjacet, the French form for Luigi Gayasetti, had mistresses with whom he indulged in the low appetites of rich upstarts. He was killed in 1593 by an officer, and his wife withdrew to Langres, where she lived with her children. p. 47. Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, Canto 42, stanza 98. Ecco un donzello, a kai eleficio tacapor sulla mensa un bel napo d'orfino. Very likely Bernardin Turissin. Brantôme is perhaps referring to the Ragionamento della Nana, printed in Paris in 1534 without the name of the publisher. The Peggio must have been one of those infamous Italian books which the noblemen of the court wrangled over. The Nana was well known at the French court, see Le Divorce Satirique, T.I. of the Journal de Henry Roman III, 1720 edition, p. 190. Bernardino Turissin, who used as his sign the well-known mark of the Manutae, his kinsman. Pietro Aretino was born at Arezzo in Tuscany in 1492. The natural son of a plain gentleman, he became the companion and protégé of princes and their unscrupulous and adroit flatterer. Friend of Michelangelo and Titian, his works are full of learning and wit and obscenity. p. 48. This book, entitled La Somme des Péchés et les Remèdes d'Isseux, Compendium of All Sins, and the Remedies of the Same, printed at Lyons, by Charles Pesnot c. 1584, 4-2 and several times since, was compiled by Jean Benedict, a Cordelier monk of Brittany. He has filled it with filth and foulness as full as did the Jesuit Sanchez his treatise de matrimonio, on marriage. It is a singular fact that a work so indecent should have been none the less dedicated to the Holy Virgin. As we see from the text, Brantôme and his fellows quite well understood how to turn such works to their advantage and find fresh stories of lubricity in their pages. p. 49. This Bonvissy, a Lyon banker, had as receiver Field Marshal de Retz, the son of a Gondi, who had become a bankrupt in Lyon. Notes of the Confession de Sancy, 1720 edition, T. Roman II, p. 244. p. 51. L. Aurelius Commodus, not Sejanus, Emperor AD 180-192, was the son of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius and Faustina. Annius Verus was his brother, and received the appellation of Caesar along with his elder brother in 166. p. 58. Antonomasia, properly. p. 60. The Sanzays were a family of Poitou who had settled in Brittany. René de Sanzay, head of the family at the time in question, had 4 sons, René, Christophe, Claude, and Charles. René continued the line. Claude was his lieutenant in 1569 as colonel of his forces. Charles married and died only in 1646. Christophe, the second son, was a prothonotary. It seems that Brantôme had Claude in mind. Moreover, the Constable of Montmorency having died in 1568 and Claude having been a lieutenant of his brother in 1569, we may conjecture that the adventure of which Brantôme speaks had happened to him previously, for the constable is concerned with his ransom. Bib. Nat. Cabinet des Titres, Art. Sanzay. p. 61. Cicero de Officiis BK, Roman 4, chapter Roman 9. The second son of Charles V. He was assassinated at the gate of Barbette, at the end of Rue Ville du Temple, in 1407, by the orders of Jean Sans Pour. He had for a long time adulterous relations with his sister-in-law Isabeau de Bavière. The woman in question here was Marie d'Enghien, wife of Aubert de Cany and mother of the Badard d'Orléans. This anecdote has inspired several storytellers, such as Bandello, Strapardo, Malespini, etc. See also the first of the Cents Nouvelles. Candales was the last Heraclid king of Lydia. According to the account of Herodotus, he was extremely proud of his wife's beauty and insisted on exhibiting her unveiled charms, but without her knowledge, to Gyges, his favorite officer. Gyges was seen by the queen as he was stealing from her chamber, and the next day she summoned him before her, intent on vengeance, and bade him choose whether he would undergo the punishment of death himself or would consent to murder Candales and receive the kingdom together with her hand. He chose the latter alternative and became the founder of the dynasty of the Myrmidai, about BC 715. p. 62. Jean Dunois, Comte d'Orléans et de Longueville, Grand Chamberlain of France, was his natural son by Mariette d'Enghien, wife of Aubert de Cany Dunois, and is famous in history under the name of the Bastard of Orleans. Born at Paris 1402, died 1468, distinguished himself at the sieges of Montargis and Orleans, where he was seconded by Jeanne d'Arc, and in many other encounters. The gallant champion of Charles Roman VII, and the great enemy of the English. p. 65. Henry Roman III, 1574-1589, last king of the House of Valois, succeeded Charles Roman IX. Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, surnamed Tertre de Fer. He had married Marguerite, sister of Henry Roman II. It was during this journey that the Duchess Marguerite tried to obtain from her nephew Henry Roman III the retrocession of several fortresses which France still held. Lydda, T. Roman VI, Tav, Roman XIV. p. 66. Saint Saline abandoned Strozzi at the Battle of the Isles Terciers. p. 67. Capanius was one of the mythical 7 heroes who marched from Argos against Thebes' Aeschylus, septem contra Thebes. During the siege, he was presumptuous enough to say that even the fire of Zeus should not prevent his scaling the walls of the city. But when she saw his body was burning, His wife Euedne leaped into the flames and destroyed herself. Alcestis was a daughter of Peleus, and the wife of Admetus, king of Pheræ in Thessaly. According to the legend, Apollo having induced the fates to promise Admetus deliverance from death, if at the hour of his decease his father, mother, or wife would die for him, Alcestis sacrificed herself for her husband's sake. But Heracles brought her back again from the underworld, and all ended well. The story is the subject of Euripides' beautiful play of Alcestis. p. 68. Tancred, one of the chief heroes of the First Crusade, was the son of Odo the Good of Sicily. Date of his birth is uncertain. He died 1112. Type of the gallant soldier and adventurer, and the very perfect, gentle knight. Philippe I, 1060-1108. See Guillaume de Thiers live. Zai, who tells this anecdote about Tancred. Bertrade d'Anjou, the wife of Fawkes, had been carried off by Philip I, to whom she bore, among other children, Cecile, who married Tancred. Compare this Albanian savagery with the story of Councillor Jean Lavoie, who lived with the wife of an attorney named Boulanger. The wife having decided to discontinue that liaison, the councillor grew so furious that he caused her to be slashed and disfigured, although he could not get her nose cut off. He was pardoned after having paid his judges. The following song was written about him. Chaste villain, poisel et levois serant juges tus, d'une voix par un arrest aussi ledger, que fust celle de Saint Ledger. Car le malheur est, tel en France que tout si juge par la finance. Bibi Nat, Ms. Francais, 22,563, FO 101. p. 70. See the Annals d'Aquitaine, FO 140 VO. Jean de Montel married to Charles d'Aubusson, Lord of Labourne. This Charles had had a liaison with the prioress of Blessac, who bore him 4 children. He was tried for theft and robbery in the convents of his vicinity, and hanged February 23, 1533. Anselmi, T.V., p. 835. A genealogy by Pierre Robert states precisely what Brantôme records here. See Brantôme in the Lalin edition, T. Roman 8, p. 148. There must be some mistake here. Jacques d'Aragon, the titular king of Majorca, died in an expedition in 1375, according to the Art de Verifier Lestates. Charles Roman 7. Surnamed the Victorious, crowned at Poitiers 1422, consecrated at Reims 1429, died 1461, the king for whom Jeanne d'Arc fought against the Burgundians and English, and who really owed his crown to her. Francis I, 1515-1547. Jeanne I, Queen of Naples, 1353-1381. Daughter of Charles, Duke of Calabria, and granddaughter of the wise King Robert of Naples. p. 72. The proverb says, the ferret. It should be the ermine, which animal is said to allow itself to be caught rather than soil itself. The opinion that the female ferret would die if it did not find a male to satisfy her during the mating season was still held by naturalists at the beginning of the 19th century. Lalande is mistaken about the ermine, which, on the contrary, dies of the slightest contamination. Et moi, j'y suis si delicate qu'une tâche me fait mourir. Florian fables live, Roman 3, Fab Roman 13. p. 78. Nouvelle Roman 3. Unhappy husbands were classified as follows. Celle qui marie, par sa femme est coquette, qui pani la skate, d'une corne est cornu, du en assestui la qui pute dissimular, qui la voit et la souffre, celle toin port et quatercestui la qui main pour color chez lui des poursuivants. Sil qui en tout sort dit quil en est de sula, et en sa femme croid 5 corns pour certain sur la front en lui void. Bib Nat, Ms. Francais 22,565, FO 41. p. 79. It was the marriage of Marguerite of France, the Duchess de Savoy, to Emmanuel Philibert, the Duc de Savoy, which caused the army to grumble. Boccaccio, 7th Tale of the Second Day. Brantôme alludes here most likely to Marguerite of France, sister of Henry Roman II, who was 45 when she married the Duke of Savoy. p. 80. Emile de Limuel was the mistress of the Prince de Condé. During the journey of the court at Lyon, in July 1564, she was confined in the cabinet of the Queen Mother, who was so furious that she had her locked up in a Franciscan monastery at Auxonne. But the Confession de Sancy and several authors of that time differ from Brantôme in saying that the child was a son and not a daughter, and died immediately after birth. The Huguenots wrote verses about the adventure, but the young lady nevertheless married an Italian Scipion Sardini, for whom she soon forgot the Prince de Condé, Emile. De Limuel called herself Isabelle de la Tour de Turenne and was Dame de Limuel. p. 81. Cosimo I, Duke of Tuscany, besides Pope Alexander Roman VI, was also in a somewhat similar situation. p. 82. Ferdinand Roman II, King of Naples 1495–96, died prematurely at the age of 26. Ferdinand Roman II married the sister of his father, the daughter of the King of Naples and not of Castile. p. 86. An ancient city of Italy, at the fort of Monte Cimino in the Campagna 40 miles NNW of Rome. La Nana by Aretino, in the chapter on married women, tells of similar practices of deception regarding the virtue of newly married women. p. 89. Henry Roman IV, of Castile 1454–1474, a feeble and dissipated prince, was a brother of Isabel of Castile. The young man chosen was not a nobleman, but simply an Antinous of negligible origin whom the king created Duke d'Albuquerque. A child, Jean, was born of this complacent match, but she did not reign. Castile preferred Henry Roman III's sister, Isabel. Fulgocius Battista Fregos, born at Genoa 1440 of a family famous in Genoese history and for a time doge of his native city. His chief work, Factorum et Dictorum Memorabilium Libri Roman 9, Memorable Deeds and Words 9 BKS, has been more than once reprinted. This particular statement is to be found in ch. 3 of BK, Roman 9. p. 91. We have here perhaps a discreet allusion to Henry Roman IV's passion for Emile de Tignonville, who had been unmanageable until she married. See the Confession de Sancy and T. Roman II, p. 128 of the Journal de Henry Roman III. p. 94. François de Lorraine, Duc de Guise, who was killed by Poltrot. p. 96. The famous Diane de Poitiers, eldest daughter of Jean de Poitiers, Seigneur de Saint-Vallier, belonging to one of the most ancient families in Dauphine, was born 1499. At the age of 13, she was married to Louis de Brise, Comte de Maulevrier, Grand Seneschal of Normandy. She became a widow in 1531. The story of François I, having pardoned her father at the price of her honor, as told by Brantôme and others, is apparently apocryphal. It was not till after the death of her husband, to whom she was faithful and whose name she honored, that she became the mistress of François I. She was as renowned for her wit and charms of mind as for her beauty. Died 1566. M. de Saint-Vallier, father of Diane de Poitiers. It is not known whether he uttered the word, but his pardon came in time. The headsman had already begged his pardon, according to custom, for killing him, and was about to cut his head off when a clerk, Matthew Delot, rose and read the royal letter which commuted the capital's sentence to imprisonment. The letter is dated February 17, 1523. Ms. Saint Germain, 1556, F.O. 74. p. 97. Duke d'Etampes, Chevalier of the Order and Governor of Brittany, an obliging and kind husband. François de Vivonne, Lord of La Chastaigneraie, was among the least meek-minded of the court. Princess de la Roche-sur-Yon having stupidly asked him one day for a domestic favor, he called her a little muddy princess, which afforded King Francis no little laughter. He was killed by Jarnac in a famous duel. p. 98. An allusion to the demon who threw to the ground the archangel Saint Michael, and who was represented on the collar of the order. It is rather difficult to know of which Lady Brantôme is speaking here. The collar of Saint Michael had been given to so many people that it was called the collar for all animals. Castelnau, Memoirs, I. p. 363. p. 99. Where did Brantôme get this story? Guy de Chatelain had expended on banquets the greater part of his fortune and sold his county to Louis d'Orleans. The latter was merely 17 at the time. It is difficult to admit that he could have carried on a liaison with a woman so ripe in years. After the death of Guy, Marguerite married an officer of the Duc d'Orleans. p. 101. Apparently Queen Marguerite de Valois. Marguerite de Valois, sister of François I, was born at Angoulême in 1492. Married in 1509 to Charles IV Duc de Lincoln, who died 1525, soon after the disastrous Battle of Pavia, at which François I was taken prisoner. In 1527, she married Henry d'Albret, King of Navarre. She was a princess of many talents and accomplishments, and the delight of her brother François I, who called her his Mignon and his Marguerite des Marguerites. Du Bellay and Clement Marat were both members of her literary coterie. Authoress of the famous Heptameron or Nouvelles de la Reine de Navarre, composed in imitation of Boccaccio's Decameron. Died 1549. This is also an allusion to Queen Marguerite. Martigues, one of her lovers, had received from her a scarf and a little dog which he wore at the tournaments. p. 103. Henry Roman III, who had a short-lived affair with Catherine Charlotte de la Tremole, the wife of Prince de Condé. But the victory was too easy, the princess was quite corrupt. Later on, the king prostituted her with one of his pages, with whom she conspired to poison her husband. The plot failed. When brought before the court, she was pardoned, but a servant named Brilland was torn apart by 4 horses. It was also Henry Roman III, who had debauched Marie de Cleves, the first wife of the same Prince de Condé. May very well refer to Henry de Lorraine, Duc de Guise, assassinated at Blois. Most probably refers to Marguerite de Valois, the King of Navarre, the Duc d'Anjou, and the Saint Bartholomew. p. 105. Louis de Béranger du Guassy, one of Henry Roman III's favorites, assassinated in 1575 by M. de Vitox. His epitaph is in the manuscript Francais 22565, F. 0901 O Bibliothèque Nationale. Brantôme, who boasts of being a swordsman, forgets that Daubigny was also one. A small town of Brittany, Dieppe, Elaette-Villaine, 14 miles from St. Malo, has a cathedral of 12th and 13th centuries. The bishopric was suppressed in 1790. p. 107. To take a journey to St. Mathurin was a proverbial expression which meant that a person was mad. Henry Estienne says that this is a purely imaginary saint. Be that as it may, he was credited with curing madmen, and the satirical songs of the time are full of allusions to that healing power. See Journal de Henry Roman III, 1720 edition, T. Roman II, pp. 307 and 308. p. 108. Lalin proves by a passage from Spartianus that this anecdote is apocryphal, or that at least Brantôme has embellished it for his own needs. Dames, Tom, Roman 9, p. 116. Hadrian P. alias Hadrianus, 14th in the series of Roman emperors, AD 117-138, succeeded his guardian and kinsman Trajan. His wife, Sabina, here mentioned, was a granddaughter of Trajan's sister Marciana. p. 109. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the philosopher, succeeded Antonius Pius as emperor in AD 168, died 180. His wife Faustina, as profligate a woman as Messalina herself, was daughter of Pius, author of the famous Meditations. His son Commodus, who succeeded him as emperor, was a complete contrast in character to his father, being vicious, weak, cruel, and dissolute. Another embellished passage. Faustine had died before Antoninus Commodus was emperor. Moreover, she was only washed, subulver, says the text, with the blood of the gladiator. J. Capitoline, Marcantin le Philosophe, chapter Roman 19. p. 113. A discreet and veiled allusion to the amours of Marguerite de Valois and of the Duchess de Nevers with La Mole and Coconnas. Implicated in the affair of Field Marshals de Casse and de Montmorency, La Mole, a Provençal nobleman, and Coconnas, a Piedmontese, were beheaded on the square of Grève towards the end of April, 1574, and not killed in battle as Brantôme tries to insinuate. The two princesses, mad with despair, transported the bodies in their carriages to the place of burial, at Montmartre, and kept the heads, which they had had embalmed. Memoirs de Nevers, I. p. 75, and Le Divorce Satirique. p. 114. It is Philippe Strozzi, Field Marshal of France, who was born at Venice. Made lieutenant of the naval army in 1579 in order to further the pretensions of Antonio of Portugal, he was defeated July 28, 1583, and put to death in cold blood by Santa Cruz, his rival. Viat Mort de Philippe Strozzi. Paris Gill, Lenoir, 1608. p. 119. Thomas de Foix, Lord of Lescun or Lescun, was the brother of Mme de Chateaubriand, mistress of François Ayer. He was captured at Pavia and carried, mortally wounded, to the home of the lady of whom Brantôme speaks. It was he who, by the surrender of Cremona in 1522, caused France to lose Italy. Guixardini, T. Roman 3, p. 473, Fribourg edition, 1775. p. 120. Paolo Giovio, Dialogo dell'Imprese Militari ed Amoros, 1559, p. 13. Blaise de Montluc, author of the Commentaires, a diabolical Gascon, made Field Marshal of France in 1574. The Siege of La Rochelle, which is here mentioned, took place in 1573. For details on this personage, see the de Roubaix edition of the Commentaires, 1854-74, 5 vols. Paulus Jovius Paolo Giovio, historian, was a native of Como, born 1483, died 1552. p. 122. In his Contrapunti Fall, 444, a of his works 1576, Joachim du Bellay, the poet, was born about 1524 at Lier in Anjou, of a noble and distinguished family of that province. After an unfortunate youth, his talents ensured him a welcome at the court of François I and his sister Marguerite de Valois, where he spent some years. Died young, after a life of ill health, in 1560. Francis Rabelais was born about 1483 at Chinon in Touraine, where his father was an apothecary. After a stormy youth and some years, spent as a monk in more than one monastery of more than one order, and later wandering the country as a vagabond secular priest, he was admitted doctor in the Faculty of Medicine at Montpellier. Countless stories of his pranks and adventures are told, many no doubt mythical. He visited Rome as well as most parts of France in the course of his life. He died cure of Meudon, about 1553. p. 123. Chastity belts of this sort were already in use at Venice at the time. There is in the Henin collection of prints at the Bibliothèque Nationale T. Roman 3, FO 64, a satirical print representing what Brantôme relates here. A lady returns to her husband the key, but behind the bed, the lover, hidden by a duenna, receives from the latter a key similar to the husband's. This instrument of jealousy was the cingulum pudicitiae of the Romans, the Florentine lock of the 16th century. Henry Aldegraver also engraved on the sheath of a dagger a lady who is adorned with a lock of this kind. Bartsch, painter-graveur, Roman 8, p. 437. These refinements in jealousy, as well as the refinements in debauchery, of which Brantôme will speak later, were of Italian origin. See on this subject La Description de l'Isle des Hermaphrodites, Cologne, 1724, p. 43. p. 124. Lampride Alexander Severe, Chapter Roman 22. p. 125. Nicolas d'Estoutville, Lord of Villeconin, and not Villecouvin, nobleman of the chamber, died in Constantinople in February 1567. He had gone to Turkey to forget a disappointment in love or in politics. Here is his epitaph. Le Pria Villeconin en la fleur de ses ans Hellas. A delace nos espat si placens, lacent au temple sanct de la dine mémoire sans labour, sans renom, sans honneur et sans gloire. p. 127. Dr. Subtil, surname of J. Scott or Duns. p. 128. Saint Sophrony. See do thou live, Roman 49. There were, at the court of France, other women who had escaped from Cyprus and who scarcely resembled this heroine. Temon de la Dale, of whom Brantôme speaks in the Dames Illustres, in the chapter on the Medicis. Journal de Henry Roman 3, 1720 edition, T. Roman 2, p. 142. p. 132. Gillat le Sonjour is, according to Lalin, Don Gillan el Cuidador of the Amadis de Gaul. Gillat le Sonjour, a name applied to any pensive man, from the knight Julian le Pensif, one of the characters of the Amadis of Gaul. p. 136. Dani, daughter of Acrisius, king of Argos, who confined her in Brazen Tower, where Jupiter obtained access in the form of a golden shower. p. 137. An allusion to Duke Henry de Guise. His wife Catherine de Cleves had, in addition to her bed lovers, many other intrigues. See the Confession de Sancy, chapter Roman 8, notes. p. 138. Trajan M. Ulpius Trajanus, Emperor A.D. 98-117. His wife Plotina, here mentioned, was a woman of extraordinary merits and virtues, according to the statements of all writers, with one exception, who speak of her. She persuaded her husband to adopt Hadrian, who became his successor. But Dion Cassius is the only author who says a word as to her intercourse, with the latter having been of a criminal character. And such a thing is utterly opposed to all we know of her character. p. 141. This refers very likely to Brantôme's voyage to Scotland. He had accompanied Queen Mary Stuart in August, 1561, at the time of her departure from France. Rizzio, who was the favorite of low rank, had arrived 1 year later. But Brantôme, who is relating something which happened a long time before, is not precise. He is unquestionably responding to a request of Queen Catherine. p. 144. In this passage, where Brantôme cleverly avows his wiles as a courtier, he refers to the Queen of Spain, Elizabeth, the wife of Philip Roman II. The sister of the princess was Marguerite, Queen of Navarre. The two young infantas whose portraits are examined in detail were: the first, Isabella Claire Eugenie, later married to Albert of Austria, who became a nun towards the end of her life; the other, Catherine, married Charles Emmanuel de Savoy in 1585. It is difficult today to see the resemblance of the two princesses to their father, in spite of the great number of portraits of all these personages. In fact, we can say that they were scarcely more beautiful than their mother. Cf. The beautiful portrait in crayon of Queen Elizabeth at the Bibliothèque Nationale, Estamps na 21, FO 69. The two Joyeuses, M. du Bouchage and a gay companion. p. 145. Marguerite de Lorraine, married to Anne Duc de Joyeuse, the favorite of Henry Roman III. The sister-in-law of whom Brantôme speaks could be neither Mme. du Bouchage nor Mme. de Mercoeur, who were spared by the crudest pamphleteers. He undoubtedly refers to Henriette, Duchess de Montpensier. p. 146. François de Vendôme, Vidame of Chartres. See Finest, 1729 edition, p. 345. p. 148. Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, Canto 5, stanza 57. Io non credo, signor, citi Genovola leg nostra. p. 149. How can Brantôme, who had friends in the Huguenot camp, deliberately relate such absurd tales? p. 150. There is a close likeness between this woman and the Goddard de Blois, a Huguenot who was hanged for adultery in the year 1563. p. 152. At that period several persons bore the name of Beaulieu. Brantôme may have in mind Captain Beaulieu, who held Vincennes for the League in 1594. Cron, Noven, Roman III, Liv, Roman VII. The chief prior was Charles de Lorraine, son of the Duc de Guise. p. 154. The Comtesse de Senizan was accused of having contrived his escape and brought to book for it. p. 155. According to his habit, Brantôme disfigures what he quotes. Vesta Appia alone has the right to the name of good woman. Cluvia was a profession courtesan. Cf. Livy, Roman 26, chapter Roman 33. p. 156. This more human reason is probably truer than the one generally given of Jean's chivalrous conduct regarding his pledge. Jean, surnamed Le Bon, King of France, 1350–1364. Taken prisoner by Edward the Black Prince at the Battle of Poitiers. p. 159. Proverb marking the small connection that often exists between gifts of body and good qualities of mind and character. p. 161. The quotation as given in the text is mutilated and the words transposed. It should read: Si tibi simplicitas uxoria, deditus uni est animus, nil unquam in vita donibus conjuge, vens hac obstant nihil, nihil hic si nollit emetter. Juvenal Sat, Roman 6, 205 SQQ. That is to say, if you are attached solely and entirely to your wife, you will not be able to give a thing away or sell or buy a thing without her consent. p. 164. They used to say of those Italian infamies, In Spagna, gli preti in Francia, I grandi, in Italia tutti quanti. Why not let Boccaccio have the responsibility of this baseness? Decameron, VTH Day, XDH Story. p. 168. Christine de Lorraine, daughter of Duke Charles, married to Ferdinand I de Medici. This young princess had arrived in Italy adorned in her rich French gowns, which she soon cast off in favor of Italian fashions. This concession quickly made her a favorite. It was at the wedding of Christine that the first Italian operas were performed. Lita, Medici di Firenze, Roman 4, Tav, Roman 15. p. 171. Brantôme is very likely thinking of Princess de Conde, whom Pisani brought before the Parliament, which acquitted her. p. 174, 175. Probably an allusion to Mme. De Simiers and not to Marguerite de Valois, as Lalande thinks. More tenacious if not more constant than the princess, Louise de Vitry, Lady de Simiers, lost successively Charles de Humieres at Ham, Admiral de Villers at Douarlens, and the Duc de Guise, whom she deeply loved and who gave her so little in return. This does not include Count de Randon, who died at Issoire, and others of less importance. When she reached old age, old Desportes alone remained for her. He had been her first lover, a poet, whom she had forgotten among her warriors, but it was much too late for both of them. Brantôme is mistaken. It is Seius and not Sejanus. p. 177. Theodore de Beze, the reformer, born at Vézelay in the Nivernais, 1519. Author, scholar, jurist, and theologian. Died 1595. p. 178. All the satirical authors agree in charging Catherine de Médicis with this radical change of the old French manners. It would be juster to think also of the civil wars in Italy, which were not without influence upon the looseness of the armies, and, therefore, upon the whole of France. p. 179. It is the 91st epigram of BK, I. p. 180. Isabella de Luna, a famous courtesan mentioned by Bendello. Cardinal d'Armagnac was George's, born in 1502, who was successively ambassador in Italy and Archbishop of Toulouse, and finally Archbishop of Avignon. p. 181. Quotation badly understood. Chrysantes in the Latin verse is a participle and not a proper noun. Cf. Juvenal Sat. Roman 4. Philines from Philnus, a courtesan in Lucian. The line should read, Ipsa medellini frictum, Chrysantes adorat. p. 184. Brantôme seems to speak of himself, yet he might merely have played the side role of confidant in the comedy. p. 187. Brantôme refers to the Dialogue de la Butte des Dames. Marguerite d'Autriche is not, as he says, the Duchess de Savoy, who died in 1530, but the natural daughter of the emperor. She married Alessandro de Medici and later Ottavio Farnese. p. 189. The famous church of Bru at Bourg was built in 1536 by the beautiful Marguerite of Austria, wife of Philibert Roman II. Le Beau, Duke of Savoy, in fulfillment of a vow made by Marguerite of Bourbon, her mother-in-law. It contains the magnificent tombs of Marguerite herself, her husband and mother-in-law. Celebrated in a well-known poem, The Church of Bru, of Matthew Arnold. p. 190. Jean de Meung, the poet nicknamed Clopinel on account of his lameness, was born at the small town of Meung-sur-Loire in the middle of the Xth century. Died at Paris somewhere about 1320. His famous Roman de la Rose was a continuation of an earlier work of the same name by Guillaume de Loris, completed and published in its final form by Jean de Meung. p. 192. 26th tale. It is Lord Davesne's Gabriel d'Albret. p. 194. Claudia Quinta, Livy Roman 29:14. p. 196. Plutarch, Œuvres Merlis, LXXV, T Roman 2. p. 167, in the 1808 edition. p. 200. The vogue of drawers dated from about 1577. 3 years later, the hoop was in great favor and served to do away with the petticoat. Brantôme probably means that the lady discards the petticoat and wears the hoop over the drawers. p. 212. The pun on Renette and Raynette cannot be reproduced in English. p. 213. Étienne Pasquier, the great lawyer and opponent of the Jesuits, was born at Paris, 1529, died 1615. Thibaut, sixth of the name, Comte de Champagne et Brie, subsequently King of Navarre, was born 1201. Surnamed Faiseur de Chansons from his poetic achievements. Brought up at the court of Philippe Auguste. The whole romance of his love for Queen Blanche of Castile is apparently apocryphal. It rests almost entirely on statements of one English historian, Matthew Paris. She was 16 years older than he and is never once mentioned in his poems. E. Pasquier Oeuvres, 1723, T. Roman II, p. 38. Which of the two, says Pasquier, brings more satisfaction to a lover, to feel and touch his love without speaking to her, or to see and speak to her without touching her? In the dialogue between Thibaut de Champagne and Count de Soissons, Thibaut preferred to speak. p. 215. Brantôme aims here at Queen Catherine de' Medici and her favorites. Cf. Plutarch de Stoicorum Repugnantes, see Roman 21. p. 216. Id. Demetrius Cap, Roman 27. Brantôme is mistaken, the woman in question was Thonis. 18th tale. The wheel of the nose was a sort of mask beard that women wore in cold weather. It was attached to the hood below the eyes. p. 220. It was Francois de Campies, Lord of Gruffy, who sold his estate in 1518 in order to expatriate himself. p. 221. It is not 3 but 4 S's that the perfect lover must carry with him, according to Louis Barabona, Lagrimas de Angelica, Canto 4. And these 4 S's mean Sabio solo, solicito et segreto. These initial letters were much in vogue in Spain during the 16th century. p. 224. This story was popular in Paris. It was amplified and embellished into a drama and ascribed to Marguerite de Bourgogne. Was it not Isabeau de Bavière? Isabeau or Isabelle de Bavière, wife of the half-imbecile Charles Roman VI, of France and daughter of Stephen Roman II, Duke of Bavaria, was born 1371, died 1435. Among countless other intrigues was one with the Duc d'Orléans, her husband's brother. One of her lovers, Louis de Boisbordon, was thrown into the Seine in a leather sack inscribed Laissez passer la justice du roi. The famous story of the Tour de Nesles seems mythical. p. 225. See under Baradin in Bayle's Dict. Critique. Compare also Villain in his Ballade of the Dames des Temps Jadis, Fair Dames of Yore. Semblablement ou est la reine, qui commanda que Baradin fust, jeet en un sac en Seine. Likewise, where is the queen, who commanded Baradin to be cast in a sack into the Seine? p. 227. Plutarch Anthony, chapter Roman 32. p. 229. Livy Lib, XXX, cap Roman 15. Appian de Rebus Punicis, Roman 27. Joachim du Bellay, Oeuvres Poétiques, 1597. La Ville Courtisane, the Old Courtesan, Fall, 449, B of the Oeuvres Poet, of Joachim du Bellay, edition of 1597. p. 230. This pun is difficult to explain. p. 231. Lucien, Amours, Roman 15. p. 235. Marguerite, wife of Henry Roman IV, whose elegance drew from the old Queen Catherine this remark: no matter where you may go, the court will take the fashion from you, and not you from the court. Brantôme, Éloge de la Reine Marguerite. Brantôme alludes to the Duc d'Anjou. Jeanne de Navarre, wife of Philippe le Bel, King of France, daughter and sole heiress of Henry I of Navarre, was born 1272, died 1305 at the early age of 33. She was a beautiful and accomplished princess, and the tales told by some historians reflecting on her character are apparently quite without foundation. The divorce satirique attributes this contrivance to Queen Marguerite, who adopted it to make her husband, the King of Navarre, more deeply enamored and more naughty. p. 236. These are taken from an old French book entitled De la louange et beauté des dames, of the praise and beauty of ladies. François Corniger has put the same into 18 Latin lines. Vincentio Comita has rendered them also into Italian verse, commencing with the words, Dolce Flaminia. Pliny speaks of this Helen of Zeuxis. p. 237. Ronsard, Oeuvres, 1584 edition, p. 112. It is a poem addressed to the famous painter Clouet, according to Janet, in which the poet sings the praises of his fair lady. This poem has more than one point in common with the present chapter of the Dames. p. 238. Marat had arranged this Spanish proverb into a quatrain, and at the time of the League, it was applied to the Infanta of Spain. Portant, si sois brunette, Amy, NN prenez esmoi, car autant eimer sauhate crune plus blanche que moi. p. 239. Raymond Lull was a native of Majorca and lived towards the end of the 13th century. He was reputed to be a magician. The story that Brantôme tells was taken from the Opuscula by Charles Bovell's Fall, Roman 34, of the in 4-0 edition of 1521. The famous Raymond Lull, generally known in England as Raymond Lully, philosopher and schoolman, was celebrated throughout the Middle Ages for his logic and his commentary on Aristotle, and above all for his art of memory, or ars Lulliana. He was born at Palma, the capital of Majorca, in 1235. He traveled in various countries and died 1315 in Africa after suffering great hardships, having gone there as a missionary. p. 240. Or Charles de Bouvel's His Life of Raymond Lull is a quarto, printed at Paris and published by Essentius. It is dated 3rd of the Nones of December, 1511. Several other works by the same author are extant. Arnauld de Villeneuve, a famous alchemist of the end of the 13th century. He died in a shipwreck in 1313. Oldrade, a jurist, was born at Lodi in the 13th century. His Codex de Falsa Moneta is not known. p. 242. Sisterin, in the department of the Basses Alps, on the Durance, seat of a bishopric from the 4th century down to 1770. Aymeric de Rochechouart, 1540-1582, was the bishop of Sisterin. He succeeded his uncle Albin de Rochechouart. As to the very great lady, that applies to one of a dozen princesses. p. 244. Pliny, Roman 33, Cap Roman 4. Brantôme is mistaken about the temple. p. 246. Claude Blosset, Lady of Torcy, the daughter of Jean Blosset and of Anne de Cognac. She married Louis de Montbrun in 1553, Baron de Fontaines and Chalendrey, first gentleman of the king's bedchamber. The beautiful Torcy, as she was called, had been presented to Queen Eleanor by Mme. de Canaples, the enemy of Mme. d'Etamps. Hubert Thomas, Annals de Vita Friedrichi Roman II. Palatini, Frankfurt, 1624, gives no idea of this exaggeration of Queen Eleanor's bust, who was promised to Frederick Palatine. p. 248. Suetonius Octavius Augustus Cap. Elzix. p. 249. Henry de Lorraine, Duc de Guise, nicknamed Le Balafre, born 1550, murdered by the kings Henry Roman III. Orders at Blois in 1588. Duc d'Anjou, afterwards Henry Roman III. p. 250. The personages in question are probably Bussy d'Ambas and Marguerite de Valois. p. 252. The king was Henry Roman II, and the grand widow Lady the Duchess de Valentinois. They thought it was due to a charm. p. 254. Pico della Mirandola, Opera Omnia, T. Roman II, Liv. Roman III, Chapter Roman 22, in the 1517 edition. Pico della Mirandola, one of the greatest of all the brilliant scholars of the Renaissance, and so famous for the precocity and versatility of his talents, was born 1463. After completing his studies at Bologna and elsewhere, he visited Rome, where he publicly exhibited 100 propositions de omni re scribili, which he undertook to defend against all comers. The maturity of his powers he devoted to the study of religion and the Platonic philosophy. He died 1494 on the day of Charles Roman VIII's entry into Florence. p. 255. Ferdinando Francesco Avalos, Marquis de Pescara, of a well-known Neapolitan family, began his career as a soldier in 1512 at the Battle of Ravenna, distinguished himself by the capture of Milan, 1521, and numerous other brilliant feats of arms. Took an important part in the Battle of Pavia, where Francois I of France was taken prisoner. Wounded in that battle and died in the same year, 1525. His wife was the celebrated Vittoria Colonna. p. 257. Josephus, The Antiquities of the Jews, BK, Roman 15, chapter Roman 7. Herod the Great, died BC 4. He put to death his wife Mariamne, as well as her grandfather and his own sons by her. p. 258. Shiraz, a town of Persia, capital of the province of Fars, famous for its roses, wine, and nightingales, sung by the Persian poets Hafiz and Sadi. Plutarch Alexander, chapter Roman 39. It is in his Observations de plusieurs singularités, Paris, 1554, that Ballon reports this fact. Live, Roman 3, chapter X, p. 179. p. 261. The usual form is Ortiagon. The woman is the beautiful Queen Chiamara. Cf. Livy, Roman 38, cap, Roman 24, and Boccaccio de Claris Mulieribus Lexiv. Chiamara, wife of Ortiagon, king of Galatia, was taken prisoner by the Romans when Cn. Manlius Vulso invaded Galatia, BC 189. The story is told by Polybius, Roman 22, 21. p. 262. Suetonius, Caesar Lay. p. 263. Livy XXX, cap Roman 15. Plutarch, Cato the Elder. Brantôme attributes the anecdote to Cyprian. p. 265. Charles de Lorraine, Cardinal de Guise, known as Cardinal de Lorraine, died in 1574. He played an important role at the Council of Trent. Brantôme refers to the Truce of Vasselles between Henry Roman II and the Emperor, which Cardinal Carafa had succeeded in breaking in 1556. This passage had evidently been written before 1588, the year of the death of another Cardinal de Guise, the brother of Balafer. The beautiful Venetians are described by Vecellio as wearing exquisite gowns on holidays. See Vecellio, Habiti Antiquae Venice, 1590. p. 266. This passage is not in the Dies Genials by Alessandro, but in Herodotus, Roman 2, chapter Roman 9. p. 267. What Brantôme says of Flora is not true. The woman in question was not called Flora, but Acatarentia. p. 269. Pausanias, Suetonius, and Manilius have not written special works on women. Brantôme is no doubt referring to the anecdotes that are found in their works. p. 273. This princess was Catherine de Medici. p. 275. The same story has been told of Mademoiselle, cousin german of Louis Roman 14. With this addition that she was in the habit of giving any of her pages who were tempted by her charms a few louis to enable them to satisfy their passion elsewhere. p. 276. Suetonius, Vitellius cap, Roman 2, Messalina pedi ut sibi peds preberit excalcindos. Brantôme prefers to quote in his own manner. Elvieth tale. Undoubtedly the Grand Prior François de Lorraine, who accompanied Mary Stuart to Scotland. However, Daumil and René d'Elbeuf also accompanied her. p. 281. Philip Roman II, of Spain, son of Charles V, born 1527, died 1588, the husband of Queen Mary of England. p. 282. Beatrix Pacheco was Lady of Honor to Eleanor d'Autriche prior to 1544 with several other Spanish ladies. She became Countess d'Entremont through her marriage with Sebastian d'Entremont. Her daughter, the woman in question here, was Jacqueline, the second wife of Admiral de Coligny, against whom the enemies of her husband turned. She was not, however, beyond reproach. p. 284. The description which follows was textually taken by Brantôme from a count printed at Lyon in 1549, entitled La magnificence de la superbe et triomphante entrée de la noble et antique site de Lyon, faked au 13 Christian, Roi de France Henry Duxisme. p. 286. Brazilian wood, known before the discovery of America. Bresel is a common noun here. p. 287. The king's visit to Lyon took place September 18, 1548. p. 288. La Volte was a dance that had come from Italy in which the gentleman, after having made his partner turn 2 or 3 times, raised her from the floor in order to make her cut a caper in the air. This is the caper of which Brantôme is speaking. Paul de Labarthe, Lord of Thermes, Field Marshal of France, died in 1562. Montluc, Ruble edition, T. Roman II, p. 55. p. 289. Scio Chios was the only island in the Orient where the women wore short dresses. p. 298. Suetonius, Caligula, Roman 25. Caesonia was first the mistress and afterwards the wife of the Emperor Caligula. She was neither handsome nor young when Caligula fell in love with her, but she was a woman of the greatest licentiousness. At the time, he was married to Lalia Paulina, whom, however, he divorced in order to marry Caesonia, who was with child by him. A.D. 38 Caesonia contrived to preserve the attachment of her imperial husband down to the end of his life. But she is said to have effected this by love potions, which she gave him to drink, and to which some persons attributed the unsettled state of Caligula's mental powers during the latter years of his life. Caesonia and her daughter, Julia Drusilla, were put to death on the same day that Caligula was murdered, AD 41. p. 299. The Emperor Caracalla, M. Aurelius Antoninus, was the son of the Emperor Septimus Severus and was born at Lyon. At the time, his father was governor of Gallia Lugdunensis. Caracalla, like Caligula, is really only a nickname, derived from the long Gaulish cloak which he adopted and made fashionable. Reigned from Severus, death at York in 211, to his own assassination in 217. His brother Geta was at first associated with him in the empire. Him he murdered, and is said to have suffered remorse for the act to the end of his life. Remorse from which he sought distraction in every kind of extravagant folly and reckless cruelty. Spartianus Caracalla, Chapter X. p. 300. This son was Geta. p. 301. Beatrix was the daughter of Count Guillaume de Tenda. To her second husband, Philippe Marie Visconti, she brought all the wealth of her first husband, Fassino Cane. In spite of her ripe years, Beatrix was suspected of adultery with Mitchell Oramelli, and Philippe Marie had them both killed. As a matter of fact, this was a convenient way of appropriating Fassino Cane's wealth. Colanuccio live, Roman 4, anno 1194. Filippo Maria Visconti, born 1391, died 1447. Last Duke of Milan of the House of Visconti, the sovereignty passing at his death to the Sforzas. Fassino Bonifacio Cane, the famous condottiere and despot of Alessandria, was born of a noble family about 1360. The principality he eventually acquired in an Italy embraced, besides Alessandria, Pavia, Vercelli, Tortona, Verce, and all the shores of the Lago Maggiore. Died 1412. Mother of Frederick Roman II. Pandolfo Colanuccio, famous as author, historian, and jurisconsult towards the end of the 5th century. Born at Pesaro, where he spent most of his life, and where he was executed, 1500, by order of Giovanni Sforza, in consequence of his intrigues with Caesar Borgia, who was anxious to acquire the sovereignty of that city. p. 302. Daughter of Bernardin de Clermont, Vicomte de Tallard. Brantôme undoubtedly aims here at Marguerite de Clermont. p. 303. Jeanne de Bourdeille. Renée, daughter of Louis Roman XII, married to the Duke of Ferraro. She was ungainly but very learned. p. 304. Marguerite d'Angoulême. p. 312. Meung-sur-Loire Dep, Luart on right bank of the Loire, 11 miles below Orleans. Éclaireur Dep, Montmartre. Leonard, Duc de Longueville. François de Lorraine, Duc de Guise. p. 313. Louis I, Prince de Condé. Captain Avaret, died at Orleans in 1562. Compere was the name King Henry Roman II gave the Constable de Montmorency. p. 316. Octavius is translated Octavie by Brantôme. Cf. Suetonius Caligula Roman 36 and Octavius Augustus L6. Suetonius Nero Roman 34. p. 318. Brantôme undoubtedly refers to Henry Roman III and to the Duc de Lenken, his brother. p. 319. Plutarch names this woman Aspasia and makes her a priestess of Diana. Cf. Artaxerxes Neman, chapter Roman 26. Colanuccio live, v. p. 208. Artaxerxes I Longomanus, king of Persia for 40 years, BC. 465 to 425. He succeeded his father Xerxes, having put to death his brother Darius. p. 320. Wife of François d'Orléans. Diane died at the age of 66, April 22, 1566. She was born in 1499. Jacqueline de Rohangi, married to François d'Orléans, Marquis de Rothelin. p. 321. François Robertet, widow of Jean Babou, whose second husband was Field Marshal d'Aumont. Catherine de Clermont, wife of Guy de Merrieuil, grandmother of the Duc du Montpensier, François, surnamed the Prince Dauphin. Gabrielle de Merrieuil, married to Nicolas d'Anjou, Marquis de Mézières. Jacqueline or Jacquette de Montbaron. Francoise Robertet, widow of Jean Babin de la Berdessière. p. 322. Paul Viguier, Baron de Fontenelle. Francoise de Longwy. The praise of this Toulousian beauty is to be found in the very rare opuscule by G. Minot, de la Butte, 1587. p. 323. Anne d'Este, she was not exempt from the faults of a corrupt court. This journey occurred in 1574. Louis Roman XII. p. 324. Jean d'O, Seigneur de Maillebois. It is not François Gonzagny, but Guillaume Gonzagny, his brother and successor to the Duchy of Mantua, born in 1538, died in 1587. p. 325. He returns here to the Duchess de Guise. p. 326. At the wedding of Charles Emmanuel, married to Catherine, daughter of Philip Roman II, of Spain. p. 327. Marie d'Aragon, wedded to Alphonse d'Avalos, Marquis del Guasto or Vasto. Henry Roman II, son of Francis I and husband of Catherine de' Medici, born 1518. Came to throne in 1547, accidentally killed in a tourney by Montgomery 1559. Paul Roman IV, of the illustrious Neapolitan family of Carafa, was raised to the chair of St. Peter in 1558, died 1559. This viceroy was Don Parafin, Duke d'Alcala, who entered Naples June 12, 1559. p. 328. Claude de Lestrange. p. 331. Brantôme's memory fails him. Of the two daughters of the Marquis, Beatrix, the first married Count de Potenza, the other Prince de Sulmone. p. 336. His son was François Ferdinand, Viceroy of Sicily, died in 1571. p. 337. Solomon Roman II. p. 351. Referring to Montaigne's essays. End of Volume 1. End of Book is. Transcriber's note continued. The book contains long passages of older French in which the reader will notice many flaws in grammar, spelling, and accents. These may make some of the French difficult to read, but it will be obvious that this cannot be fixed without sometimes inadvertently changing the intended meaning. For that reason, all passages in French are presented unchanged in this transcription. Similarly with the passages in Italian and Spanish. For the rest of the text, the many inconsistencies in English spelling capitalization, and hyphenation have been left unchanged except where noted below. Other minor typographical errors have been corrected without note. Page Roman 26, occasionally changed to occasionally, occasionally borrow. Page 5, satsified changed to satisfied, would fain be satisfied. Page 18, imprisonment changed to imprisonment, in perpetual imprisonment. Page 27, notorios changed to notorious, most notorious harlot. Page 46, portrayed changed to portrayed, were portrayed a number of. Page 133, armorers changed to armorers, armorers that do make swords. Page 145, see changed to is, love is mastered by scorn. Page 152, exceeding changed to exceedingly, and exceedingly narrow. Page 157, had changed to had, that had made. Page 162, accommodating changed to accommodating, far more accommodating. Page 199, consecrate changed to consecrated, the most surely consecrated and devoted to Venus. Page 226, always changed to always hard at the collar. Page 236, then's changed to then Zeuxis himself. Page 237, always changed to always, yet will a beautiful woman always be beautiful. Page 237, and changed to and if she have but the half. Page 242, witties changed to wittiest, one of the wittiest men at court. Page 248, virgins changed to virgins, even virgins of marriageable age. Page 288, nymph changed to nymphs in the nymph's costume. The numbered references to endnotes on the pages of the book are incorrect in most cases. Many other pages of the book should have had references to endnotes, but those references are missing. In order to re-index the references in this transcription, a temporary, placeholder reference was added to those pages where there should have been at least one numbered reference to endnotes, but it was omitted in the book. The transcriber has retained these placeholder references as they are helpful to the reader. Placeholder references are distinguished by an asterisk next to the index number, as in, for example. Their role is exactly the same as that of the references originally present in the book, namely to direct the reader to the correct page header in the endnotes. Under that page header will be found all the author's notes relevant to the page. Where originally there were more than one numbered reference to endnotes on a page of the book, these now have the same index number in this transcription. That index number links to the respective page header in the endnotes. Endnotes have been reformatted so that each separate note is distinguished by a prefixing character.